Preface of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Thompson. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Queux. Preface. In writing of these episodes in the career of a wanderer over the face of Europe, my object is to entertain and perhaps amuse many of my unknown friends and correspondents who, scattered over the world, have from time to time written me encouraging words of appreciation concerning my works of fiction. To them I would reveal certain facts, some grave and some gay, which may be found of interest. To do so, I propose to take my reader behind the scenes of some particular phases of life with which he may be unfamiliar. And let me say at the outset, these records of an eventful, though perhaps erratic life, contain nothing but fact. I have led, and still lead, a wandering life. My custom has ever been never to have even a pied-à-terre in one place longer than a year, and even during that time to travel as much as possible. I may accurately call myself a cosmopolitan, since when my hat is on, my roof is on. But these modest reminiscences are mainly about other people, and although I find myself compelled to use the first-person singular much more often than I desire, I pen them with the fervent hope that they may be taken as a little armchair chat about modern men and modern matters, rather than essays in autobiography. Nobody, I am sure, cares a jot when I cut my first tooth or where I learned to walk. No genealogical tree or tradition of race is necessary, though my unusual name means in Norman French the king's head cook, and I can trace my ancestors through centuries. But of what use is it in these democratic days when duke's son and cook's son are on equality, and the red flag is sung in the House of Commons? However, while thus casually mentioning my name, it may not be inappropriate to quote the following explanatory stanzas by a poet unknown to me. Quote, "It troubles each sex, so I put it to you. Is it William LeKex or William LeQueux? I give you the cue, so no longer perplex. It is William LeQueux, not William LeKex." And for those who want to know who I am, I cannot do better than refer them to the paragraph in that useful and entertaining annual, Who's Who. LeQueux William Tufnell, novelist, traveler, commander of the orders of St. Sava of Serbia, Danilo of Montenegro, Crown of Italy, San Marino Order, etc., Consul of Republic of San Marino, retired, born in London on the 2nd of July, 1864, E.S. of William LeQueux of Châteauroux, Indre. Education, privately in London, Pegley near Genoa. Studied art in the Quartier Latin. Made a tour through France, Germany, and Italy on foot. Became journalist and special correspondent of the Globe, 1891. Special foreign correspondent of the Times. Resigned to devote his time to novel writing, 1893. Secretary to British diplomat mission to San Marino. Has traveled in Russia, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Siberia, the arid region of the Sahara Desert, Asia Minor, etc. Journeyed through Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania on special government mission, 1907. Arctic with Harry DeWint, 1908. Sudan, 1909. Correspondent of the Daily Mail in various capitals and war correspondent in the First Balkan War. Collector of medieval manuscripts, codices, and monastic seals, of which he possesses a large and valuable collection. Has intimate knowledge of the secret service of other continental powers. Consulted by the government in such matters. Forecasted the Great War in his book, The Invasion, 1910. is a keen student of criminology and also well known in wireless research. Is a qualified wireless engineer and was the first to broadcast concerts over Great Britain and Ireland from his powerful radio station 2AZ at Guildford in 1920 and 21 in the early days of radio telephony. Writes and lectures on wireless research and on spies and spying. Member of the Institute of Radio Engineers. Author of over 130 novels and many kinema films. President of the Wireless Alliance, Vice President of the Radio Association. President of many wireless research societies. Recreations. Pistol practice. Skiing in Switzerland. The study of Egyptology and wireless research. Clubs. Murin Ski Club, Swiss Alpine Club, British Ski Association, Crimes Club, Tatler's Club. Address, Devonshire Club, London. And with these words I make my bow and set forth facts that, without embellishment or distortion, may, I sincerely hope, prove entertaining. At all events, I simply tell of things I know. William Le Queux, Devonshire Club, London, Southwest. End of preface.
Section 2 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities and Crooks by William Le Queux. Chapter 1. What I Know About Kings. My first acquaintance with any royalty was my presentation to the Crown Prince of Saxony, now King, by his wife, who, as Princess Louisa of Tuscany, I had known as a girl, the pretty Austrian Archduchess who had charmed all hearts, nearly married King Ferdinand of Bulgaria, and of whom I intend to gossip in another chapter. I was asked by the princess to call on her at the royal palace at Dresden after her marriage, and spent a couple of pleasant hours with her and her husband, then Crown Prince. The latter expressed himself charmed to meet me, his wife having often spoken of me, and I thoroughly enjoyed my visit, for after the first formal reception I was invited to their private apartments, where the princess made me thoroughly at home. We gossiped about such friends as we both knew in England and in Italy, for Her Highness came to London each year incognita, and on me had devolved the duty of looking after her general welfare. But more of her adventurous life anon. The second royal personage of whom I had audience was the late Emperor of Russia. Well I remember how one morning a tall, handsome officer of the Imperial Guard entered my room at the Hotel de l'Europe on the Nevsky in Petrograd, and handed me a formidable envelope, which contained a command that I should present myself at the palace of Tsarskoye Selo, the village of the Tsar, on the following afternoon at 3 o'clock. And well also do I recollect being met at the station by one of the imperial carriages, and being driven to the entrance of the great park, where I was met by an officer and conducted past endless sentry posts. I confess that I felt very ill at ease when at last I stood in a small but gorgeous room, a pitiable figure wearing my best dress suit in the daytime. The 2 foreign orders that I then possessed looked very much like brass, and I was terribly conscious that in the daylight the ribbons had lost their freshness. With me was Count de Radetzky, a fine handsome man in uniform with a gold-braided tunic, one of the imperial chamberlains, who chatted with me as we waited. As this is a private audience, I do not expect His Majesty will wear uniform, he told me, which rather reassured me, for I think I had visions of the Tsar of all the Russias wearing a golden robe and perhaps a diamond crown. A few moments later I was conducted along a softly carpeted corridor to a door, at which stood two statuesque sentries who saluted as we passed, and I was shown in. Next moment a short bearded man in a rough brown shooting suit stood before me with a smile of welcome. It was His Majesty the Tsar. He expressed pleasure at my visit. Meanwhile, I was conscious that I was in His Majesty's private cabinet, a magnificent blue and gold apartment, with tables and a chandelier of lapis lazuli, a parquet floor, and pillars of violet glass. In the centre of the three long windows, which gave an extensive view across the great lake where picturesque fountains were playing, was set a huge writing table littered with papers, for the Emperor was, if nothing else, a busy man. "I have been told that you have been in Russia before," he said in English with a gracious smile. "To Siberia, was it not, in my father's days?" "Yes, Your Majesty," I replied, wondering who had told him of my journey into Siberia by road many years before. "And you have lately been in Russia with one of our good friends, Mr. Harry de Wint," he remarked. "I have read his books. He is always very kind to us, and you too have always been kind to us, except when you criticised our policy against the revolutionists," said the Tsar with a smile. "You have written a book warning us that war will come between Germany and England. It was sent to me from London. I may tell you that I agree entirely with Lord Roberts. Germany is preparing for war, and Britain turns a blind eye to everything. But, of course, I beg of you not to publish this. Our conversation is entirely private, remember?" And he laughed. I at once gave my word of honour not to publish a word of the interview, and have not done so till now, when his tragic death has removed the seal of secrecy from my pen. Becoming reassured that I was not out for a sensational interview, he spoke his mind freely. He did not criticise British politicians or their politics, but it was quite evident to me that he distrusted Germany. He referred to many facts of which I was in ignorance, but which were of intense interest to the whole world, and such sensational words, coming from the lips of the Tsar himself, would have been eagerly read everywhere if only I had had permission to publish them. More than once he confessed that though he had given audiences to several journalists, including the late Mr. W. T. Stead, he always looked askance at everybody who wrote. Indeed, as he chatted, displaying shrewd insight into the most difficult problems of international politics, he twice repeated, "Of course I rely on your promise of secrecy." He held Sir Edward Grey and Mr. A. J. Balfour in very high esteem, and, referring to his own wide empire, he said with a slight sigh of regret, "You British do not, I fear, understand us. We are not like you. We are such a complex nation, such a mixture of European and Oriental, and, alas, so far behind in civilization as you in England and in America know it." He had seated himself at his table, while I, as etiquette demanded, still stood. The telephone rang, and he answered it. He spoke so rapidly in Russian that I could only distinguish one or two words. He seemed to become petulant at what he heard, for when he replaced the instrument he turned to me and smilingly said, "Mr. Graham Bell was not really kind to us when he invented telephones. I hate them." We chatted for a full half hour, till I forgot that I was in the presence of the ruler of over 150 millions of souls. While we were speaking, a beautiful Persian cat appeared from nowhere, and with a leap landed on the Emperor's knee. It was evidently his pet, for he called it by name and stroked it fondly as he talked. That was, perhaps, one of the most interesting half hours in all my crowded life. And when today I think of the gorgeousness of the imperial palace of Tsarskoye Selo and compare it with the horrible fate of the emperor and of his family, I sometimes feel that it is impossible that the Romanovs can have so completely and brutally been exterminated by the poisonous serpent of Bolshevism. I have the words still in my memory that the Tsar Nicholas spoke before I backed out of his presence. "The greatest misfortune," said he, "is to have many wants and little power. The greatest good fortune is to have much power and few wants." The next reigning monarch to accord me an audience was His Majesty King Victor Emmanuel of Italy. Again I was to be received privately, not officially, and the presentation came from the Queen of Italy herself, who was daughter of King Nicholas of Montenegro. In the previous year I had been up in the Black Mountains at Cetinje, the Montenegrin capital, on a special mission from home, and had there, in the peasant kingdom, met Her Majesty, who happened to be on a visit to her father and mother. Therefore, one winter's day at noon, I found myself driving in a car from the Grand Hotel to the Quirinal Palace. When a man wears evening dress at noon, he never feels comfortable. I might have worn my gorgeous green and gold embroidered uniform as consul of the tiny Republic of San Marino, and felt that at least I was cutting a pretty good figure among all the smartly uniformed officers and gorgeous flunkies of the royal palace. But my uniform is so gorgeous that I confess I dared not appear in it before His Majesty. Only a few months before I had worn it at the Foreign Office reception at Whitehall, and the Russian ambassador, after inspecting me, had said, "Well, Mr. Lecoeur, I thought I had a gorgeous uniform, but you certainly beat me on all points. I especially like your feather." He referred to the white ostrich feather of my cocked hat. But to resume. Feeling hopelessly badly dressed and painfully conscious that one button of my patent leather boot was unfastened, I passed into the palace between two rows of bowing servants and was met by a smart young officer, Count Gilardoni, who took me to Marquis Mattioli Pasqualini, the acting minister of the royal household, whom I had known for several years. "Ah, here you are, my dear friend," exclaimed the old official, who was in a uniform that had grown rather tight for him. "I'll let you into a secret. His Majesty is going to bestow on you the Order of the Crown of Italy. The Duke of the Abruzzi has recommended you for it because of your work regarding wireless and for your translation of the Duke's book on his polar travels, the Stella Polare." Ere I could reply to the old Marquis, a man of great personal charm and a court official to his fingertips, I found myself ushered into a long, narrow, old-fashioned room, of which the outstanding features were several porcelain bowls filled with freshly cut yellow roses. The sweet perfume of the flowers pervaded the apartment, though it was winter, and the room apparently a reception room, pure and simple. There was no sign of a writing table or of any business litter. In the centre stood a man with an alert military figure in a dark blue serge suit, with the eager, clever face that is made familiar to one by Italy's postage stamps. He advanced to me with outstretched hand, and as I bent over it, he exclaimed in Italian, "I am very pleased to receive you, Signor le Queux, because you have so long been a good friend to Italy." "I fear I am not such a good friend as I should like to be, Your Majesty," I replied. "I always do my best to place Italy in her true light to my own people and to those who read my books in America." "I know you do," said he quickly. "I know how you have described in such vivid language the beauties of my country and the charm of my people. Yes, our contadini have a charm all to themselves, one that must appeal to you writers of romance. I told the same to Zola when I saw him in Paris when I was Crown Prince. Your writer Ouida also did very much for our Italy. She was the only one foreign writer who really understood our contadini. Poor lady. She died in Lucca, did she not?" I replied in the affirmative. "Yes, she was a little eccentric, eh? The prefect told me how she kept a dozen cats and dogs and dressed as a contadina, and how Mr. Labouchere tried to give her some work, but she refused it. Is that true?" I replied that it had unfortunately been so. "Ah, and yet I recollect when I was Crown Prince that she reigned Queen of Society in Firenze. I was once taken to one of her receptions in her palazzo on the Lung'Arno. I was only young then, but I recollect wondering how a writer of fiction could make such a social success. "Then your Majesty has perhaps read some of her books?" I inquired. "I have them all in my library. They were my father's. He loved them. I think I like Pasquerel best of all, and Signa next. She was bitter against Mrs. Ross, wasn't she?" He laughed. All Italy knew the deadly feud between the two ladies, and it had evidently reached the king's ears. "Among the learned, the most highly born is not the greatest, but he who knows the most. Do you agree, Seigneur le Queux?" He laughed. I agreed, feeling that the King of Italy, who was so gracious to me, was one of the best informed monarchs in Europe. As I stood on that thick vieux rose carpet, while he, dressed in a dark blue lounge suit, sat on the arm of a big padded chair, evidently his own pet chair, I watched his typically military mannerisms. "I have heard that it was due to your personal efforts that your Mansion House Fund was started for those who suffered by the earthquake in Calabria," he remarked suddenly. "I wish to thank you, and also for your keen interest in Italy." "I did what I could, Your Majesty," I replied. "Yes, I know that, but oh—" and he drew a long breath and paused. I wondered whether he knew the truth, a truth that I had discovered, that bales upon bales of clothing, sent from England for those rendered homeless by the terrible earthquake, had been for the past year rotting on the quays at Naples. "Yes," he went on, "you English are always charitable. You are our friends. But alas, we have administrative scandals here, just as all other countries have, and, well, perhaps ours may be even a little worse." "I have lived much in Italy, Your Majesty, and by observation, I think I must agree," I said, smiling. "Well, I will relate one. I don't mind if you repeat what I tell you," he remarked suddenly, rising to his feet. "I went to Calabria as soon as news of the earthquake reached me, and with some officials motored through the devastated area. After 2 days, my car came to a fork in the road. One road an excellent newly made one running up to the mountains, and the other, evidently an old road, going straight on. Many of the mountain villages had been destroyed, so I determined to take the higher road and explore. Now comes the scandal." His Majesty paused and knit his brows. "A member of my suite declared that there were no villages up there. I asked why, if there were none, that the fine military road had been made, evidently quite recently. My question nonplussed him, and it became apparent that he had some motive in trying to prevent me taking that road. Therefore I ordered the chauffeur to drive on, and within 10 minutes I realized the reason. The road came to a sudden end. On my return to Rome, I had searching inquiries made, and found that though a large sum of public money had been expended to make a new road for 48 kilometres across the mountains, only 5 kilometres had been constructed, and the money for the remainder had gone into somebody's pocket. My countrymen are honest, Seigneur le Queux, but alas, my politicians are very often the reverse." Those words were spoken to me shortly before the war. Therefore, those who know the King of Italy were not surprised that in 1919 he had serious thoughts of abdicating on account of the wholesale scandals of his country's administration and the treachery and bribery everywhere rampant. Italy fought as only patriots can fight. They defeated the Austrians against overwhelming odds, but their successes were negatived by the pack of unscrupulous financial adventurers and jackals in the Chamber of Deputies at Rome. The king, alert and intelligent as he is, knew it, and for that reason he had welcomed with open hand Signor Mussolini and the splendid Italian fascisti, who are known as the Black Shirts. Truly, wind, women, and fortune change quickly. On that occasion His Majesty invested me with the Order of the Crown of Italy, and in doing so made some very kind remarks, saying, "Whenever you wear this, Signor Queux, I hope you will always remember it is given you by one who is very grateful to you for your services." I had perhaps been able to be of service to the kingdom and people I love so well, but this praise was hardly deserved. However, I confess that such words coming from the mouth of a ruling monarch were very gratifying. I have since been to a number of the gay court functions at the Quirinal, and on each occasion His Majesty has greeted me kindly, and in other ways extended to me every consideration. In another interview I had with the king at San Rossore, his summer residence near Pisa, he received me under a big cedar in the beautiful grounds near the sea, and as we sat together, I recollect one phrase he used. "You are a friend of Italy, while I am a friend of England. If you can still endeavour to attract English visitors to Italy, I really hope you will. By that you will do me a personal favour. Tell the English that I always welcome them to my country, for I regard them as my friends, and without friends life is impossible." In a monarch's life, a single hair casts a shadow, and no monarch in all the world, next to our own King George, is more devoted to his country's interests than is King Victor Emmanuel. He set out to eliminate scandals from the government departments within a week of ascending the throne. A few days after his father's death, being an early riser, he went down to the Ministry of the Interior, and at 9 o'clock took his place in the office chair of one of the highest officials. At 10 the official had not arrived. At 11 he had made no appearance. So the king left a scribbled note on his desk dismissing him, and adding that Italy paid her officials to administer her affairs, and expected them to do so, adding that he hoped it would be a warning to others. One of the unsolved mysteries that evolve around royalty, and in which I have played a part, concerns King Edward. Not many weeks after his accession, while walking in the noisy Via Balbi in Genoa, I met a well-known member of the British Foreign Office staff, whose name I am not at liberty to mention. He explained that he had been sent to Italy on a secret mission, and that, as I knew Italian and was also doing Secret Service work, I might assist him. Then he explained to me that the object of his journey from London was to secure, at all costs, certain letters that King Edward desired to repossess. Naturally, I pricked up my ears. Could it be that some of His Majesty's private letters were in the hands of blackmailers? What was the nature of the scandal that His Majesty desired to suppress at all cost? My friend told me that his instructions and the name of the man who was believed to have the letters in his possession had come direct from His Majesty himself. The name of the man who held the documents was Enrico Brussi, who lived at a village called La Rocca. But as there are several villages of the same name in Italy, and the province was not given, I anticipated that our search would probably be a long one. It proved so. We visited 3 La Roccas, each of them mountain villages, one near Ravenna, another not far from Cuneo, and a third at a remote spot in Umbria. The 4th we tried was in the province of Lucca, and as our dusty carriage wound slowly up the steep road, we could see the little white village, with its square-towered church, perched on a steep rocky precipice, with a background of blue mountains behind. After a 2 hours' climb we arrived, and leaving the carriage outside the village, for the ancient, evil-smelling streets were very narrow and uneven, almost tunnels in some places, we at last found the house of Enrico Brussi. It was small, but clean-looking, and, having knocked at the door, we were admitted by an old donna di casa, who informed us that her master was at home. In a few moments a well-dressed middle-aged man appeared, whereupon my friend, introducing himself as Mr. Henderson from London, explained in Italian that we had ventured to call because we had heard that he had some interesting English letters in his possession. He added that we were collectors of autographs and were travelling about Italy endeavouring to discover autographs of famous persons. The man Brussi looked askance at us. I could see that he did not swallow our somewhat lame story. "I'm afraid I have nothing to interest you, signore," was his quiet reply. "But you have some letters in English, have you not?" eagerly asked my companion. "Yes, I have," was his reply. "They are the letters I want," said my companion, not quite sure of his ground, for it was our firm belief that this man belonged to some foreign gang of blackmailers. "They would not interest you," said he briefly. "But if I offered to buy them, are you prepared to sell them, all, not only a few?" The man brusquely smiled and shook his head in the negative. "My friend here is prepared to give a very good price," I remarked. "Will you not reconsider your decision?" But he declined, and we began to see that we should have considerable difficulty in getting him to part with the letters. Knowing the Italian character as I did, I knew that he would not suggest a price, lest it be lower than that we were prepared to give, so I urged my friend to offer 200 lire for the letters without seeing them. The man looked at us with undisguised astonishment, a fact that struck me as somewhat curious. Then, as though with great reluctance, he said, "Well, if the signore really wants them, I will sell them for 400 lire." We both pretended that it was far too high a price, yet, as a matter of fact, my friend had in his pocket a wad of banknotes of the value of £1,000 in English money, and would have paid even double that sum if it had been demanded. At last we consented to pay 400 lire for the whole of the letters. We impressed on him that we must have them all, and he promised us that he would keep none back. While we waited in breathless anxiety, he went upstairs and presently returned with a packet of letters, which he handed to my friend in exchange for 4 100 lire notes. Then we both hurried from the house with our precious packet, and as soon as we were out of sight, eagerly opened it. My friend glanced at the first letter. His face fell, and with an expression of disgust exclaimed, "Bah! Look what we've got! Look!" he cried, handing me one. To my dismay, I found it to be a letter written by the old Duke of Kent, the King's grandfather, to his head gardener at Queux, and all the letters were of the same character. Instead of relating to some scandal, as we were convinced they would, they turned out to be merely orders to a gardener. We re-entered our carriage, both feeling extremely annoyed. Next day I saw my friend off from Pisa to London, bearing the precious packet that eventually found its way into King Edward's hands. But how His Majesty knew where those letters were, or the real reason of the confidential mission, neither my friend nor myself could ever imagine. We had many theories, but I do not suppose any were correct. Only King Edward himself knew the reason, but I somehow feel that the letters we recovered were not the letters of which he had hoped to regain possession. Another mystery surrounded King Edward, but this time one I can explain away. King Edward, when Prince of Wales, like most princes, and indeed nearly every commoner, frequently found himself short of money. But how did he pay his debts? This question has puzzled many people, so here let the truth be revealed. Now, in common with many others, I have heard hard things said of Jews, but though I have known many, I have never experienced any ill will or ill nature at their hands. The sins of the petty are called great, and the sins of the great petty. It was so in the case of King Edward. One of the wealthiest Jews of our time was the late Baron de Hirsch, who, as most people know, was an intimate friend of the king when he was still Prince of Wales, afterwards our splendid sportsman diplomat king, to whose memory every Briton lifts his hat. His Royal Highness and the Baron were boon companions. They dined together, shot together, and raced together. Yet it is an open secret that Queen Victoria, in her declining years, had conceived a very great dislike for the successful financier, to whom the construction of the Ottoman railways had been due. It was, in view of their friendship, therefore not surprising that, when King Edward was short of funds, Baron Hirsch, like all Jews, was ready to accommodate him. Notes of hand were signed time after time by His Royal Highness. Thus the friendship between the pair became a very close one, especially since Queen Victoria, though good, was neither generous nor lavish, as you may judge from what I am about to relate. It was early spring on the Riviera, and I was, as usual, installed in a nice little flat on the Promenade des Anglais at Nice, where I was working. The Queen had arrived and was staying at the Excelsior Hotel up at Cimier, while the Prince of Wales and Baron Hirsch, who travelled nearly every day to Monte Carlo, resided at Cannes. I frequently saw them together at Ciro's or in the rooms. Sometimes they would sit side by side on the pleasant terrasse of the Café de Paris and listen to the Hungarian band. At others they would watch the pigeon shooting or go for short cruises on the Baron's big white yacht, which usually lay in Villefranche Bay. One day, while walking in the garden of the casino at Monte Carlo with my friend Monsieur B, who was Baron Hirsch's confidential secretary, he introduced me to the great financier, and we strolled together, chatting. The Baron seemed a charming and quite unconventional man, and was particularly attached to his faithful secretary, to whom he had made many handsome presents. Monsieur B was forever praising the great millionaire's generous treatment of himself and others. More than once he hinted to me about the large sums that the prince was borrowing from his chief. When in France, I was often Monsieur B's guest at his beautiful house beside the lake at Enghien, outside Paris, and our conversation usually drifted upon the same subject. The public suspected the loans, but knew practically nothing. 3 years passed. The amount of the debt was gradually increasing when, quite unexpectedly, the Baron died. I was in Paris at the time, and one evening went out to Enghien to dinner. After the ladies had left the room and Monsieur B and myself were left alone, I mentioned the subject. "Yes," he said, "the will has been opened today, and the Baron has left the sum of 1 million sterling to establish a colony for poor Jews in Argentina. The money repaid by the Prince of Wales is to be a portion of the sum." "Then the money will be called up?" I remarked. "Undoubtedly. Everything is left in the hands of the Baroness, and she holds the Prince's notes," he explained. Weeks, nay months, went past. The Baron's executors wrote to His Royal Highness for repayment. On hearing this, the Baroness became furious. The executors therefore went to the Baroness and demanded the 1 million sterling with which to found the colony. They were compelled to do this before the other legacies were paid. Negotiations ensued, and, to cut a long story short, the Baroness called up my friend Monsieur B, and, ascertaining from him the exact amount owed to her dead husband by the Prince, she then and there wrote out a cheque for the whole in favour of the executors. The Baroness, wife of one of the despised race, thus paid the whole of the late King Edward's debt out of her private fortune. That same evening she wrote to His Royal Highness in London, arranging a meeting and suggesting dinner in her private suite at Claridge's Hotel. The appointment was kept, and the royal guest came. They dined à deux, His Highness much mystified at the invitation, and, of course, knowing nothing of the Baroness's generous action. But after dinner, when the servants had left and they were alone, the widow brought out her handbag and from it produced the whole of the Prince's notes and laid them on the table. "Your Royal Highness had, I know, many financial transactions with my husband," his hostess said. "As his wife, I knew in what high esteem he held your Highness. I feel that if he had lived, he would never have wished to call up the money advanced. Therefore I do not like to think that his executors should be forced by legal process to do so." The Prince gazed at her utterly astounded, for he had been very much worried by the sudden death of his friend. "But I understand that the money is part of a sum left to found a colony for poor Jews," he said. "I am aware of that," replied the Baroness, "but I have asked you here tonight in order to extract one promise in return for this," and she pointed to the heap of paper on the table representing her husband's loan to the Prince. A promise? What? That when you succeed to the throne of Great Britain, you will always be kind to the Jews. I can certainly promise that, answered the prince in a changed voice, much impressed by the Baroness's appeal. There is the fire, said she, pointing to the grate. Let us burn the notes. His Royal Highness gathered up the papers and one by one placed them in the flames. Then, with that exquisite courtliness which was one of King Edward's outstanding characteristics, he raised his hostess's hand and, bending, kissed it. They never met again, owing to the Baroness's untimely end. I do not wish to be accused of recording more ancient history than is necessary, but it is my object to relate hitherto unknown incidents and stories concerning some famous personages. One of these concerns Queen Victoria during her last visit to Nice. About a fortnight after her arrival, while passing up the Avenue de la Gare, I met the well-known detective, Superintendent Fraser of Scotland Yard, who, with Monsieur Paoli of the Paris Sûreté, was Her Majesty's personal protector. When I asked him whither he was hurrying, he replied, "Come with me. I am going on a very confidential mission." At once I turned back with him. To my surprise, he stopped before a cheap draper's shop and, pointing to a long string of black and white striped sunshades, open and swaying in the wind, he inquired their price. 5 francs 50, replied the dark-eyed Provençal girl in French. My police friend hesitated and inquired if they were silk. "No, monsieur, they are cotton," was the reply. With that he turned away. Then he explained that the Queen, who had been out for her afternoon drive, had just returned and, calling him, told him that in the Avenue de la Gare she had been attracted by some sunshades hanging outside a shop. "Go and buy me one, Fraser," she had commanded. "They are the very thing I want here." "But," exclaimed my friend to me, "how can I take the Queen a 4 and 7 sunshade? Come back with me, and when I have told her, we will go out to the café." I walked back with him out to Cimier, and waited while he passed along the corridor of the great hotel to Her Majesty's apartments, which were guarded by French sentries and an idling assistant of my friend. His face had changed when, a few minutes later, he returned. "I told the Queen," he said, "but she has ordered me to go back at once. She seemed quite indignant and said, 'Fraser, you men know nothing about sunshades. Pray how much would you expect me to give for a cotton sunshade? Go and get me one at once.'" We returned together and purchased one. That sunshade was a prominent object in the streets of Nice and country roads in the neighbourhood, for each afternoon that season, when the Queen went out, she held it proudly above her head for all to admire, the passers-by no doubt believing it to be an expensive one of silk. I afterwards learned from Superintendent Fraser that Her Majesty, on her return to Windsor, gave it to Queen Alexandra, then Princess of Wales, for use during the following summer. End of section 2. Section 3 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities and Crooks by William Le Queux. Chapter 2. More About Kings. I was on my first visit to Cetinje, the high-up little capital of the peasant kingdom of Montenegro, approached by a ladder-like road from Cattaro on the Adriatic, when Princess Xenia of Montenegro, who subsequently helped me in taking photographs for my book, An Observer in the Near East, presented me to her elder sister, Queen Elena of Italy. Through the latter's brother, Prince Mirko, I subsequently received my first command to audience of that fine old peasant ruler, King Nicholas. Cetinje is a quaint little place, scarcely more than a good-sized mountain village, prosperous, clean, with broad streets. The people by law are compelled to wear the national dress, the men with dark blue baggy trousers, white woolen gaiters, rawhide shoes, a short scarlet jacket heavily braided with gold, and a small pork pie cap with black silk band, the crown of the same colour as the jacket, bearing the king's initials in Russian characters, N.I. The women, who are particularly handsome, wear, when out of doors, beautifully hand-embroidered blouses and a kind of long coat with open sleeves of soft dove-grey cloth. They are forbidden to wear European hats and wear the same as the men, except that the crowns are embroidered in gold and do not bear the royal cipher. The fact that every man is armed, carrying a perfect arsenal of weapons in his belt, is apt to give the stranger an uncanny feeling. The man who brings you your morning coffee wears a couple or more revolvers in his belt. And they are wise, for in that country, bordering as it does on savage Albania, peace and war walk ever hand in hand. At the time of my first visit, my friend, Mr., now Sir Charles de Grasse, was British Minister to Montenegro. He afterwards, before his retirement, was appointed to Peru, and during the war to Serbia. We lived together at the Grand Hotel and spent many pleasant days in one another's company. He told me a good diplomatic story of how a predecessor of his at Cetinje had an intense hatred of rats. The hotel, which was also the British legation, was not devoid of them, and apparently they invaded the minister's sitting room, for one morning he found a rat had devoured a whole box of his pet digestive tablets that had been sent from London. Next night he waited for the intruder, no rat trap being obtainable in the capital, and soon after everyone had retired, loud shouts were heard from the dignified representative of Great Britain. On rushing in, 2 waiters, in déshabillé, found the minister armed with his diplomatic sword in the midst of upset furniture, chasing a rat. He had already made a lunge and split a sofa, the stuffing of which protruded, but amidst the hubbub the rat escaped. My first private audience with King Nicholas of Montenegro was an interesting one. At 6 o'clock one evening the royal aide-de-camp called in a carriage and drove me to the palace, which was a long, dark brown building of somewhat plain exterior, as befitted the home of the ruler of a fighting race, where I was received in the great hall by 6 bowing servants in scarlet and gold. Here I was met by the chamberlain, who, having told me his name, conducted me up the grand staircase and into the audience chamber, with its fine old paintings of the Italian Cinquecento and highly polished floor. Then, after a moment, His Majesty, a brilliant figure with deeply lined, rugged face, entered, shook me by the hand, and welcomed me to Montenegro. It has always struck me how extremely punctual all royalties are, for a person commanded to audience is never kept waiting, as he so often is in any business office. The formal greetings ended, His Majesty said in Italian, in which we conversed, "Come, let us go into yonder room. We shall be able to talk more comfortably." And he led me into a smaller and more cosy chamber, where he gave me a seat. On the table, a great silver candelabra had been set, and by its light I was enabled to obtain a good view of the ruler of Senagora, the land of the Black Mountains. Of magnificent physique in spite of his 70 years, his hair was only slightly grey. His fine features were those of a mountain race, and his dark, keen eyes shot quick, inquiring glances of alertness. Father of his people, he wore the native costume, almost the same as that of his subjects passing to and fro in the street, a costume of scarlet, blue, and gold, with a single cross in diamonds at the throat, the order of Danilo, of which he was master, and one which, at an audience a year later, he bestowed on me. After the first few minutes of regal formality, His Majesty's manner had entirely changed. Putting ceremony aside, he produced his well-worn cigarette case of lizard skin, with the royal crown and cipher in gold at the corner, offered me a Montenegrin cigarette, took one himself, lit mine with his own hand, and then we fell to chatting. In this delightful manner we smoked together. I asked the king poet many questions and learned many things. He explained several difficult points in Balkan politics that I had never before understood, and smiled and shrugged his shoulders when I mentioned the question of Macedonia. I was there with an object, mainly to sound His Majesty on his ideas of the best way of settling the vexed question of Macedonia. When I mentioned it, he became grave. "There will be war in the Balkans soon if the powers remain apathetic," he said. Alas, how true were his words, for within 18 months I was at the Serbian front against the Turks, attached to the staff of King Peter. "There is but one way," he said. "The powers should call a conference and place Macedonia under a governor-general, who should be a European prince. Reforms could then be carried out, and the Greek and Bulgarian bands expelled from the country. Ah, if only the British public knew what was happening in Macedonia, of the intrigues of Turkey and Bulgaria, of the nearness we are to war, but—" And he smiled and hesitated. "I almost forget myself. My position as a ruler forbids me to talk politics, you know." And he laughed. Then later, when I had risen and was backing out of the room to leave, His Majesty, who had also risen, said, "When you return to Cetinje, do not fail to let me know, and we will have another chat. And give my kindest wishes to my old friend Čedo Mijatović in London." Count Čedo Mijatović was for a long time Serbian minister at the court of St. James, and is well known in diplomatic and society circles, having since made his home in London. He is one of my oldest and best friends. It was under his wing that I first entered the Balkans, for he had given me a number of letters of introduction, written in scribbly hieroglyphics that I could not understand, but which proved a passe-partout to everywhere, from the Adriatic to the Black Sea. I have heard a good many stories of the old Emperor Francis Joseph of Austria, his successor the Emperor Karl, and of the Habsburg archdukes, from the lips of the Emperor's niece, Princess Louisa of Saxony. Her Highness possesses a fine sense of humour and has a fund of humorous anecdotes. Her father, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, wanted her to marry Dom Pedro of Brazil, whose praises had been sung to her constantly over the dinner table for weeks, and at last they were introduced at Baden. They were pushed into each other's society, both knowing that each was to marry the other. One day Dom Pedro asked her whether she cared for him, and she openly replied in the negative. Both laughed. The princess, in telling me the story, said, "At once I saw that Dom Pedro was a young man to be trusted, and from henceforth we both had a great game with our respective families. When I pretended to go for lovers' walks with him, he went out to meet a pretty young cafe singer, while I strolled about and had many a chat with young men who had not the slightest inkling of my identity. Among them, a young British diplomat who was on the staff of the embassy at Vienna, and who 2 years later recognized me at one of the balls at the Imperial Palace. Poor Dom Pedro! Ultimately, he went raving mad about a year after our escapades, and is now wearing out his life in one of the imperial castles in Austria, a hopeless lunatic. But for an incident which is not without humour, Princess Louisa, instead of marrying the King of Saxony, would have been Queen of Bulgaria. One day, when we were motoring together from Florence to Rome, accompanied by her lady-in-waiting, Countess Fuga, she related how Prince Ferdinand was brought out for her inspection and approval by his mother, old Princess Clementine of Coburg, a sharp-tongued, ugly old lady with an ear-trumpet. From the first I hated the comic opera prince, with his huge nose, perfectly trimmed beard, little pig-like eyes, and puffy cheeks, she told me. He came to Salzburg wearing most horrible yellow boots, and of course was a most superior person. Well, he soon grew amorous, and I was warned by my brother Poldo that His Highness meant to marry me. The Emperor had apparently declared to old Clementine that Bulgaria would not be safe till its reigning princess was an Archduchess of Austria. Poldo had really no need to warn me. I simply laid my plans, and while Ferdinand, whose amours had been notorious, had already told me that I was the only woman, the usual only woman, he could ever love, I set about to prepare my own little bombshell. Aunt Clementine had arrived at the castle with a special ear trumpet that she took out on visits, an ugly black affair with gold lace hanging over its opening. How well I can recollect the way she shouted back at one in that high-pitched, peevish voice. With her came my brother-in-law, the Archduke Otto, with the Archduke Sigismund, so that we were quite a family party, all assembled, I suppose, to hear the glad announcement that I was betrothed to Prince Ferdinand of Bulgaria. On the night of Aunt Clementine's arrival, we all sat down to dinner, Ferdinand being seated opposite me, elegant and happy, and casting furtive glances that I mischievously disregarded, greatly to my mother's intense annoyance. During the meal, however, Aunt Clementine, with her ear trumpet held over the table close to me, suddenly exclaimed in her shrill voice, "Ah, Louisa, what a delightful pair you will make when you marry my Ferdinand. Really, you grow prettier every day." "Marry?" I shouted back into my old aunt's abominable ear trumpet. "Why, I should never dream of marrying your son. Who said such a thing? I, for one, will never live in a country where the men go about in sheepskins and the women twine flowers in their hair. Ugh! Bulgaria may suit those who like the simple life, but for me, Vienna, civilization, and a decent opera. Besides, when I marry, I shall marry a real man." Princess Louisa, who usually called herself Countess of Montignoso or Countess della Rose when travelling, was nothing if not unconventional. I used to see her practically every day in Florence. Her beautiful villa was close to my own house, and in consequence she often sat in my study telling me about members of the Habsburg family. Nobody ever knew where the Habsburgs would break out next. The Archduke Ludwig Salvator grew wine and sold it. His brother Archduke Charles had a hobby of mending locks and riding daily on buses and trams around Vienna, while the Duke Charles of Parma repaired watches and clocks and did not forget to charge for his services. Of the old Duke Charles, the princess once told me a funny story. We were walking along the Passeggio, or Esplanade, at Leghorn together one evening, after having paid a visit to my old friend Mr. Montgomery Carmichael, the well-known British consul, who wrote that most delightful book, In Tuscany. I remember being taken to Meissen by my mother to see the old Duke Charles of Parma. He was nearly blind, but still an elegant, commanding figure, said she. He passed his thin hand over my face slowly and then said in French, "Ah, yes, you are growing good-looking like Marie Antoinette somewhat, but with a happier expression." Then, with a sudden outburst, he added, "Look at me well, Louisa. I am a rare type of beast. I am your great-grandfather, old and ugly." I looked at the erect and elegant figure in uniform with the Order of the Golden Fleece and said, "Ah, but when you were younger you were very handsome. I've seen your portrait at the Hofburg." "Yes, yes," and a smile crossed his sightless countenance. "True, I was young once and enjoyed life, enjoyed it greatly, I can assure you. And doubtless you too, Louisa, will enjoy it." "Well," remarked my mother coldly and with meaning, "I hope Louisa will not follow in your footsteps, grandfather." The old man seemed pleased at this reference to the amours of his early days, and before I left he gave me a very beautiful 18th century golden casket set with fine jewels, which I still possess. That evening, on our drive back from the Schloss into Dresden, about 15 miles, my mother told me an amusing story of the old Duke. It appears that about 5 years before, when his eyesight was as yet unimpaired, he was still a bon viveur. He was old and he was toothless, for his pet abomination was false teeth. My father had one day laughed at his empty mouth, saying, "I know of a really excellent dentist, a good fellow in Vienna who keeps me supplied with teeth, Kaltner in the Praterstrasse. Why not call him in and get him to make you a set? You would look 20 years younger." The old Duke was much impressed by the latter remark, and though he declared he would never wear such abominations, he secretly called in the dentist, who made him a complete set. They arrived on the day when he was giving a luncheon to 6 pretty women, for he dearly loved a charming face, and for that meal he wore them, priding himself that his valet had said that with them in his mouth he was rejuvenated. The meal commenced merrily, and he was particularly gracious to a certain countess who sat on his right, when suddenly he experienced difficulty. He had laughed with his fair guests when, to his horror, he found himself unable to shut his mouth. For a few moments he remained with his mouth open, a look of terrible consternation upon his face. The guests thought he had been seized with a fit. Suddenly, however, he took his false teeth from his mouth, saying, "Curse Ferdinand and his damned dentist! I'll have no more of the abominable things!" And he cast them across the room. They struck a marble statue and went into 12 pieces. There they remained till 2 flunkies entered with dignity and swept them up into a dustpan. Here is a scandal, a strict secret of the imperial family, which the princess disclosed to me concerning the Emperor of Austria, Karl Franz Joseph, who succeeded to the throne during the war. It seems that the emperor, before his accession, was a boon companion of the German ex-crown prince, and used to accompany him to the various capitals on many disgraceful escapades. He also suffered from that very prevalent malady known as impecuniosity. The Archduke Otto and the Archduchess Maria Josepha, his parents, were a hard-up pair who had considerable trouble to make both ends meet. The old emperor had no great love for them because they were a stiff-necked, pious couple who had looked askance at His Majesty's little peccadilloes and had whispered some hard things that had returned to the emperor's ears. Karl, one night in his peregrinations about Vienna, met a Jewish singer at the Hofopern named Elsa Bland. She was a dark-haired woman with a marvellous voice. The Viennese young men about town were all raving over her beauty at the time the Archduke appeared in her dressing-room. Karl Franz Joseph became deeply fascinated and naturally wanted to give her a present, but he had not the cash with which to purchase one. The embryo emperor went to his mother, the Archduchess, with an excuse to borrow some money, but the old lady, who knew the world of Vienna well, guessed the motive of the request and sent her son empty away. Not to be outdone in his amorous device, Karl Franz Joseph, a man of some resource where women are concerned, devised a plan. The dark-haired, soft-spoken Jewess received 3 days later some magnificent jewels that were naturally the admiration of all her friends. Next night, a new musical opera was to be produced, and all Vienna attended. Elsa Bland was taking an important part, and old Maria Josepha was present. To her horror, when fixing her glasses on the opulent Jewess, who was her son's friend, she recognized on the singer's neck and arms the contents of her own jewel case, heirlooms of the imperial family. She called her son that same night and accused him of being a thief, as indeed he was. But he only laughed vacantly and declared that Elsa Bland's smiles were well worth a few paltry jewels. In despair, his mother enlisted the sympathy of a friend, Count Salm Reiferscheidt, whom she asked to negotiate with the Jewess for the return of the jewels. The dark-haired Elsa, who had a male acquaintance in the background, as is so often the case with women of her class, refused to give them up. They had been presented to her by her friend the Archduke, and they were hers. She had no knowledge whence they had come, and she cared less, she said. The situation became daily more critical. The handsome Elsa declared that if she were worried any more by the Count, she would hand a written statement to her friend Rohr, a journalist on the staff of the Neue Freie Presse, and expose the fact that His Imperial Highness the Archduke had stolen the contents of his mother's jewel box. The only way out of the difficulty was to pay, and pay heavily. But the worst fact was that none of the parties had any money. So, after many family conferences, at which many hard words were uttered, it was at last decided to go to the emperor and present the case. The count described to Princess Louisa what took place. The emperor, fearful lest Elsa's friend, the journalist, should be told and make copy out of the scandal to his pecuniary advantage, had Rohr at once called to audience. The newspaper man was amazed when the emperor bestowed on him a cross and ribbon for services rendered to the empire. Next day, the emperor called up the old archduchess and gave her a severe lecture, followed an hour later by a further lecture to the fast-living young man who was heir to the throne. Elsa Bland at length drove a very keen bargain with the count, who was at last compelled to go to the emperor and borrow the sum that the opera singer demanded. In the end, the money was paid, the jewels restored to their rightful owner, and the fair Elsa was turned out of Austria, bag and baggage, much to the dismay of Karl Joseph. Another story I heard in court circles in Vienna concerns the Shah of Persia, the famous Nasreddin. The Emperor of Austria had entertained him at the Hofburg, but so disgusting were the habits of his, the Persian, suite, that an excuse was made to send them on to Salzburg. The Grand Duke of Tuscany, unconscious of what had happened in Vienna, invited the King of Kings. He was a striking man, who wore a diamond aigrette in his turban, and who, before he would ride out, had the mane of one of his white horses dyed scarlet. Then, when he went forth with great pomp, a servant held over the monarch's head a huge and gorgeous golden umbrella. But the havoc created by the suite, the main hall of the west wing of the palace being built of marble, was given over to them as a slaughterhouse. They killed sheep and lambs on the inlaid marble floors and roasted them whole there. Imagine the mess, the blood, the disorder, and the smoke. The Grand Duke and his family were in tears. A courier was sent to the emperor with an urgent note asking him how they could get rid of their unwelcome guests. He brought back a reply in the emperor's own writing to the effect that the Shah was there for a fortnight, and it would be a grave insult to send him away. He would visit the court of St. James's next. "Well," airily exclaimed Poldo, the Archduke's son, one day to his mother, "they've turned the hall into a slaughterhouse, I see. Now they are saying their prayers in the blue salon. I am told they are to sacrifice hens on the carpet there at noon tomorrow. They cut off their heads, you know. I saw Egyptians doing it once outside a mosque in Cairo." The thought of hens having their heads sliced off in the blue salon was too much for the Archduchess, who at once became indignant and sent for her husband. Meanwhile, Poldo whispered to his sister, "The hen fiction has about filled mother up with horror, eh?" At last the Shah left, after he had distributed presents with a generous hand to everyone in the household, down to the kitchen maids. But the state of the rooms after they had gone was something too horrible for words. Pigs could not have left worse behind. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Le Queux. Chapter 3. Among Real Brigands. A year, almost to the day, after my first visit to Montenegro, I was back again in Cetigny, for I had resolved upon an adventure. I always seek to see new countries and new people for the purpose of writing novels and trying to interest the public that has always been so kind and generous to me. I had traveled from London by way of Trieste and taken the Austrian Lloyd steamer, the Graf von Wurmbrand, to Cattaro, and then up that ladder-like road to Cetigny, where I arrived one summer's afternoon. I called at the palace and wrote my name in the visitor's book. Within a couple of hours I was handed a command to audience. I went, and when His Majesty King Nicholas had greeted me, I told him the object of my visit, saying, "I want your Majesty to be allowed to go into northern Albania and see the mountain tribes of which so much has been said." "The Skreli Brigands?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Do you actually contemplate visiting the tribes in what we Montenegrins call the Accursed Mountains?" I replied that such was my desire, whereupon he said, "Take my advice. Don't go. If you do, you will never return, or you may be held to ransom, just as the American lady Miss Stone was. You will probably be shot at sight, like a dog. The whole country is in a lawless state. You have no idea what those uncivilized tribes are like. They are on our frontier, so I know." "You are too venturesome," declared he. But I was determined to see what the country was like in those distant misty mountains, and I pressed His Majesty to assist me. Twice I saw him, and on the third occasion he very reluctantly gave me, as servant, a young, black-haired, eagle-eyed man named Polak, one of his own servants, who was a member of the tribe of the Skreli, the dreaded Brigands of Albania. Our preparations for our adventurous journey occupied 4 days, and on the 5th, King Nicholas was kind enough to ride down to the shore of the lake of Scutari to see us off in a boat. "Be careful," said he. "I have given Polak a letter to Vat Marashi, the chief of the Skreli, asking him to give you safe conduct. I hope he will, but I am much against your adventure, Monsieur le Queux. While you are away, I shall be thinking of you. If you be held to ransom, they will say I am to blame. But there, well, spogom. God be with you. But come back, and tell me all about it." In all the Slav countries, spogom is a common salutation on greeting or taking farewell of a friend. And on that early summer's morning, I felt, as I was rowed across the lake, that I was going into a savage, unknown region, as I really was. At Scutari, Polak left me for 6 days, and returned with a fellow tribesman named Rock, a tall, cadaverous-looking ruffian. He told me that he had been up in the mountains, and that the dreaded Vat Marashi had invited me to his forbidden fastness. Next day we set out for the Accursed Mountains. The northern Albanian may be entirely uneducated, a barbarian, and at heart a brigand, but is certainly no fool. My new friend Rock was particularly intelligent, and as we toiled along over those rough, rock-strewn paths and spoke in Italian, he gave me much information about his country, and declared that Austria and Italy were both equally their enemy. After sunset we rested at a point high up above a dark, gloomy defile, where a stream wound away towards the plain, and there we ate some slices of cold mutton and black bread, and drank a glass of raki, the rifles of my companions lying at hand in case of sudden emergency. I had noticed the queer, sinuous, almost uncanny way in which Rock walked. His movements at even pace, irrespective of the state of the path, were stealthy. Indeed, he almost crept along, for his feet fell silently, and, with his rifle ever ready, his keen black eyes were searching every side for the enemy that he appeared to expect to meet at every turn. It was an uncanny experience. Sometimes, as he walked in front, he would halt and closely scan a mass of tumbled rocks, as though he suspected a lurking enemy. Then, thoroughly satisfying himself, he would go forward again without glancing back. He was certain that no enemy was in his rear. From his movements and natural caution, I could plainly see that we were traversing a country not altogether friendly. So when we sat over our evening meal, I asked Polak. His reply was, "The Shiala are not on very friendly terms with the Skreli just now. But it is nothing, signore, nothing." We went forward till darkness closed in, and then lay down to sleep under an overhanging rock, almost on the face of a sheer precipice, a place in which Rock told us he often stayed on his way down to Skodra, Scutari. He humorously called it his han, or hotel. We dare not light a fire for fear of attracting hostile attention, and the cold up there was intense. I tried to sleep, but was unable. Therefore I arose, sat outside in the bright, glorious moonlight, and kept watch, while Rock curled himself up like a dog and snored soundly in chorus with Polak. There in the east, the full moon seems to shine with greater brilliance than in northern Europe, and beneath its white rays those bare, rugged mountains looked like a veritable fairyland. Only the cry of a night bird and the low music of the stream far below broke the stillness of the oriental night. And as I sat there, I reflected that I was the first Englishman who had ever been the guest of the redoubtable chieftain, Vat Marashi, the man whom the Turks so hated, the man of whom blood-curdling tales had been told me, both in Montenegro and in Skodra, and whose name, as a leader of a wild band, had not long before been proclaimed by the London newspapers. For hours I sat thinking, sometimes of my good fortune, as others of my perilous position alone in the hands of such a people. But I had heard that, notwithstanding their barbaric customs, an Albanian's word was his bond. Therefore I reassured myself that I should not be the victim of treachery, and reported to Constantinople as missing. Slowly at last the moon paled, and I grew sleepy. That terrible road had worn me out. Therefore I woke Polak to mount guard, and flung myself down in his place, and slept till the sun shining in my face awakened me. Through the whole day we went forward again, over a path so bad that I often had to scramble with difficulty. I tried to ride the mule, but it was out of the question, so I walked and stumbled, and was helped over the rough boulders by my companion. The Skreli country was surely an unapproachable region. That night we slept again in the open, but in a spot less sheltered. Then, on once more with the first grey of dawn, till just before noon, Rock halted in the narrow track that wound around the face of the bare grey mountain, and drawing his revolver, fired 3 times into the air. The shots reverberated in a series of echoes. It was a signal, and almost ere they had died away came 3 answering shots, from no great distance, and I was told that we were now in the Skreli region, and there was nothing more to fear. In Podgorica, in Cetinje, in Skodra, and in Jakova, I had heard terrible stories of this fighting race, and of Vat's fierce hatred of the Turks. Yet everyone had told me that, the chief having invited me, I need not have a moment's apprehension of my personal safety. So I went forward, reassured, to meet my host. Half an hour later I came face to face with real brigands who looked like illustrations out of a boy's storybook, the men who had so often held up travelers and compelled the Turkish government to pay heavy ransoms. There were about 20, certainly the fiercest and most bloodthirsty gang on which I have ever set my eyes. They were dressed in the usual skin-tight white woolen trousers, with broad black bands running down the legs. A short white jacket, also black-braided, the sleeveless woolly bolero of mourning, hide shoes with uppers consisting of a network of string, and small white skull caps. Each man carried in his belt a great silver-mounted pistol of antique type, and a silver-sheathed, curved knife, while around both shoulders were well-filled bandoliers. and in the hand of each a rifle. Like rock, the heads of all were shaven, leaving a long tuft at the back, in the medieval Florentine style. With one accord they all raised their rifles aloft and shouted me welcome, whereupon one man stepped forward, a big, muscular fellow with handsome face and proud gait, the great chief Vatmarashi himself. Attired very much as his followers, his dress was richer, the jacket being ornamented with gold braid. The silver hilt of his pistol was studded with coral and green stones, probably emeralds, but he carried no rifle. Jauntily and laughing merrily he approached me, and bent till his forehead touched mine, the screlly sign of welcome. And all this in Europe in the 20th century! Was I dreaming? Was it real? Was I the guest of actual brigands, those men about whom I had read in storybooks? That Marashi, holding my hand the while, addressed me. What he said was interpreted into Italian by Polak as, "You are welcome here to my country, very welcome, and you are an Englishman and have traveled so far to see us. It is wonderful, wonderful, you live so far away, farther than Constantinople, they say. Well, I cannot give you much here, or make you very comfortable. Not so comfortable as you have been down in Skodra, but I will do my best. Come, let us eat." I returned his greeting, whereupon the whole crowd of us walked along to a spot where a cauldron was standing on a wood fire, and out of it my host, myself, and Polak had pieces of boiled chicken and rice that had especially been prepared for my coming. The object of this meal, I afterwards learnt, was to cement our friendship. The Albanian code of honor is astounding, even to our Western ideas. A word once given by those Albanian tribes is never broken, and if the stranger eats the food of the Skreli, even though he prove an enemy, his person is sacred for 24 hours afterwards. While the food remains undigested, he may not be injured or captured. So while I ate with this wild chieftain, his band squatted round, apparently discussing me. It was probably the first time they had seen an Englishman, Polak explained, and they were at first inclined to regard me as a secret agent of the government, till later that afternoon their chief assured them to the contrary. Then that wild horde, to a man, became my devoted servants. I photographed them, and the picture appeared in my book on the Near East, together with Princess Xenia's photographs. Vat, the Bayraktar, from the Turkish Bayraktar, or standard-bearer, unlike most Albanians, was fair-haired, above the average height, and extremely muscular. He had a constant smile of hearty good fellowship. His eyes were fierce and barbaric. Nevertheless, he was pleasant of countenance, and I certainly found him, from first to last, a staunch and excellent friend. Lord of those wild, rugged mountains, his word was obeyed with a precision that amazed me. A striking figure he presented as, with me, he marched at head of his bodyguard, his chest thrown out proudly, his head up, his keen eyes ever searching forward like every Albanian of the hills, the wildest ruler of wildest Europe. On every side, as we went forward to the tiny clusters of little houses that formed the village where I was to be quartered, were bare gray limestone rocks, without a single blade of grass, a desolate mountain region into which no foreigner had penetrated, except when captured and held to ransom, as Miss Stone had been, the United States government having paid a large sum for her release. 3 centuries have that same tribe ruled that barren land, and no conqueror of Albania has ever succeeded in ousting them. "You have, no doubt, heard down in Scutari terrible things about me," he said, laughing, as later on we walked together. He had rolled me a cigarette and given it to me unstuck. "I expect you fear to come and see me, eh?" I admitted that I had heard things of him not altogether calculated to make me feel at ease. "Ah," he laughed, "whenever a Turkish soldier puts his foot a kilometer outside Skodja, we either take away his Mauser and send him back, or else, well, we shoot him first." "But they say that your men capture travelers." "And why not?" he asked. "We are Christians. Is it not permissible for us to do everything to annoy those devils of Turks? But," he added, "if they say that I treat my prisoners badly, they lie. Why, they get plenty of food and are well treated. I give them some shooting if they like, and they generally enjoy themselves. But I know. I too have been told that the Turks say I once cut off a man's ears. Bah! All Turks are liars." "Then it is only to annoy the Turks that your men commit acts of brigandage?" "Of course. The ransom is useful to us, I admit, but we live by our flocks, and our wants are few. We are not like the people down in Skodja. We are better, I hope." "And do you always watch the roads on the other side of the mountains yonder?" "Always. Our men are there now, all along the route between Ipek and Prizren. Who knows who may not pass along? A rich pasha, perhaps." And his face relaxed into a humorous smile at the thought of such a prize. Then I marched along, a brigand for the nonce, like my host. Surely it was one of the quaintest experiences of a varied and adventurous life. The tiny house in which I was given quarters had an earthen floor and consisted of 2 rooms, the ceilings and walls of which were blackened by the smoke of years. The owner was an old man, with a wife and married daughter, the latter being a pretty young woman of about 19, dressed in the gorgeous gala costume with golden sequins, identical with those I saw down at Scutari during the festa. In my honor she wore her finest garments, and her husband, a good-looking young fellow 5 years her senior, seemed justly proud of her. His name was Luc. I named him Lucky, but he did not appreciate the wit. He was, I found, one of the chief's bodyguard who had come to greet me at the confines of the Skrelly territory, and proved a most sociable fellow, ever ready to render me a service. "These good people will look after you and make you as comfortable as they can," my host said, when he had introduced me to them. "I have to go along the ravine, but will return in time to eat with you this evening. You like good cigarettes? I will send you some." And he shook my hands, and turning, went out, stalking again at the head of his ferocious-looking band. The bedroom, occupied in common by the family, was given over to me. My bed on the floor was a big sack filled with dried maize leaves. It was not inviting, but Palak, having examined it critically, declared it to be cozy, and having slept out for a couple of nights, I was compelled to accept his verdict. The girl in the sequins boiled us coffee over the fire, and with her father and husband I sat outside the house in the golden sunset, smoking and chatting. Both were full of curiosity. England was to them a mere legendary land, but they knew more of London. When I mentioned it, they declared that it could not possibly be so large as Skodra. I told them of Cetigny and of other towns in Montenegro I had visited, but they held all Montenegro in contempt, for were they not always raiding over the frontier? Luc declared that he had walked in Podgorica openly, and in the marketplace shot a man with whom he was in gyak, or blood feud. "I walked out again, and no one dared to stop me," he added with pride. "It would have been worse for them if they had." "But the Montenegrins are no cowards," I ventured to remark. "Certainly not. They are very brave, but they dare not follow us here. They always get lost in the mountains, and once they lose their way, they lose their lives," he added with a grin. Our men killed 4 over yonder mountain a few days ago." "The blood feud?" "Of course, it arose out of that." From the half-dozen other poor mountain homes came forth men, women, and children, who grouped around us, watching us with curiosity. According to Pollock, rumor had at first gone round that I was a prisoner, therefore they had refrained from gathering round to see me. Now, however, they knew the truth. They welcomed me as their guest. Just before it grew dark, the Baryaktar returned, followed by his bodyguard, without whom he never seemed to move. They did his bidding, executed his orders, and were ever at his beck and call, the picked men of the tribe. While that squatted on the floor, I sat on my battered old suitcase, and together we ate a kind of mutton stew, rather rich but none unpalatable. There was an absence of table cutlery. Therefore, we ate with the aid of our pocket-knives and fingers. Now and then the old woman would pick a titbit out of the pot and hand it to me with her fingers. I was compelled to accept the well-meant hospitality, even though her hands were not particularly clean. The hot dish was tasty, but I could not manage the sour black bread, for it was moldy and gritty into the bargain. It was a weird picture, the interior of that lowly hut, lit by a dim oil lamp similar to those used by the early Greeks. The uncertain firelight glinted on the sequin-ornamented dresses of the chieftain and of Look's pretty wife, throwing, now and then, into relief those strangely unfamiliar faces that recalled the barbarians of an age bygone and forgotten. The very language they were speaking was, as an unwritten one, utterly incomprehensible and unintelligible to any but the born Albanian. It was difficult to believe that it was really only a very few weeks ago that I had driven a car from London down to Brighton, that I had dined at White's and, with a lady, had trod the red carpet of the Savoy after the theatre. And tonight I was actually having supper with real live brigands of the mountains. Look produced a bottle of raki, and Vatmarashi lifted his tin mug to me. I took a little of the potent spirit in the bottom of my own drinking cup and tossed it off. It was not half so bad as I expected. Then, as I rubbed my eyes on account of the smoke, the chief took me outside the house, and in the clear moonlight we sat down with Pollock on a big rock to chat. He rolled me a cigarette of most excellent Turkish tobacco, of his own growing, he told me, lit one himself, and we sipped the thick, sweet coffee brought to us by Look's wife. The scene stretching before us was superb, a magnificent panorama of mountains, some tipped with snow, white and brilliant under the moonbeams. Below us the valley was a great chasm, and lay in unfathomable blackness. With my strange host I chatted about many subjects, and found him far more intelligent than I would have believed. Keen-witted, quick of perception, just in his judgment, and yet filled with an intense hatred alike for both Turk and Montenegrin, he explained to me many things of great interest. He told me of the glorious traditions of his sturdy race, and of the prince of the Skenderbeg family, who, they hoped, would one day come back to rule them. "We, the chieftains, hold authority from him," he declared. "Oh, yes, he will come some day, of that we are quite certain." "Englishmen have never dared to come here, have they?" I asked, with some curiosity. "Only once, a year or 2 ago, I discovered 3 of your compatriots poking about in the rocks and chipping little pieces off. I had them captured and brought to me. At first I thought I would hold them to ransom and make the Turks pay. But they were evidently poor fellows, for their clothes were worn almost to rags, and they had very little money. So I gave them their money back and sent them with an escort down to the plain, forbidding them to enter our country again. I wonder why they came, and why they were chipping the rocks." I told him that they were evidently mining prospectors, that Englishmen traveled all over the world to discover minerals, and that a mine in his country would be a source of great wealth. But my explanation did not appeal to him. He could not see why they were chipping off those pieces of rock. It was not flint, otherwise they might have wanted them for gun locks. No, the trio were distinctly suspicious characters, and he was glad that he had expelled them. "Have you ever held an Englishman to ransom?" I inquired. "One, 5 years ago. He came here shooting, after bears, I think. He was evidently a great gentleman, for his guns were beautiful. The Turks paid promptly." "Because he was an Englishman, eh?" "Most probably," he laughed. "Are they afraid of you English as they are afraid of us?" Soon afterwards he bade me good night. Then I threw myself down on my mattress of leaves and listened to the snoring of Palak and the assembled family in the adjoining room. I had thought Skodra barbaric, but here I was, in an utterly unknown corner of the earth, in an absolutely savage land, a land that knew no law and acknowledged no master. A land that is the same today, even after the war, as it was in the days of Diocletian and of Constantine the Great. Albania the Unchanging. End of Chapter 3.
Section 4 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Thompson. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Queux in Savage Europe. On the day following the events recorded in the previous chapter, we were climbing the rocks, for Vat and his bodyguard thought that they might get a shot at a bear, when there was a sudden alarm. The hawk-like eyes of my companions espied strangers, and a sudden halt was called. In a moment we were all under cover of the rocks. Every man unslung his rifle, and Vat himself, with knit brows, drew his big silver-bedded pistol, while I crouched behind a rock expecting something to happen. Nothing, however, did happen. But a few moments later there were shouts from the opposite side of the defile, and my companions, leaving the shelter of the rocks, waved their rifles over their heads as a sign of greeting. Vat, replacing his pistol in his belt, spoke in a loud, sharp voice and received an answer. Those mountaineers can throw their voices long distances and be heard distinctly, a fact I often noticed. Palak told me that the strangers were of the neighboring tribe, the Castrati, and that their chief, Dead Presci, had come to pay Vat a visit. This was fortunate for me, since it gave me an opportunity of meeting the other ruler of northern Albania. Next to the Skreli, the Castrati are the most powerful in the accursed mountains, even today after the war. Half an hour later, we met our visitors. Dressed very similarly to my companions, they wore white, tasselless fezzes instead of the little white skull cap, while the black stripes down their trousers were somewhat different. The two chieftains touched foreheads, and afterwards I was introduced. Dead Presci, a round-faced, pleasant man, rather stout and burly, his hair cut in medieval style, gripped me warmly by the hand, saying, "I heard that you were in Skodra during the festa. Some of my men told me that there was an Englishman, but I never expected to see you. Perhaps you are coming across to see me, eh? If so, you are quite welcome. I may come next year to shoot with a couple of English friends. May I visit you then?" "Most certainly. You have only, through one of our men down in Skodra, to warn me of your coming, and I will give you safe escort," was his reply. "If you are fond of sport, you will find plenty with us. Only bring a tent and perhaps some provisions, for our food is not what you foreigners are used to." "Then I shall return one day before long," I promised. "Do. You need fear nothing, you know. We never betray a friend." "Or forgive an enemy," added Vat, laughing. "Especially if he be a Turk," I remarked, whereat both chiefs laughed in chorus. That evening, in a small, lonely house on a mountainside, I ate with the pair, and the moon had long risen before Polak and I returned to Lux. My camera was, from the first, regarded with a good deal of suspicion, and it was with very great difficulty that I persuaded anybody to be photographed. Many surreptitious snapshots I took with a small Brownie camera, for unfortunately I had run out of films for my larger Kodak. These photographs, the first ever taken of the Skrelly Brigands, may be found in my book. Early one morning, soon after sunrise, I was walking with Luc and Palok when a young woman passed us. "That is Marika Kol Merishot," Luc remarked. "And who is she?" I asked. "Marika, the woman who carried on the blood feud," was his answer. 2 years ago she was the most beautiful girl of our tribe, and had a dozen men ready to marry her. She married Laz, a smart young man from the Pulati side, and one of the Baryaktar's bodyguard, like myself. A month after their marriage, Les was treacherously killed by his brother, who lived down by the White Drin, and was violently in love with her. When she received the news, she became half demented by grief. But by slow degrees, she formed her plans for avenging her husband's death and for carrying on the blood feud, and having no male relatives, resolved to take it on herself. She therefore left us and was absent nearly a year, during which time she persistently followed her brother-in-law first to Okrida in Macedonia, then to Uskub, Prisrind, and many other places, always awaiting her opportunity to strike the blow. This came one afternoon when her husband's assassin was walking in the main street in Skodra, and she took Les's pistol from her belt and blew his face away. "It was valiant of a woman, was it not? But not only that," he went on. "Having killed the murderer, she went straight to his parents' house, 3 days' journey, and shot them both dead. Since then, she has been back with us, now that poor Les's death has been avenged. I was sorry he died," he added regretfully, "for he was one of my dearest friends. Murder is hardly a crime in Albania, for their life is cheap, very cheap. An enemy or a stranger is shot like a dog and left at the roadside." Polak told me of an incident that truly illustrates the utter disregard the Albanian has for other people's lives. He once was with a man of the Hodi tribe on the Montenegrin frontier, who had just obtained a new rifle, probably from a murdered Turkish soldier. While he was inspecting it, a man passed close by, a stranger, whereupon the man with the new gun raised it to his shoulder, took aim, and fired. The stranger fell dead. Polak remonstrated, but his companion merely said that he was testing his gun's accuracy. "Was it not better," he asked, "to test it that way instead of waiting till face to face with an enemy? The assassin in that region is never punished, except by those who take up the blood feud. If the murder takes place in a town, the guilty one escapes to the mountains or gets away into Macedonia or Serbia, where perhaps he earns a living by sawing firewood. Every few years, the Sultan issued an raid for the pacification of the blood, as it is put, and the murderer then returned. He paid a small tax to the government, after which he cannot be arrested, and if he pays about 300 crowns to the relatives of his victim, the blood feud is at an end. This, however, does not apply to the mountain tribes. They care not a jot for the Sultan's raids or the new king of Yugoslavia. There is no law except that of the blood feud, the vendetta falling on the murderer and on his next male relative. Many are the curious facts that I have heard regarding the blood feud and the Albanian laws of hospitality. A case in point was that of a young man named Cole, a friend of Luke's, a tall, wiry youth of somewhat sinister expression, a typical bandit. I was talking about the hospitality extended by the various tribes to each other when Cole passed and Luke beckoned him, saying, "He has just had a curious experience in the Clementi country. Let him relate it to you." So at Luke's invitation, the young fellow accepted one of my cigarettes, placed his rifle against the wall, and flung himself down on the small boulder near us. He blew a cloud of smoke from his thin lips, stroked his knees with his hands, and looked at me with considerable curiosity, wondering why I should want to know his story. "The stranger is interested in your adventures with the Clementi. Tell him all about them," said Polak. "Bah," he said, with a slight shrug of his shoulders. "It was nothing, mere chance. Luck, if you like to call it so. There's nothing to tell." "But what there is interests the Englishman. He is the Bariakter's guest, remember," Luke remarked. "Well," said the young man reluctantly, and Polak translated his words as follows. "The fact is that I was in blood feud with a man of the Clementi, and went over there to kill him. I laid in wait one evening, and as he drove home his sheep, I shot him from behind a rock. He had killed my father, therefore I had a just right to avenge his blood. My shot, however, aroused the whole valley, and I knew that I, the only stranger, would be suspected and killed. Therefore I sped away down the valley into the darkness till I reached a small, mean house. An old woman was there, and I craved food and shelter for the night. She gave me food at once, for, like ourselves, the Clementi never send a stranger away. I was hungry, for I had crossed into the Clementi region in secret, and dared not seek food lest my presence became known to the man I intended to kill. Scarcely had I eaten the meal the old woman gave me when there came the sound of voices outside, and to my horror I saw 4 men carrying the body of my victim. 'See,' they cried to the woman who was befriending me, 'one of the Skrelly has killed your son.' Then I knew that it was the murdered man's mother who had given me shelter. A moment later, the men, among whom was the elder brother of the victim, discovered me. 'See,' they cried, 'there is your son's murderer. We will kill him.' I stood with my back to the wall, knowing well that my last moment had come. The dead man's brother raised his rifle while I drew my pistol, prepared at least to fire once more before I died. I was caught like a rat in a trap. The old woman, however, seeing my position and my helplessness, cried, 'No! Enough! Though he has killed your brother, you may not touch him. He is beneath our roof. He has eaten our bread, and our protection must remain over him till tomorrow's sunset. Remember, my son, it is our law.' The man dropped his rifle, and his friends drew back at the old woman's reproof. 'Go,' she said to me after glancing at her son's body. 'You have eaten our bread, and therefore you cannot be harmed.' 'Yes, go,' added my victim's brother. 'Till tomorrow's sunset I will not follow, but after that I shall track you down, and before heaven I will kill you.' Need I say that I took up my rifle, and leaving the house, traveled quickly all night and all next day until I returned here? But," added Cole with a slight sigh, "we shall meet one day, and he will most certainly kill me." Is there any other country in the world where such a strict code of honor exists? I am inclined to think not. Had I been in the midst of a highly civilized people, a foreigner wandering in the wilds of Scotland, for example, I certainly should never have received the many charming kindnesses that I did at the hands of those rough, uncivilized tribes. Climbing like cats up the mountainsides as they did, I was often compelled to lag behind, being unused to such walking. But laughing merrily, these armed banditti would catch hold of my arms and pull me up the steeper places. They would roll cigarettes for me, become distressed when I grew fagged, and fetch and carry for me like children. My neat automatic pistol was greatly admired as a much more handy and serviceable weapon than their own big pistols, Austrian-made revolvers, fitted to antique silver butts that had once done service to flintlocks. My weapon with its magazine was declared a marvel of ingenuity, and on many occasions Vat and his men amused themselves by firing with it at targets. Once he remarked with a grim smile that it would be a very handy weapon against the Turks. Where could he get one? Was it costly? When I promised to send him one through a mutual friend in the bazaar down in Scutari, as souvenir of my visit, his joy knew no bounds. A month later I fulfilled my promise, sending it across from Sofia, and I received an acknowledgment of its safe receipt. I wonder whether or not he used it against the hated Turk. I know he has survived the Great War, and he no doubt struts about with it in his belt, a greater chief than all the others because he possesses the very latest and deadliest of weapons. He is today still chief of the Skreli, who defied the whole of the Turkish army. On the same evening of my return to Setigny from the Skreli country, I had audience of King Nicholas, who listened with great interest to my account of Vat Marashi and his tribesmen, for the latter were constantly raiding on his frontier. After hearing me for over an hour, he invested me with a dark blue enameled cross of the Order of Danilo, with its cherry and white ribbon. Knowing his majesty to be a poet of no mean distinction, I ventured to ask him if he would write me a poem. He laughed and replied vaguely, "Perhaps." 2 days later, a large envelope was ceremoniously delivered to me, containing the following in Serbian, in his own bold handwriting. Sa veledusnog Albionia pruzise se devije ruk. Kurnoj gori da pomagu u janakti njen muke. Svrukam rijko na ustima Gladstone dije Kurnurche. E denison za najprv u svidjet it broj borche. Na glas sva velikana britanski se narad terz da pomoz da zaziti krnu goru is najbrze. Pozla svoje bojne laje skona teknost gas postfuju veledusno da zastitut domavinu milu moju. O fala ti posto puta blagoradni ljud soju dok je sveta dok je greda nad ulchinjim koji stoju. Hranice ti blagodarnost dova saka sokolava koima si upomici stiga putam od velova. It was later translated into English by my friend, Count Chito Mijatovic, as follows. From the great-souled Albion, 2 arms were stretched to help Montenegro in her heroic sufferings. With fiery word on his lips, Gladstone lifts up Montenegrins, whilst Tennyson declared them the very first fighters in the world. On the call of their great men, British people rose up in quickest manner to help and to protect Montenegro. They dispatched their warships, which rule over the seas, generously to protect my fatherland so dear to me. O thanks to thee, hundredfold thanks, noble race of men. As long as the world lasts, as long as the mountains above Del Signo stand, will remain grateful to thee, this handful of falcons, to whose help thou didst come by the road of the waves. Dear old King Nicholas was ever a paternal monarch. Each Thursday morning he would sit in a big armchair beneath the portico of his palace, accessible to any of his subjects who wished to petition him. He would listen to their troubles, give friendly advice, and frequently dispense a rough and ready justice. On one occasion, while walking in the main street of Setigny, I saw him stop a man and ask for his revolver. The man addressed drew his weapon from his belt and gave it sheepishly to the king, who examined it, and finding it unloaded, promptly fined him 5 francs. The man paid merrily, while his majesty pocketed the money with a smile of evident satisfaction. There was a law that everyone must go armed, and anyone found with a weapon without cartridges was liable to a fine. It was apparently his majesty's delight to go about and administer the law to his own advantage. When I went to the palace to wish him farewell, he gave me several messages to his friends in England, and on that occasion presented me to his consort, Queen Malena, a very handsome, white-haired woman, whose daughter the Queen of Italy much resembles. It is only while writing this page that Her Majesty's death had occurred in Italy, and she has been buried side by side with her husband in the picturesque Russian cemetery overlooking the blue Mediterranean at San Remo. Her 2 other daughters I met while the pretty Princess Xenia was assisting me with the photographs. Princess Militsa, who married the Grand Duke Peter of Russia, and Princess Stana, who became wife of the Grand Duke Nicholas. Both were pretty, dark-haired girls, devoted to tennis and hoping that one day Cetinje would establish a golf course. They had been in Rome with their sister, the Queen, on several occasions, and one afternoon, as we sat at tea on the veranda of Prince Mirko's house, Princess Stana sighed and said, "Oh, how I wish we were back in Rome. Elena always gives us such a glorious time at the Quirinal." End of chapter 4.
Section 6 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Le Queux. Chapter 5. The Love Romance of King Peter of Serbia. King Peter of Serbia I first knew in Paris as Prince Peter Karađorđević, before he was compelled to succeed to the throne of Serbia on the assassination of King Alexander and his adventurous consort, Queen Draga. From that fatal moment, poor Peter was a misjudged man. The world believed that he had had a hand in the royal tragedy, but I happened to know that he had no desire to become King of Serbia. The skeleton in His Majesty's cupboard was a great and absorbing love romance, of which I, among very few, knew the truth, and which is here related for the first time. The lady lived in Paris, and I had often been her guest at luncheon and dinner. At the moment of the royal tragedy, she was actually engaged to be married to the man she loved. Suddenly, without warning, the prince found himself called to Belgrade to ascend a tottering throne. There was an affectionate leave-taking, and the lady, whose name it would not be fair to mention, for she has lately married, was inconsolable, and came to London, where I called on her at Brown's Hotel. Meanwhile, the monarch she loved was bearing all the vile abuse that the press of the world could vent upon his head. The British press openly declared him to be an assassin, and the British government withdrew its minister from the Serbian capital. With his lips sealed, poor King Peter was unable to utter a word in self-defense, while time after time the lady in question, when I called and consoled her, showed me the bitter articles that sensational journalists, ignorant of the facts, wrote against her lover. Those wicked articles broke the monarch's heart, and in such distressing circumstances he ascended the throne of Serbia, and was later, with hollow mockery, crowned king, well knowing that the woman he so dearly loved could never become his wife. The Serbians would not tolerate a foreigner as queen, and in any case the marriage could only be a morganatic one. Such were his constant regrets, and so melancholy his frame of mind, that he shut himself up in his palace, and saw hardly anybody except his ministers of state. Even this seclusion attracted the suspicions of his traducers, who declared that the new king was a criminal, who dared not show his face to honest folk, and some of our own most influential but ill-informed newspapers were most bitter in their recriminations. I tried to put them right, but they would not have it. King Peter had been at Belgrade nearly 2 years before I had my first private audience of him as king. Curiously enough, Europe had never recognized in him the grandson of the great hero of the Serbian people, the rough peasant Karađorđe, who, in 1804, raised the Serbians against their oppressors, the Turks, and defeated them. Peter Karađorđević was a born soldier. His facial expression, his stature, his grit, and his mannerisms all reminded me of Earl Roberts. In 1875, he fought at the head of his troop, which, by the way, he raised himself and crippled his finances thereby, for the emancipation of Bosnia. Surely he was a born soldier. Serbia is a nation of poets and artists, and in its national poetry there is a hero called Peter Mrkonjić, the protector of the poor, and under that assumed name Prince Peter fought. In 1870 he fought on the French side against the Germans, being awarded the Legion of Honor for valor on the battlefield. And again, in 1914, he fought against the Germans. Such was the man whom the world, in its ignorance, denounced as a murderer. The true history of the last weeks of Alexander's reign, of those black days of spies and suspicion in Belgrade, has never been told, but I have myself been in those terrible, secret oubliettes of the old Turkish fortress, overlooking the junction of the Save with the Danube, where those, many of them leading men of the political, social, and literary world in Belgrade, who dared to utter a word against Draga and her methods, were confined with but little air or light till they died. The royal house of Obrenović was exterminated, it is true, but I affirm here, and most solemnly, that King Peter had no hand in it whatsoever, and his forced parting with Madame X was the greatest blow in all his splendid but unhappy life. One dark autumn evening I left the Grand Hotel at Belgrade and drove through the wide ornamental iron gates of the new Konak, or palace. Blue-coated sentries saluted, idling detectives lifted their hats, and the lines of blue and gold liveried servants, drawn up in the big entrance hall, bent low as I alighted. It was all delightfully impressive and amusing. In the large inner hall was a wide horseshoe staircase of regal splendor and in excellent taste. All was very new, for the palace in which the tragedy had occurred had been pulled down, and its site converted into a lawn. At the head of the stairs, Colonel Tkolak Antik, the royal marshal, in a bright blue uniform and wearing many decorations, met me, and with the usual etiquette, we exchanged our names with our greetings. "His Majesty wants you to sign his birthday book, which he keeps for his friends. Will you do so?" was almost his first question. He took me into a little ante-room, and there I scribbled my name in the space of July 2nd, and I may say that after I had done so, no anniversary of my birthday passed till the king died without my receiving a telegram on that day, bearing a red label with the words, "Government Telegram, with priority," wishing me many happy returns. In addition, as my intimate friends know well, for they have smoked them, His Majesty used to send me a very welcome present of 2,000 of his own Serbian cigarettes each year, bearing his royal cipher in gold on them. But that apart, I was at once conducted to the audience chamber, the double doors of which, to prevent eavesdroppers, were closed behind me, and by etiquette I was left alone to await His Majesty. The room, of fine dimensions with a gilded ceiling, seemed, under the many electric lamps, ablaze with gold. The beautiful gilt furniture showed well against the old rose carpet, the damask of the upholstery matching the carpet and being brocaded with gold. Several fine modern paintings of seascapes were on the walls, one big historical painting by the great Botzarich, whose talented son is a coming artist in London today, and quite recently drew a remarkable caricature of myself. In the center was a large settee and several fine gilt chairs, set against a big gilt Renaissance table. I had scarcely time to look across the luxurious room when the long white double doors at the end opened, and His Majesty, in the dark blue uniform of a Serbian general, entered.
"Well, my dear friend Queux, so at last you have come to see me," he exclaimed, taking my hand. "I have long been expecting you. Many things have happened since we met in Paris, eh?" He motioned me to a seat on the settee, and then, after handing me a cigarette from the big gold box on the table, he took one, lit it, and cast himself in a soft armchair opposite. Then we began to chat. "You are very welcome here in Serbia, but I need not tell you, my dear friend,"
he said in his sharp military way.
"I have read of the kind things you have written about us. Would that everyone understood us as you do. I only wish writers would tell the truth as you and Mr. Alfred Stead and a few others have done. But—"
and he paused, looking me straight in the face with his dark, deep-set eyes.
"You know the real truth. The others, alas, don't."
And he sighed. "Your Majesty has been entirely misunderstood," I said, and then our conversation drifted into matters of a purely private character, for, as a matter of fact, I had seen Madame X at Cannes only 3 weeks before, and she had given me a message to convey to him. Presently I spoke of various matters regarding diplomacy, for the truth was that the Foreign Office was anxious to know certain things, and because I knew His Majesty, I had been asked to put certain questions.
"Ah, you want me to talk politics?"
He laughed, raising his hand with the fine diamond on it.
"No, I make a rule never to do so, even to you, my dear friend. One of our chief faults here in Serbia is that we talk far too much about politics. You have noticed that, I dare say, in the cafes, in the legations, and elsewhere, eh? All we Serbians are the same, in Montenegro, in Bosnia, and elsewhere. It is always so with a young nation. Our future will, I fervently hope, be one of peace and prosperity. It will ever be my most earnest endeavor to secure this for my people, so that Serbia may prove to Europe that she does not merit the hard things said of her in the past." His Majesty, after we had chatted about Florence, a city which he knew quite well, told me a very interesting fact. "We have here in Serbia," he said, "a most wonderful cure for rheumatism, the Ribarska Banja. I only tell you what happened personally to me. As you know, perhaps long ago, during the Russo-Turkish War, I contracted acute rheumatism and have been a martyr to it ever since. I visited every watering place in Europe, but none of their so-called cures did me any good. A year ago, with much reluctance, I went to Ribarska and took the cure, and from that moment I have never since been troubled. It was miraculous. With my own eyes I saw a poor woman wheeled there entirely crippled, and 20 days later I saw her beginning to walk. I would not have believed it had I not seen it with my own eyes. You should tell people in England," he added. For an hour and a half we chatted about many things, of London, of Paris, of Rome, of Vienna, for His Majesty was essentially an up-to-date man of the world, as well as a monarch. "We want no external troubles," he declared to me. "We only want to be allowed to progress." But alas, what a debacle was to come in the days of the war. "I have had some amusing experiences here since I have been king," he went on. "One that happened soon after my arrival was rather humorous. It is my habit, as you know, to ride out into the country early each morning for exercise, and I always prefer to be alone. At first the police insisted that I should have an escort, but I do not like to feel as if I were under arrest, so I refused. One beautiful summer's morning, about a fortnight after I came here, I rode out along the road to Rapanje, and when passing a small village I heard an old peasant woman loudly lamenting the fate of her relatives and of the whole Serbian nation in general. I drew up, and as I remained unnoticed, it suddenly occurred to me that I was unknown, for my features had not yet appeared on the postage stamps or on the coinage. "Well," I asked the old woman, "what has happened? Tell me."
"Ah, General, if you only knew how the police treat us here. It is most scandalous. Every police agent expects a bribe, and if you don't give him one, he will trump up charges against you. Woe that we Serbians should ever live under such a government. Alexander is dead, and now there is a new king. Oh, if he only knew! I feel sure he would inquire into it all, for they say he is, after all, a good Serbian, even though he shuts himself up in the konak and never sees anybody."
I inquired her name, and then told her that, being a general, I sometimes saw the new king, and when next time I did I would mention her complaint to His Majesty.
"Ah, thanks, General,"
replied the old peasant woman.
"If you do, then you will earn the thanks of all of us here."
Well, on my return here I called Monsieur Pacic, the Prime Minister, and ordered a full inquiry. Its result was that an appalling state of affairs was revealed. The peasantry were being oppressed on every hand, and I ordered that the officials responsible should not only be degraded, but prosecuted. On a dozen or more occasions, at different times, I was received by King Peter. He was always most generous to me, and gave me the run of the whole royal domains for fishing and shooting, and he sent to me the beautiful signed portrait of himself, which can be found as the frontispiece of my book, An Observer in the Near East, a book which, by the way, was at first published anonymously because I was engaged in Secret Service work. More than once he was quite frank with me concerning his troubles. We were sitting together one afternoon when he suddenly rose, and with clouded brow paced his long room, overlooking the Danube and the great Hungarian plains. Then halting before me abruptly, he asked with a sigh, "Don't you think I was far happier in Paris than in my present life in this gilded cage?" And on another day, when he was deploring how wrongly the world had judged him, he said, "A man's life is one long warfare against the malice of his fellow men. The wise man changes his mind, the fool never." His Majesty's love romance, to which I have referred, was surely one of the most tragic that has ever occurred to any man. Because of the recent marriage of Madame X, and because she is still my friend, I refrain from telling the whole story. If I did, the reader would accuse me of putting fiction into this volume, which I have determined not to do. Yet surely the old adage that fact is often stranger than fiction cannot be denied. One day, perhaps, I shall make the real romance the plot of a novel, and then I shall not be accused of mixing fiction with fact. Poor King Peter had many family troubles, not the least being the erratic life of his smart and extremely good-looking son, Prince George, whose autographed photograph, together with that of his father, looks up at me from my table as I write. The private life of any young crown prince is popularly supposed to be rather hectic, and in Prince George's case it certainly has been no exception. Indeed, it is an open secret that he was the original of the character of Prince Danilo in The Merry Widow, the lazy lover of languorous ladies. One incident that will perhaps be interesting as revealing the life of a good-looking, good-for-nothing boy who really had no vices but just enjoyed the joy of living, I may perhaps be permitted to relate. One day, while in Belgrade, I had been invited to luncheon by Madame Vesnich, wife of Dr. Milenko Vesnich, then Minister of Justice, and afterwards Serbian Minister in Paris. At table were the Prime Minister, my old and valiant friend Monsieur Nicholas Pašić, Kosta Stojanović, Minister of Commerce, Mr. Alexander Tucker, Serbian Consul General in London, and Colonel Tkolak Antic, the Royal Marshal, with some ladies, the Crown Prince being the guest. After the ladies had left the table, the patriarchal Prime Minister, Pašić, with his long sweeping beard and eagle eyes, who is today still known as the Grand Old Man of the Balkans, looked across at the Crown Prince and asked in French so that all of us could hear, "Your Highness, there are rumors of some strange doings of yours last night. Tell us what really happened." "Happened?" laughed the young prince, with a cigarette between his fingers. "Why, nothing really happened. It never does." "But there was some fun at the palace, wasn't there?" asked Dr. Vesnich, our host.
"Fun? Well, not much. They laughed, that was all," was his reply.
"Well, do tell us what actually happened," urged the Prime Minister.
"If you want to know, I'll tell you," laughed Prince George after sipping his coffee. "Last night I dined at the military club when somebody said that a new ballet was to be produced at the opera. We were all bored stiff, so half a dozen of us went to the club box at the theater and saw a fairly good show. The curtain fell rather early, so I suggested that we might have a little supper. We invited 18 of the girls and took them round by the back door of the palace. Everybody was in bed. I woke up old Rashich, the chef, and the old buffer soon scraped us up some supper. But things seemed very dull and slow. It was almost like a funeral. So, knowing where the key of the treasury is kept, I got it and took out the royal crown and crowned myself King of Serbia. Oh, that woke up the whole party. The girls yelled."
Suffice it to say that Prince George renounced all his rights to the succession 2 years later, and his younger brother, Alexander, who recently married a daughter of the Queen of Roumania, now reigns as king. Truly, Prince George, a merry, easygoing, humorous friend to me, was hardly fitted to rule the new nation of Yugoslavia. He was fond of practical jokes, and would sit in his window in a wing of the palace that overlooks the principal boulevard, a fine thoroughfare lined with plane trees, and with a catapult pick out his friends, firing at them big pellets of chalk, which, bursting when they hit, left nasty marks on their smart uniforms. Yet when I was with him and his father for 7 months at the Serbian headquarters in the war against the Turks, he showed himself to be a most brave and competent officer whom everyone loved. He very nearly lost his life at the Battle of Kumanovo by a deed that was never reported, namely the saving of the life of a student sergeant major on the battlefield at the risk of his own. A deed that, if it had been performed by any British soldier, would certainly have won the Victoria Cross. Of his many love affairs, of his boyish pranks, and of the many stormy interviews he had with his father the king, tales are often told in Belgrade. Nicholas Paskich and his charming Italian wife, whose guest I have been on so many occasions, tell many amusing stories of the Crown Prince's follies and extravagances, and of his hopeless disregard of all that befitted his station as the coming ruler of Yugoslavia, now the most powerful state in the Balkans. End of section 6.
Chapter 6 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Le Queux. Chapter 6 Some Secret History. On one of my visits to Belgrade, I was charged with a secret mission concerning new armaments for Serbia, in view of the coming war. A mission that had a dramatic denouement. It being known that I was on terms of friendship with King Peter, I had been asked at Whitehall to have a private chat with him concerning certain political matters. It was a matter of secret diplomacy, apart from that of officialdom. Though it was no secret, of course, from my friend Mr. Beetham Whitehead, who was then British Minister at Belgrade, and to whom I am much indebted for many social introductions in Serbia and elsewhere. It was deemed wise to keep the matter from the Serbian government, nor was it surprising when one reflects how we British had treated Serbia on the King's accession. Well, I was at once granted private audience as usual, and during the whole afternoon laid before His Majesty the suggestions I had been instructed in London to make. He considered them calmly, and then entirely agreed. "Monsieur Paishich must know, but nobody else for the present," he said. "I will speak to him about it." Next day I called on the Prime Minister, the grey-bearded serious man who is still one of my best friends, and we arranged certain details. Some greedy persons had to receive gratifications, for nothing is done officially in the Balkans without bribery, and perhaps it may here be whispered that secret commissions are not utterly unknown in Great Britain. We made out a list of them, and the amounts that should be paid. Waiting at the hotel was my friend Mr. Alexander Tucker, Consul General for Serbia in London. He was there as my secretary, representing a strong financial group, who were ready to arm Serbia for the great war that we knew was coming, though the world was doped by the politicians. That evening I had arranged everything, even to the amount of bribery to be paid to the underlings, who professed to be pro-British, but whose palms were itching to be greased by anybody's money. In the secrecy of my bedroom at the Grand Hotel, I discussed with my friend Tucker the details of the whole affair, and at 10 o'clock that night I wrote out a cipher telegram to London, saying that all was arranged, and that I should return with the document signed by the President of the Council on the following Thursday. This message I myself took to the telegraph office, not daring to entrust it to anybody else, and later retired to rest, very well satisfied with the result of my delicate and rather difficult mission. I had, I felt, scored a great success for Britain's prestige in the Near East, one that it was hoped would cause Bulgaria to come into line with our policy. Mine was, in fact, the secret hand administering quite unknown and unsuspected Britain's policy in the Near East. The position in which I found myself was really a strange one. I was not a diplomat, but a cat's paw who allowed himself to be used for patriotic purposes in order to further our country's interest and well-being. I know there are some who have averred that I have made money out of the services I have tried to render to the British government, but to those I reply that I have never asked or received one single penny of the British taxpayers' money, and moreover, the cost of my 15 years travelling across Europe, Asia Minor and Africa as a spy and counter-spy of Britain, I have defrayed out of the royalties on my novels, and I defy anyone to prove the contrary. Patriotism is cheap to those who are paid for their speeches, their propaganda, or their official or parliamentary salaries, but as I have elsewhere stated, my own unswerving patriotism ruined me, and kept me even a poor man. To enter court circles may be pleasant enough, for some, but when it is effected by a man who is compelled to write for his living, and who has no axe to grind save that of serving his king and country, it is often both heartbreaking and ruinous. There are well-known men I could name, among them at least 2 of our present cabinet ministers, who can testify to the truth of my statements, and to what I have endeavoured with all my heart to accomplish for Britain and the Balkans. But to return to the incident of the Serbian armaments. I awoke next morning feeling much gratified. I had a guarded conversation over the telephone with Monsieur Costa Stoyanovich, the Minister of Commerce, to whom Monsieur Pasich had spoken, and afterwards Mr. Vesnich, the Minister of Justice, rang up and invited me to lunch. Again, I lunched in that handsome room where the Crown Prince had related his irresponsible midnight revels. Madame Pasich, Monsieur Andrea Nikolic, Minister of Public Instruction, and Monsieur Pachu, Minister of Finance, were among the guests. Suddenly Dr. Vesnich was called to the telephone. When he returned, his face was pale and grave, and he asked me into the next room. "We are betrayed," were his first words. "The opposition knows everything. There has been a spy of Austria in the Grand Hotel who has listened to all your conversations with Consul General Tucker. They even know the text of the telegram you sent to London last night." I stood agape. It was the first time that a foreign spy had had the advantage of me. "Well, what is to be done?" I asked quickly. "Deny everything. We must. There will be questions this afternoon in the Skupshina, and to save the government we must refute them," he replied. "I will warn the President of the Council. Meanwhile, it would be best, Monsieur le Queux, if you go back to your hotel and remain there till you hear the results of the questions. Monsieur Pasich will no doubt at once inform the King. Meanwhile, the position of the government is certainly most insecure. The pro-Germans are ready to defeat us at any moment." "But how can they know the text of my cipher message?" I asked the minister. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I have given instructions to the prefect of police. We shall see." I walked back to the hotel in a veritable vortex of intrigue and mystery. The opposition had discovered the motive of my mission, and also knew the actual text of the message I had sent to London. I waited for news. That afternoon, the leader of the opposition rose in that semicircular chamber, the Skupshina, and put some very searching questions to the Prime Minister, Pasich. Was it true that Monsieur le Queux was in Belgrade on a confidential mission from the British government concerning artillery and ammunition to be made in England? Was one of the questions asked. Whereupon Monsieur Pasich rose solemnly and replied, "It is true that Monsieur le Queux, an English writer, is in Belgrade. He is on one of his periodical visits to see his personal friends, and have audience, as he always does, of His Majesty the King. Monsieur le Queux is an Englishman who travels frequently in our Balkan countries, but being no politician, nor in any way connected with the British government, no political importance can be attached to his visit. He is here as any other Englishman may be in Belgrade. Whereupon the leader of the opposition, a fiery little man with a shock of black hair, rose, flourishing the papers in his hand, and said, "The explanation of His Excellency the President of the Council can hardly be in accordance with the fact. There is a pro-British plot to obtain armaments from Britain in return for a loan, and as proof of it, Monsieur le Queux dispatched last night a telegram to London in cipher, but which, translated into plain language, reads, 'All arranged. Terms satisfactory to passage and ministry. Government guarantee. His Majesty supports us. Leaving Thursday.'" The reading of my telegram caused a great shock to the government. Monsieur Passage repeated his denials, but everyone saw that the truth was out. And indeed, 2 days later the inevitable cabinet crisis came, and the government resigned. I had been outwitted. Now comes the sequel. Those members of the Serbian government who were to have considerable gratifications out of the secretly arranged deal were all eager to discover the traitor. They were not long in ascertaining the truth. A young Serbian, whom my friend Tucker knew, and had proved useful owing to his knowledge of English, was proved to be an Austrian. And in the room adjoining mine at the hotel, separated only by a wooden partition, was, I afterwards learnt, a man named Herdl, a well-known spy of Austria. Both were promptly arrested, and after a swift trial were sentenced to 10 years' hard labour for espionage. I confess that I, thinking myself something of a secret agent, kicked myself for not taking proper precautions. But they always say that the shoemaker's child was the worst shod. The contract for arms was not placed with Germany, but by a clever manoeuvre on the part of Monsieur Passage, it went to France. I have seen Serbia under many conditions, grave and gay. I was with my old friend Charles Hands of the Daily Mail and Sir Philip Gibbs, then of the Daily Chronicle, where we walked the streets of Belgrade together during the First Balkan War. We felt that Serbia must go under, and the outlook was black enough in all conscience at the time. I had arrived from my home in Devonshire with a single suitcase. 6 hours after the declaration of war, I had been summoned to London by telegram. After 2 hours in London, I caught the Orient Express, and within 3 days arrived at the Serbian front, being attached to the headquarters of King Peter and his son Prince George. I carried with me 8 boxes of first aid appliances hurriedly got together in London. They were the first to reach the wounded from outside Serbia. They were obtained by Madame Gruitch, wife of the Serbian minister in London, and I was asked to convey them to the front. For 7 months I remained with the Serbians, and later on, when back in Belgrade, I took part in the triumphal procession as the king re-entered his capital after victory, and went to the cathedral for the Thanksgiving service. King Peter was a man of many fine qualities. In addition to being a splendid soldier, he was also something of an artist. He had a modest studio at the back of the palace, where, in his dull loneliness, those hours of brooding over the might have beens and his lost love, he killed time by painting landscapes. Only his intimate friends were ever allowed to inspect his work, but on 2 occasions I sat with him while he worked, and though I am no critic of art, I thought the scenes were very pleasing. Once he said to me, hinting at the romance I have already described, "I would rather be a picture dealer in Paris or London than King of Serbia." Though we seldom saw Madame X after his accession, I knew that they kept up a constant correspondence, and I wonder whether or not in years to come those letters they exchanged will be published. If they be, they will, I am sure, show the true sentiments of a great-hearted and courageous sovereign, who was compelled by fortune to sacrifice for his country's needs his deep affection. At His Majesty's burial recently, Madame X stood by his graveside, a tall, handsome, pathetic figure, and wept bitterly, even though she is married, and is today a well-known figure in society, both in London and in Paris. King Alexander, who now reigns over the extended country of Yugoslavia, is a tall, rather thin-faced young man of 35, who speaks with a slight lisp and is a very good linguist. Unlike his father or his brother George, he has little military enthusiasm, but is a deep reader and thinker, something of a scientist, and filled with true patriotism towards his nation, as was his father. He has been very kind to me on several occasions, and when I wrote congratulating him on his recent marriage, he replied referring to his father's friendship towards me, hoping that I would soon be in Belgrade again. A story I once heard concerning his relations with his brother Prince George I will venture to print. It was told me by an ex-minister of Serbia one day in the military club in Belgrade, but of its truth I have no means of ascertaining. I give it for what it is worth. When in 1909 Prince George's pranks and practical jokes grew to be a public scandal, his father, King Peter, became furious at the state of affairs and suggested that he should renounce his rights as Prince Héritier. So he went to his brother, the present king, and said, "The king is almost had a fit of apoplexy. I am the bad boy, and old Passich has been lecturing me. Says I'll have to renounce my claim to the throne. I don't want it, as you know, but surely we ought to have even chances. I'll toss you for it." And they did, with a French Louis piece, Alexander winning the toss. Next day, the 15th March 1909, the resignation of the incorrigible Prince George was announced, and he went off to Russia to join the army there. I repeat that I cannot vouch for the truth of the story, but the person who told it to me is one of the best-known diplomats in the Near East, and he declared it to be a fact. King Alexander's consort I met in Bucharest on one of my visits to Carmen Sylva, Queen of Roumania, which I will later on recount. She was then an extremely pretty girl, with a charming manner and elegant as became the daughter of an elegant mother, who was one of the most chic and up-to-date princesses of Europe, Marie, daughter of our late Duke of Edinburgh. From Serbia to Bulgaria is not a far cry, and I had been in Sofia many times. On one occasion I had left Paris and was conveying some dispatches from Belgrade to my friend Sir George Buchanan, who was British Minister to Bulgaria, and later Ambassador to Russia during the war. He was then at the legation at Sofia with his wife Lady Georgina and his daughter, who has lately achieved considerable success in literature. On arrival at the Grand Hotel Bulgarie, a rather dismal place opposite the Royal Palace, at about 4 o'clock one summer's afternoon, I announced my arrival by telephone, and Sir George promptly asked me to dine that evening at 7. I was tired, and having 3 hours to spare, I flung myself into an easy chair and slept till 6 o'clock. Then I dressed and drove to the legation, a large, pleasant house, arriving just before 7. On entering the drawing-room, where a number of guests were seated, I was greeted by Lady Georgina, who exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Le Queux, I'm so sorry you couldn't come to dinner." I stood aghast in surprise. Then I glanced at the clock, and saw that it was 9. I had forgotten to alter my watch after leaving Paris, for in Sofia they have Eastern European time, which is about 2 hours different to Greenwich. The whole company laughed merrily at my discomfiture. On the occasion of that visit to Sofia, I was presented to King Ferdinand through the good offices of Monsieur Demetrius Petkov, the Prime Minister, a very charming man who had lost his arm in the Russo-Turkish War, and who spoke English perfectly and showed me many kindnesses. King Ferdinand, during the war, earned for himself the sobriquet Foxy Ferdinand among readers of English newspapers. Why, I can never imagine. He is a well-read, extremely intelligent, refined man, possessed of a keen sense of humour, and not any more sly than any other European monarch. The palace is a long, one-storied building, built in the style of the Palace of Versailles, and surrounded by a small park. Before the gates of ornamental ironwork 4 sentries stand, and as one drives in, they salute. And a few minutes later, one finds oneself in the presence of Bulgaria's ruler. He was a fine, handsome man, of a rather Hebrew type, a keen aquiline countenance, rather sallow, a big nose, a pair of merry eyes, and a well-trimmed beard slightly grey. He was in military uniform with epaulettes and a white astrakhan cap, and a single cross of one of the orders at his throat. He struck me as a rather stiff and overbearing person, vastly different to King Peter or the King of Italy, but it was apparent that he was somewhat interested in my visit. Why, I did not learn till later. When I ventured to ask him for a photograph for my book, An Observer in the Near East, he ordered one to be brought, and signed it. "This is your second visit to Bulgaria, I understand," he said. "Well, I hope you will see everything. You will see to it, will you not, Monsieur Petkov?" he said to the Prime Minister at my side. "I will give orders." Then turning again to me, King Ferdinand said with a smile, "Do not judge us exactly by your Western standards, will you? I will try and make your stay as pleasant as it can be made. Later, I shall be happy to receive you again." And he bowed, a sign that the audience was at an end, and we backed out of the room. It was quickly apparent that His Majesty had given orders that I should not be dull while in his capital, for to my hotel next morning came Monsieur Dmitri Stantyov of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Monsieur Mandachev of the same ministry, who told me that they had orders to drive me about the city and environs and show me everything. Thus for 10 days I remained the guest of King Ferdinand, for I was not allowed to pay for anything, being made a member of the Diplomats' Club, and being the guest each evening of either Monsieur Petkov, the Prime Minister, or the Minister of Foreign Affairs. An incident that occurred after I had been conducted over the fine National Museum, for there are many handsome buildings in Sofia, will illustrate the King's generosity towards me while I was his guest. I had admired some old Turkish filigree jewellery in gold and silver, especially some great ear ornaments worn by ladies of the harem 2 centuries ago, as well as some ancient Turkish embroideries and rich harem costumes embroidered in gold. Then I had again expressed my admiration of them when we had driven out to Vladaya, a pretty village on the road to the rose fields of Kustendil, where the world's supply of real otto of rose is distilled in Shipkoff's factory. On my return to the hotel that evening, I found 2 huge parcels awaiting me, with a note from the Foreign Minister saying that he presented them with the compliments of His Majesty. On opening them, I found they contained every object that I had that morning admired. Those national treasures of Bulgaria I brought home, and must confess that I distributed them among my lady friends. The gifts, however, served to show that even kings are not averse from a little kindly publicity in a book written by a foreigner. And now comes a curious and dramatic incident which pains me as I recall it. One afternoon, after sitting in the diplomats' gallery of the Sobranie, or Parliament, a very handsome and well-appointed chamber, where I had listened to the ministerial statement of Bulgaria's future attitude towards Turkey, the gist of the speeches being translated to me by Monsieur Stantyov, who sat by my side with the Russian and French ministers, I was invited by General Savov, Minister of War, to dine at his house. The party proved to be an exceedingly pleasant one, and included Monsieur Dobrevich, the King's private secretary, and several Bulgarian ministers with their wives. I sat next to the Prime Minister Petkov, whose round face with its little grey imperial beard was ever overflowing with bonhomie, yet owing to his maimed arm he had considerable difficulty with his knife and fork, and in this I assisted him. After dinner there was a small dance, and at about 1 o'clock in the morning I walked home with my friend, who lived in a large house facing the public park not far from my hotel. It had been a delightful evening, and the brilliant eastern moonlight was glorious as we strolled in and out of the dark shadows. Monsieur Petkov was contemplating a visit to London. We arranged to meet there. I asked him for his photograph, for he was one of the leading statesmen of the Balkans. He promised me one, and at his door I shook his hand and left him as he entered with his latchkey. Next morning at 10 o'clock, as he left his house to go to the ministry, he was shot dead. 3 revolutionists were arrested, and at the subsequent trial it was proved that I had had a very narrow escape. They were lurking there in the shadow on the previous night, and being ignorant of whom I might be, had refrained from making their coup. poor Petkov, shared the same fate as his predecessor Stambulov. Together with Mr. James Bouchier, the deaf Balkan correspondent of the Times, whom the Bulgarians honoured by having a postage stamp printed with his photograph, I stood at the graveside of the fine old statesman who had been my friend, and listened to the eulogy pronounced by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Truly, life in the Balkans has its adventures. The 3 assassins were duly executed. No doubt I had a narrow escape on that glorious moonlit night, and it will ever remain in my memory. The photograph that His Excellency had promised me was delivered to me by the police 6 hours after his death. It had been found in a sealed envelope on his desk, together with a charming note that I cherish, and its replica may be found in the book I have mentioned. The original stands in my study with a little piece of crepe on its frame. I have been in Sofia several times since, and I have had several audiences of the man whom the English have denounced as Foxy Ferdinand. He, like King Peter, has never been understood by us. At heart, he was an Anglophile. He loved the British nation. But diplomatic blunder after blunder, made from Whitehall by certain persons who know nothing of Balkan politics, estranged King Ferdinand from us. One winter day, only a few months before the tragedy of Sarajevo, I stood in his audience chamber discussing a question regarding the best way of administering Macedonia, when he turned to me and revealed his innermost thoughts. "Recollect," he said vehemently, "if war comes, I will never fight against England. I would rather abdicate. I love your country and admire your policy. It is only your vacillating politicians that I cannot endure. You British have your eyes closed to Germany's machinations. True, my mother was German, and to a degree I am German myself. But if war comes, as it must, I will fight on your side, if your precious ill-informed officials will allow me." Precious ill-informed officials. Those words are today to me, and perhaps to many readers, prophetic. While Britain was lulled to sleep by the Campbell-Bannerman administration, Ferdinand was alert to what the Kaiser intended. I know that our memories are so short that the Great War is today an out-of-date topic with most people, but there are still those, including myself, who acted for so long as a humble but patriotic secret agent of Great Britain, who deplore the slow but sure grip of the German octopus upon our land. Alas, it was 1,000 pities that Bulgaria ever fired a shot against us, but my confidential reports to Whitehall were set aside by one who, never having been in the Near East, and possessing only a slight acquaintance with the French language, directed Britain's policy towards the powder magazine of Europe. Month in and month out I made my secret reports to certain quarters, warning them that Europe was preparing for war, and urging a conciliatory policy with both Bulgaria and Turkey. I was spending my hard-earned money in travelling hither and thither, and in entertaining those who might give me information. For my pains, I received only jeers from those millions of politically doped inhabitants of the United Kingdom, who, turning in their slumber, declared, "War will never come in our lifetime." But was not that part of the ingenious and costly propaganda of Germany in our midst? With Lord Roberts, Lord Charles Beresford, Lord Portsmouth, Lord Clarendon, Lord Balfour, Sir George Butcher, Lord Headley, Sir W. Joynson Hicks, Lord Leith of Fifey, and other of my friends, we all knew that the Kaiser intended war. The reason we knew was a discovery I made, one that has never been contradicted, and which I have recorded in another chapter. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William LeQue. Evenings with Carmen Sylva, Queen of Romania. Let us pass from Bulgaria to Romania, the romantic country of that romantic queen, the charming silver-tongued poetess who loved to conceal her identity under the name of Carmen Sylva. On my first visit to her gay little capital, I met the big, burly, fair-haired American, a wanderer and something of an adventurer, Mr. William Caspar, to whom the British nation owes very much, as I shall relate elsewhere in this volume. If there be one foreigner to whom the British were indebted in the days immediately before the war, it was to him, and his name should be recorded in our modern histories. But this chapter deals with the private lives of monarchs I have met, therefore I will return to the friendship that the Romanian royal family has extended toward me. Because I am a writer, I have never called myself a literary man, remember. Her Majesty continually invited me to the palace, and I spent many a delightful evening with her in her small, luxurious blue and gold drawing room. She never got on with her husband, King Charles. He was an erect, stately, forbidding-looking man, with close-set eyes and a full grey beard, an irascible grumbler who never had a good word to say about anybody, and who quarrelled so constantly with his ministers that Monsieur Teigdanescu, who was so well known in London during the war, often refused to command audience. The royal menage of Roumania was the reverse of happy, inasmuch the king lived on the left-hand side of the palace and the queen on the right, and the pair were often not on speaking terms. My visits to Her Majesty were always marked by the same etiquette. I would receive a note from her private secretary asking me to come to music at 9 o'clock, and on my arrival I was bowed into a small antechamber, where one or the other of her ladies-in-waiting, usually Madame do Bengesco, or perhaps Madame Mariani, who was Grand Maîtresse of the court, would receive me. Then I was ushered into the Queen's pretty salon, or salons, for there were two of equal proportions, the one running at right angles to the other. These apartments were furnished with splendid old brocade-covered furniture, tables with interesting knickknacks and photographs of prominent European authors, a grand piano, and the fine organ of which Her Majesty more than once played for my benefit. Rich, heavy curtains, fine modern paintings, a polished floor, all combined, assisted by the softly shaded electric lights to produce a harmony of quiet taste and the acme of luxury. I well recollect the first time that Madame Bengesco ushered me into that room. I was standing talking to the lady of the court when, on turning, I found myself face to face with a tall, striking white-haired lady en décolleté, with a sweet smile of welcome on her well-preserved countenance. She wore a very handsome gown of pale dove gray, but no jewelry save a single gold bangle and a magnificent emerald ring, which I afterwards learnt had been given to her by the Tsar Alexander, who was murdered. This ring she always regarded as her mascot. "I am delighted to welcome you, Monsieur le Queux," she said as I bowed. "Your books are not unknown to me. We read many English novels in Bucharest, you know." "And we in England read your Majesty's books also," I ventured in reply. "Come," she said, "let us sit over in that corner," indicating a cozy corner seat near the big blazing fire. And as we crossed the room, Madame Bengesco bowed and withdrew. Our conversation turned upon English and French literature, and at once I recognized how widely she had read recent English novels. She was eager to know about a number of our popular writers. What was Conan Doyle like? Had I met him? Was he anything like a detective? She wanted to meet Clement Shorter because of his interest in the Brontes. Did I know Lord Northcliffe, and was he a really great man? She asked me about my friends, Max Pemberton, Sir William Robertson Nicol, H.G. Wells, Sidney Lowe, Rider Haggard, and St. John Adcock. I was kept busy answering questions for a full hour. Her Majesty had a violent dislike for politicians, it seemed, but was intensely interested in our popular authors. "I love Austin Dobson's poems, and the Sundial most of all. I have tried to model some of my own verses after the lines he has taken with, alas, but poor success, I fear," she added. "Next to poetry, I love a real love and crime romance. I get all my books from Hatchard's in Piccadilly, and I must say they send me everything that is interesting. I detest books that deal with sex problems. They are better left unwritten. And really, your women authors are the worst offenders." "I am of your Majesty's opinion," I said. "I am very glad of that. As far as I have read your own books, I have never come across a line that a schoolgirl could not read," she went on. "Many writers are too frank, and if they are, I give the order that their future books are not to be sent to me. I will show you my English books." And she rose and took me into a large library, where one wall was lined from floor to ceiling by all the most recent works of popular authors. "See this?" she said, pointing to Coulson Carahan's God and the Ant. "I have read it 5 times. Is it not splendid? And these?" She pointed to 2 volumes by my old friend Robertson Nicol. As I glanced along the shelves, I noticed volumes by many men I knew. Max Pemberton, famed for wearing fancy vests, as Lord Northcliffe used to call them, travel books by my old friend Douglas Sladen, Seton Merriman, Ouida, H.G. Wells, Wilkie Collins, and Walter Besant. Modern English poets were well represented, though, curiously enough, I saw no volume of Kipling's. 2 long shelves were also devoted to the works of American writers of fiction. The opposite wall was lined with shelves filled with German and Italian fiction, while at the end was a complete set of Maurice Leblanc's works, and hundreds of volumes of French novels and poets, all in uniform bindings, bearing the royal cipher in gilt on the back. We returned to the salon, where she made me describe others of my literary friends in London and tell some stories of them. I told her of the house dinners of the Savage Club, of the dinners of the Vagabond Club, now alas defunct, and of the various society hostesses who delighted to assemble literary people, not forgetting Douglas Sladen's famous receptions at his flat in Kensington, where one met everyone worth knowing, and munched a sandwich and spent a couple of hours in one's own atmosphere of books and art. "How I should love to go with you to Mr. Sladen's," the Queen said. "Perhaps I may, if I come to London?" I promised that the next time she came to London I would take her one evening. "But they must not know who I am," she laughed. "I will be your friend, Madam Somebody, That well-remembered evening was one of the many I afterwards spent with a delightfully well-informed woman who was a patroness of literature as well as a reigning queen. She was marvelously intelligent, and perfectly regal in her aspect and her manner. And further, in Roumania and throughout Europe, the name of Carmen Sylva, that sweet-faced womanly woman who, though queen, was so charming and unassuming, was synonymous of all that was good and charitable. For Roumania, she did what no other woman had attempted, in that all the charity throughout the whole kingdom had been initiated by her, and partly supported by her efforts. She lived her life for the poor and needy, and worked hard for years on their behalf. On another evening, her secretary, Mademoiselle Helen Vaccaresco, introduced me to the Queen's presence, and she became deeply interested in Lord Leverhulme's model village at Port Sunlight. Would I get her particulars of it? I promised, and Lord Leverhulme duly sent photographs and plans for a village which she intended to construct near Bucharest, but unfortunately her efforts were frustrated by the outbreak of war. Again, she founded a school for the blind on the same plan as that of Sir Arthur Pearson, and it is still doing excellent work. She named it the Home of Light. On 3 occasions I met the Crown Prince Ferdinand and his wife, the present King and Queen, in Carmen Sylva's salon, and had chats with them once just before King Charles's death. The present king, a prince of the House of Hohenzollern, is rather a dull person, who is fond of motoring and takes but little interest in his country's well-being. The Queen, on the other hand, is, as she has ever been, a pretty, smartly dressed woman who believes in having a real good time. She spends much time out of Romania, in Paris, London, Brussels, or anywhere where there is something going on. She loves to dance to a jazz band and is an inveterate cigarette smoker. She seldom, if ever, reads anything more elevating than a French novel, and loves to be photographed while bathing, for the delectation of readers of the newspapers. This is unfortunate, for the disregard of the conventionalities is typical of the Romanian woman, and is apt to create a wrong impression. Once a white-bearded old French diplomat declared to me in the Travellers' Club in Paris, "In all Bucharest, my dear fellow, I don't believe there is a single honest woman. I was minister there for 12 years, and I think I ought to know." I am inclined to believe he was nearly right, as far as a certain section of Romanian society is concerned, for my observations have led me to the conclusion that the nightlife of Bucharest is far gayer than that of Paris or Budapest. And, indeed, a certain British minister of my acquaintance, who was sent to represent us at Bucharest, closed the legation, and rather than allow his wife and daughter to live in the place, kept them in his country house in Surrey, and lived at the garish and expensive Hotel Boulevard. Any one of my readers who have visited Bucharest know the Hotel Boulevard, and they also know the Villa Regala, once a royal villa, and now turned into a gay night restaurant where, at a wink or a word to the hall porter of the boulevard, one will be provided with a gay assembly of the gentler sex, ready to have supper, and to be your most amusing friends, though you have never met before, and after your supper turn night into day and drive home hilariously in the morning sunshine. Gaiety and utter irresponsibility are the atmosphere of Bucharest, where, I confess, I myself have had many amusing adventures. It is, par excellence, a fine city of wild enjoyment and wilder gambling, a city that justly bears the reputation of being one of the most expensive in the world. And yet you certainly get your money's worth, as I have many times told my friends of the golden youth of Paris. For the poor, Bucharest is the cheapest city, for the rich, the dearest. Prices at the Hotel Boulevard are far higher than that at the Ritz or the Claridge's in London, yet everything is perfect. One can obtain no better cutlet of sterlet in all of Russia than at Kaspa's restaurant, and the caviar that one eats on toast, with a liqueur glass of vodka at 11 o'clock, is as good as one can get at Arcadia Garden in Astrakhan. I have eaten sterlet in Moscow and caviar in the Arcadia, with its summer theatre and beautiful gardens, so perhaps I may presume to criticize. Yes, Bucharest is a riotous place. Ask any diplomat who puts his foot across the threshold of St. James's Club, and he will close one eye knowingly. I do not know what the divorce laws may be in Romania, but they are rather lax, I think. One little incident, at which I laughed heartily at the time, was a practical joke played by my American friend William Caspar. In the course of his adventures in Bucharest society, in which I often accompanied him, he met a very well-known lady who, because of his generosity, apparently believed him to be extremely wealthy. She laughingly hinted to him that she wanted a new Paris gown to outshine one of her rivals at a very smart function. Caspar heard all she said, and being an exceedingly shrewd businessman, he resolved to teach her a lesson. "Yes, madam, I will buy you a dress," he drawled, while all three of us were dining one night at Caspa's, that gay restaurant in the Calia Victoriae, where the wonderful gypsy band plays so magnificently, and where meals cost far more than one could ever spend at any London restaurant. "If you will do me the honor of accepting it, I will send you a new gown." "But you don't know the measurements," declared the lady. "Will you give me the name of your dressmaker, and I will see her?" Caspar said, his big cigar still between his lips. The lady gave him the address of her dressmaker, and 3 days later she received, in a large cardboard costume box with much tissue paper, a doll's dress. I was once invited by the present Queen Marie to the Château de Pelechor, a painfully new summer residence that King Charles had built for his new nephew, now king. I had driven from the station at Sinaia, an overcrowded resort of chic Romanians who wear the very latest of creations of the Rue de la Paix, and with me was the Prime Minister, George Cantacuzene, a grey-headed man with mutton-chop whiskers, whom I knew in Bucharest, and whom I found in the train. We all took tea together in the summer villa, where the great airy room was open to a magnificent vista of high mountains and glorious woods. The soft mountain breeze through the green and gold room was very refreshing. I recollect that little Princess Ailina came in to greet us, a charming child with her fair hair falling over her shoulders, and because she bounced about the room and upset a cup of tea, her mother severely reproved her, and sent her away with her German governess. The conversation was mainly about an important military review at which the Crown Princess would be compelled to appear on horseback at the head of the 4th Regiment Racchiori. "I detest riding," she declared to me. "And I can't think the fool who invented the fashion of women being military officers. I believe it was the Kaiser." The tone of voice in which she mentioned the German Emperor revealed that she had no great regard for him. Indeed, it is an open secret that she usually referred to him as His Pompousness of Potsdam, a name which she bestowed on him long before the war. Her Majesty is a brilliant conversationalist and, though so much abroad, is highly popular not only at her own court, but at Rome, Madrid, and St. James's. When at Deauville last year, she is credited with remarking to the King of Spain, while discussing a little tidbit of scandal, "A man who loves a woman never tells her the whole truth of what he thinks of her. The deeper his affection, the more silent he becomes." She is also credited with inventing, when in the schoolroom long ago, the saying, "A little woman is a dangerous thing." Queen Marie is an up-to-date consort, bright, intelligent, and fascinating. Her husband is dull, apathetic, yet something of a dandy. She is continually on the move, making fresh friends in democratic circles, and thoroughly enjoying herself. She often travels incognita to Paris, where she is a well-known customer to the most expensive modistes in the Rue de la Paix, or she will spend a week at Monte Carlo, and perhaps the next at St. Moritz, or at Murin, while the newspapers will say that she is in Vienna visiting an aunt. As a rule, the name she uses is Countess Catracini, which is really one of her titles, and she always has with her one faithful lady-in-waiting, who is quite as bright and merry as herself. In summer, the pair can frequently be seen bathing at Deauville, of which place they are both very fond, or taking tea in the courtyard of the Hotel Normandy, or eating shrimps and drinking sherry at the Potiniere. Their big cream-colored car is a familiar object along the national highways of France, for Her Majesty, since peace has reigned in Romania, has seldom been at home. She always called me, ever since our first meeting, Mr. Le Queux. Lord Nordcliffe nicknamed me Queux, and used to delight in finding me with my friend Twelsbrechts, and then introduced us as Queux and Brechts, and say, "They will now do their chameleon turn when Marlowe," the editor of the Daily Mail, chances to turn his back. Poor Twelsbrechts, he told me of that persistent little spider that spun its web over his bed as he lay dying. "How very small things interest one when your days are numbered," he said to me, putting out his hand. "My little spider has been sent to comfort and interest me. And, after all, we are only spiders in the great universe with the Einstein theory, and our old friend Conan Doyle communicating with spirits, eh? and he laughed merrily. Next day, alas, he was dead. But I am digressing from the chapter concerning only high personages I have known. Old King Leopold of Belgium, or King Cleopold as King Edward called him, I met on 2 occasions. He was a wicked old man. I was presented to His Majesty in Brussels by my friend Mr. H.M. Stanley, the explorer, after his return from the Roumania, and had a long and interesting chat with him. The subject of our conversation was travel, and he evinced considerable interest when I told him of my projected journey with Harry de Wint to explore the Kola Peninsula in northern Russia, which is still practically one of the few unknown regions of the world to this day. The second occasion I saw him was when I was passing in a motorboat beneath the wall of his beautiful garden of Villefranche, while returning to Nice from the motorboat races across the Bay of Monaco. As we went along, we were pelted with tangerine oranges by 3 pretty, laughing girls in summer frocks, while between them, dressed in flannels, was the white-bearded old king enjoying their fun. They were apparently having a little carnival to themselves. The king of the Belgians was always a very popular figure on the Côte d'Azur. Even though he was a very close-fisted old gentleman, he owned half the Congo state, yet he would never pay for anything if he could possibly help it. King Edward never liked him. I know that to his intimate friend, Baron Hirsch, he used to always refer to him as that old Belgian scoundrel. Whenever King Edward could avoid King Leopold, he would, and on one occasion, when Prince of Wales, he resigned from an exclusive Paris club because King Leopold had been elected a member. He did not agree with King Leopold's administration of his Congo possessions, the slave-raiding, ivory hunting, and all the terrible atrocities that were suddenly revealed and could not be refuted. The late Lord Roberts once remarked to me when we were discussing him, "Yes, King Leopold is an old vampire who lives on the blood of the blacks." Nevertheless, he was a gay old fellow who in London was often to be seen with a couple of friends of his own kidney, idling in the lounge of the Empire or the Alhambra, for he had a peculiar penchant for ladies of the stage. The exposures of the atrocities committed with his own knowledge in the Congo state by the ivory raiders, and the torture and extermination of whole tribes of natives, greatly annoyed him. He paid at least 2 famous French writers heavily for their manuscripts, destroying them rather than allowing the damning evidence to be published. A Belgian journalist named Lefranc, who had been an army officer in the Congo, wrote an awful exposure of the maladministration, how King Leopold had given certain orders to deal harshly with the natives if they refused to deliver up their ivory. He had photographed a number of official documents and had actually published the book. But His Majesty bought up all the issued copies and paid £8,000 for the manuscript and the type. Only 2 copies saw the light of day, and one of those was shown to me by Lefranc himself. It contained horrible disclosures of the slave traffic carried on by His Majesty's officers. In the last couple of years of old Cleopold's life, he fell in love with his dotage with a lady named Vaughan, of whom he became very fond. He at once abandoned his amorous adventures and settled down. On his death, the Baroness Vaughan laid claim to a very large portion of his property, and a long lawsuit resulted. There is an amusing story of him. He always carried with him a bad French frock. He had it in his pocket for over 20 years, and would never move without it. His valet had to change it into the pocket of every suit he wore, whether uniform or civilian, and he usually changed 4 or 5 times a day, for he was a dandy of the old school. Princess Louisa of Saxony once asked him the reason of his belief in the mascot and the history of the coin. He drew it out. It was worn very bright and smooth, and was apparently made of pewter. "This was given to me late one night in Paris under peculiar circumstances," His Majesty said to her. "I was ill-dressed and my clothes were torn, for I had been robbed of all my money, every sou." She smiled and suggested that he had been spending a merry evening. "Yes, Louisa," he laughed, "I had, but it is now nearly 20 years ago. How well I recollect it! I stood beneath a lamp at the corner of the Boulevard des Italiens and the Place de l'Opera, penniless. Though a king, I wanted a franc very badly at that moment to get a glass of cognac, for I felt faint. So I actually begged a passerby. Yes, I begged. Funny for a king to ask for relief. Well, I was in Paris incognito, and I had my reason. The well-dressed man I approached looked me up and down, and, recognizing my dilapidated condition, gave me a franc. I then crossed to the Café de l'Opera, and paid for my glass of brandy with the coin, whereupon it was at once found to be bad. Fortunately, I saw a man in the café, a banker in Brussels, who recognized me, and at once came to my assistance after a whispered word from me. When I examined the coin, I found a date scratched on it. No doubt it was my benefactor's mascot, and he had given it to me in mistake. I have often thought since whether the owner of that mascot ever dreamed to whom he had inadvertently given his bad franc. Under King Leopold's nephew, the present King Albert, Belgium has arisen phoenix-like from the ruins caused by the war to a great and increasing prosperity. Both King Albert and his Queen Elizabeth are not only highly popular in their own country, but are welcomed wherever they go. They both have a liking for air travel, and I was present recently one afternoon in the wireless hut at the Croydon Aerodrome when a machine descended, and, quite unexpected by the staff, there stepped out the royal pair. Unconventionally, the king lit a cigarette and chatted with the pilot, while the queen, who looked as though she had not had a very comfortable journey, for the weather was gusty, sat alone in the waiting room while a car was hastily obtained from the garage to convey them to the Ritz Hotel. They were incognito, and having crossed to do some shopping, they returned to Brussels the next day. Next time you see walking in Bond Street a very tall, handsome, military-looking man, very spruce and erect, accompanied by a well-dressed woman, look again, and see if they are not King Albert and his wife. They come to London at odd times, and even their coming is unknown at the Belgian legation. Albert, who has generously granted me 2 audiences, is a progressive monarch, and under his rule gallant little Belgium is daily prospering. In the course of one conversation I had with him, he made a witty remark, saying, "The honor of woman consists in the good opinion that is held concerning them." End of Chapter 7. Read by J. 2025.
Section 9 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Queux. Chapter 8. What the Sultan of Turkey Told Me. Europe, and especially Great Britain, has never properly understood the Turk. She does not today. Through the good offices of Tewfik Pasha, Grand Vizier of Turkey, and who is still my old and valued friend, I was granted an audience by the Sultan Abdul Hamid, or Abdul the Damned, as he was popularly called in England, only a few weeks before the Young Turk Party arose in Constantinople and kicked out of Turkey His Hook-Nosed Majesty, bag and baggage, together with 83 ladies of the harem and 244 female slaves. I had known Tewfik Pasha as Turkish ambassador to Berlin, but on the first occasion I visited him in Constantinople, I received a rude shock. In a ramshackle cab, I drove from the Pera Palace Hotel through the dog-infested streets to the Sublime Port, as the government offices are called. Having passed the sentries, I found myself before a long, low, tumble-down building, the woodwork of which had not been painted for years. A shabby, neglected place with windows, some of them broken, that had not been cleaned for ages. Entering, a messenger in a worn-out frock coat and a greasy fez greeted me and ushered me along an endless corridor, up a flight of stairs, and along still another corridor, the flooring of which was so worn and rickety that through the cracks of the flooring one could see into the corridor below. At last he ushered me into a small, shabby room at the end, where there instantly appeared a servant bearing the usual cup of coffee and cigarette. Then I signed the visitor's book, and in it saw the signatures of all the diplomatic corps in Constantinople. Suddenly the Russian ambassador entered briskly, and with a cheery "Bonjour, monsieur," also signed the book. A moment later the secretary came, and presenting to him His Excellency's regrets, explained that he had already an appointment with me, and asked if he could call later. The representative of the Tsar said he would call on the following morning, and I was then ushered into the Grand Vizier's private room, where there rose to meet me the most powerful man in the Ottoman Empire, as even he remains today. A quiet-mannered, quiet-spoken, gray-bearded old gentleman with kindly eyes and fatherly manner, he is entirely the opposite of what one would expect of the terrible Turk. In his frock coat and well-ironed fez, he greeted me warmly. With him stood my friend, Nuri Pasha, a fair-bearded, slim man, much younger, who was Secretary General. I had been in Constantinople once before, and have been there many times since, mostly on confidential matters, and indeed the reason of my presence there that day was that I was on a journey of inquiry. We discussed politics for a couple of hours, and it was plain that His Excellency was greatly perturbed by the sudden rise of the Young Turk party, for he showed me a copy of a manifesto issued by the Ottoman Committee of Union and Progress. This it was intended to issue broadcast, he said, but fortunately the police got wind of it and have seized the printing press and arrested 15 of those who were responsible for its printing. I have ordered all copies to be destroyed except this one, so that it may not alarm the public. I have withheld its discovery from the Sultan. If he knew of it, he would be furious, and woe betide the men under arrest. Read it. I took the small poster in my hand and read in French, as there was a translation with the Turkish. During the 30 years of his reign, Abdul Hamid has brought ruin on the land. 1/2 of our patrimony he has delivered to the enemy, Germany. He has destroyed our fleet, disorganized our army. He has reduced the people to misery. He has annihilated our government system, and he has left nothing to the civil organization of the civilization of the past. He has concentrated the whole government into his own hands, and has dismissed all his tried and experienced ministers, transferring the reins of office to self-seekers and traitors willing to become his tools. The manifesto, continuing, urged that the despotic regime must end, and prophesying that if it did not, the enemies of the country would again provoke disorders, in the hope that they would bring about foreign intervention. It concluded with a firm demand that all should unite to depose the Sultan and make a clean sweep of the rotten and traitorous government. Yes, I said, as I handed it back to him, it is certainly calculated to inflame public opinion. It is, declared His Excellency vehemently, and between ourselves we are very uneasy about it. He had cause to be. Indeed, the incident is, I have thought, worth recording in these pages because it was the first time that the Turkish Revolutionary Party had been taken seriously, and I had been let into the secret, one that I did not fail to transmit as soon as possible to the proper quarter in London. That night I dined with Nuri Pasha at his pretty house, together with his son. The Secretary General of the Sublime Porte had held the post for 18 years, and to him was due Turkey's constant and clever juggling with the powers. He pitted his wits against those of the greatest European statesmen, and usually won. He held the distinction of having been bestowed on him more foreign decorations than any living man, and the late Lord Dufferin, in referring to him one day when we were discussing him, called him the ironmonger on account of the stars and crosses with which his breast was decorated. In the diplomatic circle there was a legend that if he had to wear all his stars, he would have to pin some of them on his back. As it was, he always wore his medals, about 10 of them, suspended from a high bar on his left shoulder. Nevertheless, he was a most charming man and a delightful companion, who was ever a good friend of mine and of Great Britain throughout a number of years. In the cozy room on the ground floor of his artistic home where we dined, he removed his fez, an action done only towards an intimate friend, and as we chatted, I saw the many signed photographs of all the great statesmen of Europe. As one of the cleverest men in all Europe, I always enjoyed his conversation. He enjoyed the full confidence of the Sultan and was almost incessantly consulted by His Majesty. Over our meal, although I knew it to be a great breach of etiquette, I ventured to inquire of the health of his wife and 2 daughters. I had never seen either of the ladies without the yashmak or veil, but the girls both wore gauzy ones, and I had seen that they were uncommonly good-looking. "Ah," he laughed, "since you were here last I fell into terrible disgrace." I inquired how. "Well," he replied, laughing, "it was in this way. You know that I look at most things from your Western standpoint. I believe in your Western progress and Western ideas, so neither my wife nor myself were desirous that the girls should lead a secluded harem life, as do all our Turkish girls. But there was a difficulty, one which I resolved to overcome, even though I might be compelled to overstep the bounds of conventionality. The plan my wife and I adopted was this. First, we engaged an elderly lady whom I knew in Paris to come here and become their French governess. Then, after a year, Madame Perrin went back to Paris and enlisted the services of 2 young nephews of hers who were eager to have a trip out here to the Bosphorus. They came and stayed at the Pera Palace for a week or so, and one day they purchased 4 tickets back to Paris by the Orient Express. At 7 o'clock on the following morning, the 2 young Frenchmen brought ladders to the wall of my garden, and at 7:30, both girls with their young men were in the express on their way to the west. When I heard of their elopement, I naturally pretended to foam at the mouth. That Madame Perrin's nephews should have betrayed me. Oh, it was an unspeakable breach of trust. And he paused, with his cigarette held in his long, slim fingers. Well, the expected very soon happened. Half an hour later, even before I had finished my lamentations on the loss of my daughters, a message came from the Yildiz, summoning me at once to the presence of His Majesty. I guessed what it was about. His spies, who exist everywhere, had not been idle. When I presented myself in his little audience room in the kiosk in the park, he was, I saw, in a towering rage. "Nouri," he cried, pale with anger, "I have trusted you, and yet you have juggled with me, as you have juggled with Britain and France. I pretended ignorance. You have not kept a strict paternal eye on your daughters. They have left Turkey." I pretended to gasp in surprise. "Yes," His Majesty went on, "you know that I have issued a decree that no Turkish woman shall leave our country." I replied that I was well aware of the decree, for as a matter of fact I had myself drawn it up. "Then I declare it to be disgraceful on your part that you have not properly guarded your 2 daughters. Here are 2 young Frenchmen who come from Paris, meet them surreptitiously, how we know not, and elope with them. I humbly apologized for my lack of surveillance, but it did not appease the old gentleman. He wrought himself up into a most violent temper and, shouting to me, ordered me to go after them at once to bring them back. And he added that after their return he would consider what punishment he would inflict on them and myself. I had left the room much crestfallen, for I saw myself suddenly out of favor, when His Majesty yelled after me, "Nouri, come back." I went back. when suddenly His Majesty burst into a fit of laughter and said in a quiet, conciliatory voice, "Nuri, I have ordered you to go after your girls, and you must go by the next train. But, well," and his dark eyes twinkled merrily, "you need not go further than the frontier." He knew that by the time I reached the Bulgarian frontier, they would have passed 7 or 8 hours and be well on their way to Paris. Of course I made the journey and returned to report my non-success, laughed my friend, and my girls are now finishing their education at Nufli and will never, I hope, return to Turkey. On the day following, after the Selamlik, the weekly attendance of the Sultan at the mosque, Nuri, in uniform with his many decorations, drove me, attired in my best dress suit, to that palace or collection of palaces known as the Yildiz Kiosk. Just before we drove into the gate of the Imperial Damen, our carriage was stopped by 4 sentries, and my companion being recognized, it was allowed to pass the 4 or 5 idling police agents in plain clothes and a detachment of the Sultan's bodyguard in rather shabby blue uniforms. Then suddenly we found ourselves in a glorious park, driving beside a broad lake over which the trees hung, gay with blossom. A party of veiled, laughing women were being rowed along by 4 Negro oarsmen, while a fat eunuch sat in the stern. They were, Nuri explained, ladies of the imperial harem taking the air. We pulled up before a good-sized house built in the style of a handsome villa on the French Riviera, which stood in a garden ablaze with flowers, and which had a veranda along the lakeside. A Negro servant in the imperial livery bowed low as we descended, and next moment 2 more Negro servants of higher grade appeared. Nuri Pasha spoke to them in Turkish, whereupon in a few seconds a sallow-faced Turk in uniform with decorations appeared. It was Haki Pasha, the Sultan's private secretary, to whom I was introduced. After a laughing conversation in Turkish with my friend, we were conducted to an exquisite little room with gilt furniture of the Empire period, a great crystal chandelier, a priceless cream-colored silk carpet decorated with bunches of wisteria, and several luxurious divans. His Majesty knows English fairly well, but it is not etiquette to speak it. He will only converse in Turkish, Nuri muttered to me, as I stood awaiting the appearance of the aristocratic ruler of 200 million souls, the man who was known to the world because of his callous disregard for human life as the Red Sultan. "But you will translate, eh?" I asked. "Of course. His Majesty told me that he would be pleased to see you because you are a writer. He writes himself, you know. Though the world is ignorant of it, he has written some of the finest poetry in our language, and 2 historical romances that, however, have only been printed at his private press. He has a printing press here in the Yadiz." At that moment the long white and gold doors were thrown open, and a rather wizened little old man in neat black and wearing a fez entered. I was in the presence of the Sultan of Turkey. His marked Hebraic features were familiar to me in pictures, but he had never allowed a photograph to be taken of himself. The sharp, aquiline face, the quick dark eyes under their shaggy brows, the high forehead and the beard were exactly the same as I had expected, though he seemed a thin, worn old man, shrunken so that his clothes hung loosely on him. We both made our obeisance, to which His Majesty granted something in Turkish in response. Then the Sultan seated himself with dignity on a small divan covered with cream silk, on which was a design in cherry color. We, of course, remained standing. He addressed to Nuri some words in Turkish, evidently making some inquiry concerning me, and then my companion, turning to me, said, "His Majesty welcomes you. He has heard of your previous visit to us and is glad to receive you." "I thank His Majesty for his kindly greetings," I replied, "and please assure him of my friendliness towards Turkey through many years. I know that we in Britain, unfortunately, do not understand her." "His Excellency Tufik Pasha has already mentioned you to His Majesty," said Nuri, after conversing again with the Sultan. "His Majesty wishes me to say that he is much gratified by your friendship. He is fully aware that he is known in England as the Red Sultan and is believed to have been directly responsible for the massacres in Armenia. His Majesty has said, 'Nuri, you know the real truth. I wish you to tell it, so I will do so.'" Then Nuri Pasha went on, while the Sultan, who understood English, listened. He told me the following, which I found very interesting, the real truth of the terrible massacres. "One afternoon, while at the Sublime Porte, I received an urgent command from His Majesty to come here, which I did with all speed. He said, 'On arrival in this room, I found His Majesty greatly perturbed and terribly angry. He showed me a message that he had just received from his private intelligence department, for the Turkish capital always swarms with spies, stating that there had been wholesale slaughter of men, women, and children in various districts in Armenia.' 'Look,' cried His Majesty, 'what does this mean? Who gave such an order? Find out, and he shall pay for it. It is a plot to blacken me further in the eyes of all Europe. The Kaiser, though he pretends to be my friend, hates me. He intends to make war, depend on it, and he intends to extend his territory to the Bosphorus. But the evil is done. What can I do?' His Majesty cried. And at this the Sultan nodded approvingly, having understood all his Secretary-General's words. His Majesty had no hand whatever in the Armenian massacres, though all Europe declared that he had. They were, we know, the result of a plot engineered from Berlin, and 7 of our officers of high rank were executed by order of the Sultan for the dastardly part they played. The under-governor who had given the order for the massacre of Christians was also executed, and at His Majesty's orders I went to Armenia, and there had built 3 large orphanages, for which His Majesty has paid and endowed from his own private purse for the children whose parents were killed. This was an entirely different version from that which had reached Europe, and while Abdul Hamid had been denounced everywhere, I feel confident, in view of facts afterwards proved, that what I was told was the actual truth. Even today, many people believe that the Sultan was responsible and aided and abetted those who committed the terrible atrocities, but it was really a plot of the Young Turk Party, fostered and aided in secret by Germany. Indeed, within a week of my audience of Abdul the Damned, the Young Turks proclaimed themselves, entered the closely guarded Yildiz kiosk, overran the great harem, seized His Majesty, bundled him on board a steamer, and took him to Salonika. A number of his favorite wives followed him into exile, but hundreds of other women were dispersed, and the great palace was closed. Then, to the surprise of everyone, my old friend Tufik Pasha, who had hitherto supported his imperial master most loyally, was asked to return to his office as Grand Vizier, which he did, and later acted as Turkish ambassador in London, where, before the betrayal of Turkey into Germany's hands, I often used to spend an evening with him at the embassy in Portland Palace. Old Abdul Hamid struck me as very refined, but of rather abrupt manner. His nose was decidedly a hooked one, and his hands were thin, yellow, even claw-like. His skin like tightly drawn parchment over his high cheekbones, and his speech high-pitched and squeaky. While he sat talking to Nuri and listening to the translation of his conversation into English, he smoked cigarettes, the aroma of which was delicious, and I noticed that in the ring on his finger was a magnificent, priceless ruby, which had been drilled in the center, and a magnificent diamond set in it. His chief hobbies were literature and music, for among the monarchs of the world he was perhaps the most highly cultured. Unbounded was his generosity towards those to whom he gave audience and to whom he took a fancy. The great Oriental scholar, Professor Vamberry, once told me an amusing incident. He had audience of Abdul several times, for he could speak Turkish. Therefore the Sultan conversed freely. "Ah," said His Majesty one day, "you have never seen my carpet factory. You must go and see it. I will send one of my secretaries to you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. The professor was compelled to pretend that he would be delighted to see over the factory, though, as a matter of fact, he had booked his journey to Vienna for the next morning. The morning came, and at the Pera Palace Hotel there appeared a smart young secretary with one of the imperial carriages, in which the professor was taken to see the manufacture of those magnificent silk Turkish rugs and carpets that the imperial factory produces. The carpets are of the most gorgeous and most expensive in the world, and were, and are still, given as presents to royal houses and as offerings at the holy shrine at Mecca. The professor admired a number of them and declared himself much interested, yet at heart feeling very annoyed at missing his train, for he had to wait 2 days for the next through express. Some 3 months later, the professor chanced to be looking out of the window of his flat in Wilmersdorf, outside Berlin, when he saw a motor lorry drive up, piled high with bales of carpets. Presently a man arrived with the news that he had a consignment of carpets from Constantinople, whereupon the professor put on his hat, went downstairs, and ordered the man to drive to a certain dealer in rich furniture in Berlin, where they were unpacked. Before he left the place, the professor had sold them for several thousands of pounds, and took away the check in his pocket. The Sultan had treated the professor just as King Ferdinand of Bulgaria had treated me. Each carpet he had admired had been noted, and the whole lot packed and sent to him. Through the clever scheming of the Kaiser, whom Abdul Hamid so distrusted, notwithstanding his constant declarations of friendship, Turkey became alienated from us. But notwithstanding Kemal's influence, Tewfik Pasha is still a most formidable power in the empire, and he certainly has never been other than pro-British. I met Kemal several times at the house of Nuri Pasha, and I found him to be most intelligent and a splendid conversationalist. Enver Pasha, of whom we heard so much during the war, I also met once or twice, the last occasion being at Adrianople, after his unsuccessful expedition against the Skreli and Castrati tribes in northern Albania. He was sent to the Albanian mountains with a large force, but the Brigands, whom I have already described, assisted by several other tribes, held Enver and his army at bay for 4 months, inflicting many losses by means of sniping, till he received orders from Constantinople to withdraw. Then the tribes against whom he had been fighting threatened terrible reprisals. They were Greek Christians, and declared that at a given signal they would swoop down from the mountains and massacre every Mohammedan in the town of Scutari, For that reason, all the Christian inhabitants placed the sign of the cross in red paint over their doors, and even today, Scutari is not exactly happy, for the tribesmen hate the Turks. Enver was the big noise in the Turkish army. He held Britain in supreme contempt and was a puppet of the Kaiser, full of blatant bombast and wonderful schemes that never matured. Among the minor royalties I have met was Prince Albert of Monaco, Le Prince Rouge et Noir, as King Edward called him. I happened to be in Tromsø in the north of Norway with my friend Harry de Wint on our way around the North Cape to the Kola Peninsula, and the prince's fine steam yacht, Princess Alice, was lying in the harbor. The irrepressible Harry knew the prince and took me on board. The ruler of Monaco, a good-looking, cheery, elderly man with laughing eyes and a small gray beard, greeted us in quite a homely fashion. He was in a much-worn, even shabby yachting suit, while his officers and crew were all very spick and span, and the splendid vessel very well kept. The prince was returning from a cruise off Spitzenbergen, where he had been taking specimens from the deeper depths of the ocean. He showed us some queer fish, some alive in tanks, but others preserved, they having died as soon as the heavy pressure of water had been taken off them. The study of oceanography interested me greatly, and the prince showed me various specimens of hitherto unknown shellfish, seaweed, etc., which they had dredged up, and which he was taking to his wonderful museum at Monaco, which I expect many who read these lines have seen. Being entirely ignorant of oceanography, I spent a most instructive couple of hours, for both Harry and I sat with him while he was engaged in mounting a specimen, and in the meantime he gave us a quantity of information on a most absorbing subject. His Highness explained to us the dredges, the appliances that, worked by electricity, bored into the bed of the ocean and took specimens of its geological formation, of grapplers and nets that could be opened and closed when at the bottom of the sea, of fish traps and contrivances for collecting vegetable growth in the depths of perpetual darkness, all of which were entirely new to me. At the prince's invitation, we remained to luncheon, the quartet being completed by the yacht's captain. The prince invited me to visit him the next time I went to Monaco, and I was afterwards his guest at luncheon there. He was certainly an expert in his own branch of science, and he had the knack of telling you a thing so vividly that you immediately understood. Till that well-remembered day at Tromsø, I never knew there were so many secrets of the ocean bed. Next day, when we sailed on the black old Norwegian cargo boat, the Merkur, for Vardo, that fishing station round in the stormy Arctic Sea, His Highness waved us as we passed the yacht, and as a send-off, the Princess Alice gave us 3 loud blasts on her siren, awakening the echoes of the mountains around the fjord. The 2 sons of the Sultan of Johor have recently spent several years in England. I have seen a good deal of them, and they were often my guests at Guildford for several weeks on end. The Crown Prince Ismail is a slim, dark-haired, and rather elegant young man, whose features are only slightly bronzed, and who is very English-looking. Indeed, he has lived in England nearly all his life, and cannot speak Malay. To his intimates at Oxford, where he was under a private tutor, and afterwards at the London clubs, he is known as Biffy. One day, after lunching with me at the Devonshire Club, a friend of mine who was one of the party on that occasion said, "Well, Biffy, I suppose one day, ere long, we shall see your face on the Johor post-stamps, eh?" "I don't know," drawled the Crown Prince, "but if you do, I hope it will please your schoolgirls who stick stamps into albums." Biffy is par excellence a lady killer. He is extremely good-looking, perfectly courteous to a dowager marchioness or a pretty debutante alike. In certain smart circles in London he is an idol, for he is an extremely amusing conversationalist, a splendid dancer, and while he has all the Oxford culture and merriment, he is nevertheless a very level-headed young man, quite fitted to succeed his popular father. To my home circle, with my valued secretary, Miss Mabel Lodge, who had typed my books for years, and who is an outspoken critic, and my 2 stepdaughters, both he and his brother, Prince Ahmed, had an open invitation. They came and went just as they pleased. Prince Ahmed, the younger brother, is much more staid than the Crown Prince. He graduated at Balliol, and on coming down studied in the engineering department of the General Post Office under that well-known telegraph engineer, Mr. J.H. Haynes, the Sultan, his father being determined that he should be no idler. The Colonial Office asked Mr. Haynes to take him as pupil, and when he left to return to Johore a short time ago, he had earned full qualifications as an assistant telegraph engineer. The 2 young princes who were angled after by many girls in London society have a keen sense of humor. While at Balliol, Prince Ahmed was foremost in any Oxford rag, and living in Oxford as I did during 1 year of the war, I was often let into secrets of what was about to happen. One rag that was rather amusing was brought off about a week before the armistice. Somebody in the lab invented a new indelible vermilion paint. With this pigment, a fellow undergraduate at Balliol, Constantine Gallop, a brilliant and coming man, by the way, Prince Ahmed and a dozen others scrambled up to those big classical busts near the Sheldonian in the Broad and daubed their faces red. At the same time, another party was waiting in St. Giles, where, underneath a shop occupied by a bazaar, was a long glass sign under the windows bearing the words, "Finest collection in the world." This latter they detached swiftly, having on the previous night released all the screws, and carrying it to the Broad, hung it beneath the vermilion-colored busts. The police were soon on the spot, but the delinquents fled. Ahmed spent that night in the Randolph Hotel, where I had my rooms, and next morning Oxford rose to the fact that the city had been painted red. The paint in question was a great triumph, for though, after much scrubbing and sandpapering, the classical busts were restored to their stone color, yet Balliol wrote some most insulting words in the same paint on the walls of Trinity, and so deeply did the pigment sink into the stonework that they had to be dug out and new stones substituted. While the Crown Prince Ismail is a charming and refined young man, and essentially a pet of the ladies, a sybarite in the manner of Oriental princes, Prince Ahmed is just the reverse. He is splendid at all games, a fine tennis player, a keen motorcyclist, and a good golfer. Both were our intimate friends for 6 years, and we were deeply sorry when a few months ago the time came for their return to Johore. But the Sultan, who is growing old, felt that Biffy should be instructed in his duties towards the state over which he will eventually rule. We often exchange letters, and both the young princes express regret that they are so far away from London and from my 2 yapping miniature Pomeranians, my pets, Toby and Tweedles, to whom they were devoted, and who never leave me while I sit at my table at work. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William le Queux. Chapter 9. Secrets of Well-Known Women. In the course of my cosmopolitan life, I have met many notable men and women of today, both British and foreign, who have been, by one freak of fortune or another, in the public eye, and are therefore celebrities. They range from bishops to crooks, and from peeresses to adventuresses. When I review my many friends, I hardly know where to begin, or what to say about them. Perhaps it will interest the reader if I am indiscreet and tell secrets of some well-known people I have met. Two young women, well-known and highly popular in society today, are uppermost in my mind as I write these lines. Both are pretty, and both welcomed everywhere, and both will, of course, hate me for disclosing their secrets. The first young lady was the daughter of an estimable woman who acted as char-lady at a furnished house I rented at Cromer in 1913. She was a pretty, blue-eyed, doll-like girl who earned a few shillings a week by taking out on the seafront perambulators containing children of visitors who wished to go golfing or on excursions. She went to London, met the son and heir of a well-known peer, and eventually married him. At once a press agent got to work. She was photographed as one of England's greatest beauties. Her name was included in Burke, and she has been boomed constantly. Once a week her picture will meet your eye, depicting her riding to hounds, golfing, ski-running, walking in the park, or chatting on the terrace of Monte Carlo. And yet, to the mother of this young lady, with the soft complexion and appealing eyes, I paid a daily wage of 2 shillings to do the scrubbing. If you believe what you read about the pretty lady, you will think she combines the facial beauties of Miss Gladys Cooper with the prowess of Diana, and is the last word in the sports of skiing in winter and lawn tennis in summer. One night last season I met her at a dance given by Claridge's by my charming friend, the Marchioness Townshend, and we went into a corner and chatted together. The great company, gay indeed, included the French ambassador and the Countess of Saint-Aulaire, the Marquis and Marchioness of Carisbrooke, Princess Trubetskoy, Lord Lee, and Mrs. George Pinkard. But I do not suppose anybody in the ballroom suspected that when I set out with the slim little blue-eyed lady that I whispered a word of congratulation on her great social success. Who among that gay crowd would have guessed the truth, that the pretty young married woman, radiant and beautiful, with a splendid diamond necklet, which her father-in-law had given her on her marriage, was the daughter of my rheumatic old charwoman? We have kept our secret even to this day. Her husband and her husband's parents do not know exactly who she is, though her name, as I have said, appears in Burke, and, after all, she is very happy. The story of the other pretty lady, also a peeress, is far more remarkable, and again, for obvious reasons, I do not give her name. Suffice it to say that she is not of English birth, though everyone in her own smart social circle believes her to be. She came beneath my notice in a curious way. While engaged in counter-espionage work on the Clyde during the war, I had my headquarters at the Central Station Hotel in Glasgow. One evening a young Canadian officer asked to see me, and disclosed a very remarkable story, one so curious that I eventually induced him to write down and sign the particulars. They were afterwards duly investigated by the intelligence branch. He told me how 2 years before the declaration of war he had left Quebec to make a tour of Europe, and had joined a pleasure cruise sailing from New York. Among the passengers was an extremely handsome young lady named Ethel Muirhead, who came from Buenos Aires, and who was traveling alone. He confessed that he had fallen violently in love with her, and on arrival in London had taken her to see the sights of the metropolis. Later, in Paris, they were constantly together, though she was extremely reticent concerning her relatives. She had some German friends in Paris, to whom she introduced him,
and some friends of hers in Rome were also German. Indeed, in Rome, the secretary of the German embassy apparently knew her well. In due course, one night, the liner put into Naples, whereupon the lady, who was walking the deck with her admirer after dinner, suddenly halted, and, looking into his face, said that she felt herself compelled to tell him something, namely, that in half an hour's time she was going ashore and leaving the ship. "Why?" asked the young man, astounded at the sudden announcement. "Because, well, to tell you the truth," she said hesitatingly, "because I am meeting my fiancé here, and we are going to be married." The young man was staggered, for all along he had believed that she reciprocated his honest affection. The girl bade him farewell, and he saw her go ashore in the tender. She would not allow him to accompany her, because her fiancé was awaiting her, but before they parted she gave him her photograph as a souvenir. He showed it to me. That photograph went to London together with the young Canadian's signed story, and by its means inquiries were made concerning the pretty Ethel Muirhead, as she had called herself. I think I cannot do better than copy the report of the searching investigation made in a number of quarters. It runs as follows. Alice Ann Morrison, alias Ethel Muirhead, Mary Greenlees, known as Slim Betty. Born in Buenos Aires in 1893, her father, being a shipping clerk and her mother Italian, was employed in a shop in Buenos Aires. Went to New York, and thence to Berlin, knows Spanish and Italian well, and has been identified by S. as a well-known German secret agent, who lived in Paris, 124 Rue des Petits Champs, in 1912, being on friendly terms with B. who was then a high official at the French Admiralty. 2 years prior to this, the girl in question acted as decoy to the dangerous Creswell gang of card sharpers working the transatlantic liners, and was then known as Betty Bates, and to her associates as Saucy Greenlees. Is an adventuress of the worst type, and a very clever secret agent. Married in 19 And following is the name of a well-known English peer. The reader would be very surprised to know the present name of this ex-German spy, who is today a pretty and much photographed peeress, whose smiling face frequently peers out at you from the pages of the illustrated papers. Very few people, except myself, know the real truth concerning her. I meet her sometimes, and she is always gracious to me, but will she be so kind and affable when she has read these lines, and learns, for the first time, that I know her secret? Truly, this is a strange world, and the phantasmagoria of life is full of interest. Would that I dare reveal her identity. But what a shock her husband would sustain. It is a secret that is better undivulged. I was walking across Grosvenor Square one day with the Marquis Imperial, the Italian ambassador in London, who was for several years so popular in society. We passed a rather angular lady of uncertain age, evidently a war widow, who was wearing extremely smart shoes and very expensive silk stockings. "Ah, Seigneur le Queux," remarked His Excellency. "The goods are well displayed in the window, are they not?" I afterwards met the same lady a few nights later in a certain drawing-room in Curzon Street, and 2 months later her photograph appeared in the evening news as the chief figure in a certain cause célèbre. As a novelist, I have naturally ever been in search of real romance. The romances of real life are around us every day, as any reader of these pages well knows. But it was a particularly curious romance of real life in which I participated while I rented a flat that had been vacated by Madame Marconi, mother of Senator Marconi, facing the Mediterranean at Leghorn. The British chaplain one day hinted to me that among the small English colony in the sun-blanched Italian town there was a half-star teacher of English, a certain Signora Bocelli. I managed to meet the lady and discovered a very curious romance.
It was, to tell it briefly, that she, the eldest daughter of a certain well-known English earl, had, while on their annual winter sojourn on the Riviera, met and fallen in love with Enrico Bocelli, a tall and particularly handsome gendarme in the service of the Principality of Monaco. Her parents were aghast. Every effort was made on the part of the father and mother to keep their daughter from the good-looking guardian of the peace, who, in his smart uniform, used to do daily duty in patrolling the Place du Casino. They appealed to the Prince of Monaco, and the too handsome young fellow was, on some pretense, sent to Austria. But the pretty young lady managed to escape from her father's seat in Hampshire, and join him in Prague, where they were married. Then her parents cut her off, and allowed the newly married pair to drift. Poor little lady, though her name is one of the most historic in Britain, and you will also find her in Burke, she was in very homely circumstances when I met her. She cared not a jot for the action of her parents. "They had to do it," she remarked to me in English, while her tall, handsome husband stood by, not understanding what we were saying. "I do not blame them. One day they will recognize that I love Enrico. I would rather marry the man I love, though he be a gendarme, than make a loveless alliance, such as is made each season in Mayfair. After all, we women ought to be mistresses of our own hearts." I agreed. We all three became friends, and for a couple of years they often came and lunched with me. At last the Earl forgave his daughter, and today they both live in London and are highly popular. Bocelli is not the gendarme's real name, but it is an Italian one, and you often see a reference to their doings in the Morning Post. Such is real romance. Romance that, when the novelist like myself deals with it, resembles mere fiction. But it is to be found everywhere. Jean Palmer, as she was known to her intimate friends, lived in a beautiful corner house in Grosvenor Square, in what society contemptuously nicknamed the Biscuit Box. She was the wife of Sir Walter Palmer, of the firm of Huntley and Palmer, of Reading, and was for many years my friend. We had literary and artistic tastes in common. Oscar Wilde and Coulson Kernahan were of our little set. The wife of a very wealthy man, she delighted in being a bohemian, and was at heart a great lover of good music. Her Wednesdays, when she decorated her house in Grosvenor Square with flowers, which, by the way, often cost her £300, will long be remembered. The gorgeous rooms, with their priceless paintings, the concert that cost her fabulous sums and fees to the greatest artists of the day, and those wonderful suppers, with the most cultured and artistic set in London around the tables, are still fresh in the memory of many besides myself. Trilby had been produced, and Jean Palmer had nicknamed me Little Billy, a name which stuck to me for years. One day during the winter season in Florence, I met her in Gillies in the Via Tornabuoni, at the fashionable hour of 11, when everyone goes and eats a cake and drinks a glass of vermouth. "Hulloa, little Billy," she cried. "Look here! Come to a concert with me this afternoon. There's a new fiddler going to play in a schoolroom out at the Porta Romana." I pointed out that the day was warm, and I was not keen about sitting to hear a fiddler in a schoolroom that afternoon. "Gladys is going with me. Won't you take mother and daughter?" she urged. So I reluctantly consented. After luncheon we drove to a small schoolroom somewhere near the gate of the old road to Rome, where we found about 40 people had assembled. On the platform there presently appeared a thin, cadaverous, shabbily dressed youth, with black, piercing eyes, and long hair and rather sallow complexion. "Oh, so that's the new genius?" I whispered to Jean. "Yes, he looks the part, doesn't he?" We waited. He played on his violin so magnificently that some of the audience declared him to be the new Paganini. "Funny name," remarked Jean, who had never before even looked at her programme. "Kubelik. Hungarian, eh?" That moment marked the young violinist's rise to success. After the performance she sought him out and invited him to dinner. We all three dined together. Next day she invited him to drive up to Fiesole and take lunch there. In the carriage, Lady Palmer had her pet Pekingese. Kubelik, shy yet charmingly boylike, remarked in French, "Oh, what a pretty dog! Those are very expensive, are they not?" "I gave 1,000 francs for him," replied his hostess, whereupon he sighed and said, "Ah, that is just double what my violin cost." Within 2 months, Jean Palmer had presented him with that magnificent Stradivarius which he acquired from the Finch-Hatton family, and had launched him in London on the road to fame. He was tied up to some Hungarian agents in Budapest, but in order to free him she paid them out a very big sum. She presented him to King Edward, who gave him the magnificent ring that he showed me on the night he received it, and she paid him a fee of £500 each time he performed at her Wednesdays. Therefore, by the kind-heartedness of Jean Palmer, did Kubelik rise to the pinnacle of fame as the greatest violinist of his time. On a January afternoon in 1914, I was standing on the carpeted steps of the casino at Monte Carlo, having just left an American friend, when suddenly I met a smartly groomed man whom I knew in London. A man about town, reported to be wealthy, and a member of at least 2 good clubs. "Look here, LeQueux," he exclaimed in a low voice. "I know you are interested in little Lady X, as everyone is. What do you think of this?" And he took from his pocketbook a letter in the handwriting of a much-photographed young peeress, whose beauty was notable, and whose marriage had been one of the smartest in the previous season. It was, I must admit, a most compromising letter, with a date that showed it to have been written since her marriage. "Well," he asked, "what do you think of that, eh?" And he grinned. "You ought to burn it, not show it around," I declared in annoyance. "Where did you get it?" "That's my affair, my dear fellow," he laughed, putting it back into his wallet. "I mean it to be of considerable use to me," he said in a voice of triumph. Then I recollected that I had once heard a faint whisper that my well-dressed friend lived by his wits, and now I realized that he was a blackmailer. In secret I watched during the months that followed, and it became plain that the scoundrel squeezed money time after time out of the pretty young wife. I happened to know that he compelled her to pawn her jewels, and when he could get no more out of her, the blackguard gave her husband the incriminating letter, and it formed the basis of divorce proceedings. Poor little Lady X died last year. But today that despicable blackguard is actually a knight. He married a rich woman older than himself, and you will constantly read of their doings in the society gossip. Is it any wonder when I read of them I am nauseated? Yet is it any worse to grant honors to war profiteers or aliens from nowhere? The king cannot be blamed for the graft that has been accepted for honors in the past. Indeed, it is hoped that the new system, with its array of penalties, may prevent it in future. The king naturally believes in those whom he trusts with the government of his country, and not even the most violent tub-thumper in Hyde Park can possibly blame him. The case I have referred to is, I fear, but one of many where honors have been bought by men in order to whitewash themselves, bought in the open market as they would buy a bundle of pink tape. But I have hope that such cases will never again be repeated. We must not allow celebrities to manufacture themselves by means of a fat check to the proper quarter, and thus demand a niche in the already overcrowded pages of Who's Who. End of section 10.
Chapter 10 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Thompson. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William LeQueux. Chapter 10. Dinner table stories are directly responsible for the prevailing fashion of writing one's recollections, this book of mine being one of many such volumes. I may be justly accused of having invented the modern memoir. It happened in a curious way. The old Countess of Cardigan, widow of Lord Cardigan of Balaclava fame, whom I had known all my life, had been a friend of my father. In my boyhood days, she called me Willie Liqueur. For 30 years or so, I was constantly a guest at Dean Park, Northamptonshire, the stately home of the Cardigans, where King Henry slept after the Battle of Bosworth. Lady Cardigan was a celebrity. She had for 70 years known everyone who was worth knowing, and had led a very hectic life, if all reports were true. When she was 80, with her yellow wig and her painfully narrow chest, her dress of pale carnation satin, and her squeaky voice, I often used to sit in her little upstairs drawing room at Deanery Street, Park Lane, and listen to her gossip over the teacups. Her statements about people caused me, as a journalist, to shudder for fear of the law of libel, and I have often strolled back down Park Lane, utterly amazed that I should have been so magnetized for an hour by a woman old enough to be my great-grandmother. I had heard hundreds of stories, some of them side-splitting, from the old Countess's lips, but her handwriting grew from bad to worse, till it became quite illegible. So whenever I received a letter with the well-known coronet upon it, I always rang up the faithful and portly Knighton, who was her butler as well as her man of affairs, and a conversation something like this took place. "I say, Knighton, I've had a letter from her ladyship. When shall I come?" Knighton would then apologize and go to look at his mistress's diary, and afterwards reply, "Dinner, sir, next Friday." And so I would sit down and write an acceptance. One night at Deanery Street during the London season, the old lady, as we called her, gave a dinner party, and among those present were the Countess of Westmoreland, Lady Angela Forbes, Cis Fane, young Brudenell Bruce, who was heir to the Cardigan estates, but who, alas, was killed in the war, and Sir Nigel and Lady Kingscote. I remember that we had one of her ladyship's pet dishes, a Spanish ham that she got from somewhere in Castile, stewed in sherry. Over a slice of it, served with great dignity by the never-smiling Knighton, Lady Cardigan began to tell some extremely amusing stories of people she had known, including Lord Beaconsfield, who had proposed marriage to her. Then she eclipsed the stories by an extremely risky one, at which we were all convulsed, all but Knighton. "Well, Lady Cardigan," I exclaimed across the table, "I'm a bit of an author, and I'm wondering why you don't write a book of your own stories." "A book!" exclaimed the yellow-haired old lady, who was glittering with diamonds. "A book, my dear Mr. Lequeux! Why, if I wrote a book, who would ever publish it?" "If you will write a book, I will see that it gets a publisher," I said, taking a sporting chance, but remembering that a big blue pencil would be necessary. "Yes," cried pretty Lady Westmoreland, who had been one of the great beauties of England, and who was sitting beside me. "Oh, it would be such fun." Cis Fane, opposite me, sighed and whispered audibly, "Good Lord deliver us." The party seemed all highly tickled by the suggestion, and presently her ladyship said, "Very well, Mr. Lequeux. If you think the public would like to read some of my stories, then I will hold you to your promise and write them." On that same evening I had a curious experience. As I left the house with Brudenell Bruce, the butler blew his whistle for a taxi, and we entered, telling the man to drive to the Bachelors' Club. Hardly were we inside when a breath of sweet perfume caused me to glance around, and I said, "Why, this isn't a taxi, Brudenell." "No, apparently not," he drawled, "but it will take us to the club." A few minutes later we got out, and as I went forward to pay, I was faced by a smart chauffeur who gazed at me and, apparently startled, hastily drove swiftly away down Piccadilly, leaving us both standing on the pavement, amazed. We never fathomed the mystery, but it seemed certain that a car was waiting in Deanery Street for some evil purpose, and the man mistook us for the persons who were to join him. Next day I sought Eveline Nash at his office in King Street, Covent Garden. He, not knowing Lady Cardigan, except by repute, did not seem anxious to publish the book, so I went away, resolving to let the matter drop. A week later, however, I had an urgent summons to go to the old lady at Deanery Street, and found that she held me to my promise given over her dinner table. So next day I returned to my friend Eveline Nash, told him the whole circumstances, and in the end it was decided to obtain the help of Mrs. Maud Chester Fulks. I took Mrs. Fulks round to tea at Deanery Street a few days later, with the result that the first volume of Modern Recollections was issued to the public and made a great sensation. But I can tell you that when the manuscript was ready, the blue pencil had to be exercised very freely on some of those stories before they were passed by Eveline Nash, who detested the book from the beginning and, I believe, always regretted that he published it. Old Lady Cardigan was a wonderful figure. Her Christmas and shooting parties at Dean were centers of the wildest fun, the merriment of the gayest and most irresponsible set in England. They were the smartest of the smart, and when one accepted an invitation, it meant uninterrupted enjoyment from the moment of arrival to that of departure. The magnificent old mansion, once an ancient abbey, stands in the midst of a beautiful park, and after the old lady had retired, as was her habit, at 9 p.m., the Great Lakes and splendid beach-formed avenues echoed with nocturnal merriment. Dinner was always served on a service of George III silver, with great state, at a big round table. I hated those heavy silver soup plates, and when, later on, one used one's knife upon a plate, it cut into it. It was always a stately meal, but the plates to me seemed ever greasy. Lady Cardigan would allow no motor car to approach Dean, nor would she have any electric bell. In the dining room, she had the ordinary pull bell, with a long string attached to it, while her constant attendant, waking or sleeping, driving or pouring out tea, was a particularly annoying brown miniature Pomeranian named Bundle. One dare not go near one's hostess for fear of Bundle's teeth. At one of the shooting parties that included, as was usual, a number of well-known people were Don Jamie, the pretender to the Spanish throne, and his brother, who figured prominently in the public eye at the moment. Don Jamie occupied King Henry VII's bedroom, a great paneled apartment with a huge four-post bed in which I had often slept. His brother was in the next room, and I in the room adjoining that. The rest of the old wing was occupied by Dr. Thomas Pink, of Liddington, Lady Cardigan's pet doctor, whom she always told people had kept her alive for the past 20 years, young Brudenell Bruce, and several other bachelor guests. It was the bachelor's quarter. On that well-remembered night, we all retired about 2 a.m. after a gay time among the ladies in the big smoking room, an apartment with highly decorated Renaissance carvings over the fireplace that I hesitate to describe here, but a description of which may be found in certain books on English architecture. I suppose I had been in bed about an hour when I was awakened by a most unearthly yell. I dashed out into the corridor to find Don Jamie in pale blue silk pajamas. "Dios!" he gasped. I've seen a ghost." "What?" I ejaculated. Brudenell, who had at the moment sprung out of his own room, heard the prince's assertion and said, "Ghost be hanged! Go to bed, Prince. We don't have ghosts at Dean." "You do. Lady Cardigan believes in the White Lady," he said in his broken English. "Well, I don't, for one," I said, and by this time the whole corridor was agog with Don Jamie and his ghost. He described it as a young nun in a black habit. "Oh, get back to bed and make love to her if she comes again," I replied, rather annoyed at being awakened out of my sleep. So we returned to our rooms. I do not think I had been in bed half an hour when I heard another yell from the room next to me. This time it was Don Jamie's brother who had seen the same ghost. He described it as we all stood in our pajamas in the corridor. I declared to the company that somebody was playing a practical joke, with which my old friend Dr. Pink, who always wore a big piece of pink coral as dress stud, by the way, agreed. At 4 o'clock we went to sleep again, but so utterly scared were the Spanish prince and his brother that they left Dean next morning without even making their adieu to their hostess. From that day to the present, the mystery has never been fathomed, and though the butler Knighton still lives in Northamptonshire, he has on several occasions assured me there was no ragging. "I always knew of any rags, sir, and if there had been one, I should have known," he said the last time I asked him. "No, it's a mystery, sir." There was no gayer country house in all England than Dean Park in those days before the war. Our hostess, a grande dame of the old school, threw open her beautiful home to her friends, and without stint or formality bade them enjoy themselves. Yet Lady Cardigan was punctiliously dignified, and as everyone who knew her is so well aware, she resented any intrusion on her privacy. In her insistence of the observance of her manorial rights, she in many ways outvied the most feudal chatelaine. It was her custom, when the weather was fine and warm, to be wheeled on to the beautiful terrace at Dean. She invariably selected a spot near a large magnolia, whose creamy blossoms and glossy leaves made a special appeal to the exotic tastes of the old lady. Here she would doze happily till Knighton, in due time, reappeared and conducted her with pomp and circumstance back to the house. Mrs. Folks, who stayed at Dean a good deal while collaborating with the old lady in writing her famous memoirs, found me with a fellow guest, Rear Admiral H.W. Wilkin, in the smoking room one afternoon, and told me an amusing incident that had just happened. It seems that her ladyship was dozing in the shade of the magnolia when her slumbers were disturbed by the sounds of voices. "And now, dear Mr. Smith," came in the cultured high church accents of the neighboring vicar's wife, "you will get a good view of the park, and here is the wonderful magnolia." "Oh, how truly fair," drawled the impulsive young shepherd of souls who accompanied her, "but how very sad it is to reflect on the many scandalous stories current about this beautiful ancestral home." Suddenly, an imperious, high-pitched voice made itself heard. "Who are you, and how dare you walk on my terrace?" it demanded. The intruders approached the locality whence the voice proceeded, and there they saw an irate and golden-haired lady whose facial adornment would have given points to Jezebel, yet whose attire was more suitable for a young lady still in her teens. The vicar's wife was, as befitted her calling, courageous. "Mr. Smith was lunching with us, your ladyship," she said, "and I thought I would bring him across the park to look at the beautiful magnolia." "Am I Countess of Cardigan, or am I not?" demanded the lady of the magnolia. You've no business to bring any fool of a curate about here. I hate 'em." Then, ringing a bell furiously, she shrieked, "Knighton! Knighton! Knighton! Turn these people out!" At this moment, Knighton, discreet as ever, appeared from nowhere, and with a gesture worthy of an archbishop's butler, conducted the vicar's wife and the curate homewards, and then rapidly removed the enraged countess. In the great Hall of Dean, a replica of Westminster Hall, and built at the same time, the aged countess would sing chansonnettes after dinner and dance with her guests with the agility of a young woman, and yet she was over 80. Great Britain will never again see her equal, for both she and Lady Dorothy Neville, whom I knew well, were the last of the old Victorian school, and passed just as the port-drinking, fox-hunting parson and the fat squire of the Pickwickian days have passed. My friend Nash and I were among the guests at Dean one weekend after her recollections had been published, the fashion of writing memoirs set, and the whole world laughing at her amusing and often rather ill-natured stories. Nash at dinner related the following. Lord Frederick Hamilton invariably tells me some amusing story when we met. The one I remember best is about an American millionaire who decided to buy a property in Scotland. He arranged to look over an estate in the Highlands, and the Scottish peer to whom it belonged made a point of showing him round the place himself. When at last they returned to the house, the American happened to notice over the entrance hall the words "East, West, Hame's Best," and turning to the owner he remarked, "Well, my lord, it's very kind of you to have shown me over this property, and I don't think we're likely to fall out about the price. But there's one stipulation I must make," pointing to the motto. "That damned fellow Hame has got to take down his advertisement." Eveleigh Nash is a splendid raconteur and a well-known man about town, as well as being a famous publisher. Mrs. George Pinkard, who is so well known in society, once remarked to me, "The Row would never be the same if Eveleigh deserted it." Not long ago, he and I were dining with Ruby, as her intimate friends call her, at her delightful Georgian home in Chesterfield Street, Mayfair. George Pinkard, her husband, was MFH in Surrey, and by the way, generously gave a military remount depot to the government, which he himself supported. Afterwards, in the drawing room, the conversation turned on literary people, whereupon Nash, in his dry way, said, "I used frequently to meet J.W. Cross, who married George Eliot, the novelist, and I once heard him tell at a house party a good story about himself. Cross, after spending several years of his life as a banker in Wall Street, returned to settle down in his native country, and shortly afterwards received an invitation from a friend to stay with him for the grouse shooting. It was about the time that driving birds was introduced, and Cross, whose shooting had got rather rusty during the years he had spent in New York, deemed it advisable to get some coaching from the head gamekeeper. After a few days, the host remarked to the keeper, "How's Mr. Cross getting on, Joe?" "Well, sir," replied Joe, "he's missing better than he did." Some years afterwards, Cross told this story to King Edward, whose service Joe had entered, and the king remarked, laughing, "I shall never get rid of Joe. That's one of the most tactful things that has ever been said." The Cardigan Memoirs being such a huge success, I suggested that my old friend, the Princess Louisa, wife of the Crown Prince, now King of Saxony, should publish her recollections. Perhaps my claim to be an old friend of Her Imperial Highness is shown by what she herself has written in the life story of the ex-Crown Princess of Saxony. In that book, she says, "Though I may be an imperial princess of the fatal Habsburgs, with many titles after my name is registered in the Almanach de Gotha, I am after all only a woman with the same heart, the same sentiments, the same maternal love, and the same detestation of hypocrisy and sham as any woman who reads this narrative of mine. I know England well, and I know and admire the dear British people. I know beautiful Scotland. With Mr. Le Queux, I have shopped in Bond Street in London and in Princes Street in Edinburgh, and I have been in Oban and in Inverness, at Cowes and in Ilfracombe, but none has dreamed that the woman in a plain navy skirt and cream blouse, both made, by the way, in the Rue de la Paix, was the same person about whose erratic doings so much has been written at the instigation of her enemies. I love the public, heartily tired as I am of the glare and glitter of palaces and the wild turmoil of unceasing plot and counterplot among those who elbow each other to get into the vicinity of a throne. I prefer a life with the public to one apart from it. Some years ago I went upon an escapade in Dresden, which would have shocked the stiff and narrow-minded court, in order to discover for myself in what estimation I was held by my Saxon people. As a matter of fact, Mr. Le Queux was at our court at Dresden at the time, and with my husband, the Crown Prince Frederick August, we had sat at 5 o'clock tea when the sudden idea occurred to me. Mr. Le Queux had mentioned that Il Trovatore was to be given at the opera that night, and had been recalling some reminiscences of the great composer Verdi, with whom both he and his father had been intimate friends. My husband and I were listening to the amusing stories when it struck me that instead of attending with a royal circle as had been arranged, for at court we are but creatures of routine and live by rules and arrangements laid down for us by the minister of the household and other officials whom we call the Grand Chargé de la Cour, I might go alone and watch. After Mr. Le Queux had bowed before King Albert and his consort Carola, who had just entered the room and had departed, I pleaded a bad headache and later sent word to my husband that I could not go to the opera and did not wish to be disturbed. Now, I had a confidential maid, one whom I had brought from Austria and one whom had been with me some years, and in her I confided. I sent her out to a theatrical costumier's, where she obtained a dark wig and a box of make-up, and putting on one of her dresses, I was soon transformed into a woman of the people. In this guise she saw me out of the palace by the servants' entrance, and I proceeded to the opera on foot, while the others were still dining. For some time I waited in the queue, then paid for my modest seat in the gallery, and at last found myself between two stout women, high up, with the royal box away on my right. The house gradually filled while I sat there among the people. Ah, how my thoughts ran back to my girlhood days, my stiff upbringing, my staid, angular governess, with all the hidebound regulations of court manners and court etiquette, and that parrot cry ever dinned into my ears since I had been 10 years of age. Imperial Highness, be careful of the public. Imperial Highness, what will they think? Imperial Highness, what will they say? That night I sat with the public in order to hear and to know what they said. The king and queen entered, and the house, including myself, rose to salute them. The stout woman on my left, with whom I had already become on friendly terms by offering her a sight of my program, exclaimed, "Ah, Carola is in that same shabby old gown she wore a fortnight ago when she came to hear Faust. Cannot a queen afford a new one? I suppose she wears the grand ones in the palace and puts on any old worn-out thing when she comes here. Afraid to spoil it, eh?" remarked the woman on my other hand. At that moment my husband, smart in his blue uniform, smiling and good-looking, entered the box and, advancing, bowed, whereupon all hands were clapped. "Ah!" exclaimed the stout critic on my right, "the Crown Prince is only a dressed-up popinjay. He will be our king soon, of course, a fine, handsome man, but nowadays he dare not call his soul his own with such a father and mother. When he becomes king, he will be all right, declared the other woman. Old Albert cannot last forever. But look, they've shut the door of the box. Where is Louisa? Isn't she coming? The orchestra struck up, and in the royal box they had all settled themselves. Poor Louisa, went on the woman, turning to me confidentially as she added, another unpleasantness, I suppose. Her life must be a wretched one. She looks always so smiling and so good-tempered, yet whenever one sees her driving here in the theater or at the reviews, there is a look in her face of sadness and disappointment. Haven't you noticed it? She asked. That smile she wears is only the mask of a broken heart. Do you really think so? I asked. Yes, of course. Why, everyone knows what a dull life she has of it, with old Corolla snapping at her all the time, and the king going out of his way to make things uncomfortable for her. Everybody in Saxony pities poor Louisa. I was silent, so that's what the public were saying about me. One woman I took to be the wife of an artisan. The other was, no doubt, the wife of a small tradesman. And I was the wife of the elegant, good-looking crown prince, who sat in the middle of the royal box, smiling graciously upon those upon whom he was so soon to be called to rule. I learnt much that evening. It taught me that, though I was without friends in that great, gloomy, gilded palace, yet the Saxon people were my friends. Yes, I loved the public, yet from my earliest recollections as a girl, I had always been taught to hate
Das verdammte Publikum, the damned public,
as my father, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, usually referred to the people, a favorite remark, by the way, of the late Emperor Francis Joseph. For the benefit of those who may not know exactly who I am, she goes on in the book of her life story, I may perhaps say that though I am usually called Louisa, ex-Crown Princess of Saxony, I was christened on September 8, 1870, at the Imperial Castle of Salzburg, with 11 different names, and succeeded to the titles of Archduchess of Austria, Duchess of this, Baroness of that, Countess of whatnot. Under my last title, Countess of Montignoso, a beautiful estate in Italy belonging to my family, I am still known, for even the wrath of poor old Francis Joseph, himself no saint, by the way, could not deprive me of that. My father was Ferdinand IV, Grand Duke of Tuscany, and my grandfather, the last ruler of Tuscany, lived in the Pitti Palace in Florence, now turned into one of the greatest art galleries in the world, which many of my readers know and have no doubt admired. The affairs of this erratic yet charming lady had, ever since she had separated from her husband and had her name connected with Monsieur Guillaume, her son's tutor, been in my hands, and it struck me that if I could induce her to write the story of her eventful life, so much of what I alone knew, it should be of great interest. After an unconventional career all over Europe, the princess had fallen deeply in love with Signor Toselli, who was, by the way, utterly unsuited to her, as I openly told her. But she was bent on marrying him, and at her request I arranged that the contract should be made one morning in secret at the registry office in Henrietta Street, Strand. It was a few months after their marriage that I traveled from London to Fiesole, above Florence, where they were living in a large old Italian villa, and not without a great deal of persuasion I prevailed upon the princess to receive Mrs. Maud Chester Folks, and to allow her to collaborate with her in writing her memoirs. This she did, with the result that the second volume of Memoirs, My Own Story, was published by the House of Nash, and was even a greater success than the Recollections of Lady Cardigan. Since then we have been flooded by books of the reminiscences of persons, some well known and others a trifle obscure, but I have thought it to be of some little interest to here tell the story of how the fashion in memoirs was inaugurated. The events that immediately followed the princess's secret marriage I will let Her Imperial Highness describe in her own words. A small party of 5 people entered the restaurant of the Savoy Hotel and sat down to a table overlooking the river. to eat the wedding luncheon. All 5 of us were half fearful lest we might be recognized, but among that gay, chattering throng we were unnoticed and whispered our toasts across our glasses. Luncheon ended, we passed out by the back of the hotel and walked along the embankment, fondly believing that nobody knew of the happy event. But already the sleuth hounds of the London press had scented news of it from the registrar's office. The register had been inspected and a copy of the register obtained. While walking along, a press photographer took a snapshot of Signor Toselli, Mr. Le Queux, and myself, which was the first inkling we had that our secret was out. We decided to enter the Hotel Cecil by the back way, and Mr. Le Queux conducted my husband and myself to his rooms, urging us to admit no one. Meanwhile, he descended to the front hall to deal diplomatically with an assembly of 30 or 40 representatives of various newspapers clamoring for news. It was not every day that an imperial princess was married in secret at a London registry office. Because I had endeavored to keep the whole thing quiet, Mr. Le Queux was extremely discreet. He admitted to the reporters that I had been married, a fact they already knew from a copy of the certificate, which one enterprising journalist had demanded and paid for. Of details, Mr. Le Queux gave none. Though a writer himself, he was full of regrets that he could not oblige his friends, yet, as he pointed out, he was compelled to respect my wishes. Meanwhile, an amusing incident had occurred upstairs. Signor Toselli was seated, writing a letter while I stood at the window when, of a sudden, a man burst into the room unannounced and faced us with surprise upon his face. We, of course, believed him to be a reporter who had eluded the vigilance of those below. Therefore, my husband promptly and with few words took hold of him and bundled them out of the room. A few minutes later, Mr. Le Queux returned, accompanied by the man whom Signor Toselli had so unceremoniously ejected, and introduced him. He was Mr. Fred Le Queux, who, of course, knowing nothing of the circumstances, had been astounded to find strangers occupying his brother's quarters. Truly, that day was one fraught with much excitement. We dare not go forth from the hotel, for the journalists were still watchful. They had been informed in confidence that we were to leave Victoria that night for Paris. Instead of doing so, however, Mr. Le Queux and myself drove in one cab, with my husband and Mr. Le Queux's brother in another, to Charing Cross Station, and were able to leave unobserved, while the journalists were waiting eagerly at Victoria. The skittish princess omits to tell what she said to me on our way to the station. Now, Mr. Le Queux, thank you for all you've done for me today. I know you hesitated, and you have done this because you are my old friend, and I'm very grateful. But there is only one thing wanting to complete the sensation which will be in the papers tomorrow. And what is that? I asked. Why, for me to elope with you, she laughed. That would be a first-class shocker for the people, wouldn't it? Princess Louisa was always incorrigible, as those who read her own story know so well. And none know it more than myself. End of chapter 10.
Section 12 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Le Queux. Adventures, Humorous and Curious. Chapter 11. I am by no means a superstitious man, except in one direction, and it has been forcibly brought back to me by the recent death of my friend Lord Carnarvon, who, by the way, took a great interest in the casino at Corfu, in which I was also interested, following on his discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun at Thebes. There are a good many, including Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who believe the Earl's sudden end to be due to the vengeance of the Ka, or double of the Pharaoh. From the historian Herodotus, we learn that the wise men of Egypt taught that the souls of the dead passed through every species of terrestrial, aquatic, and winged creatures. And to many of the present generation, it does not seem incredulous that the spirit of the dead monarch, or of some other soul who resented interference with the king's tomb, has taken revenge through the agency of a poisonous insect. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, it is distinctly laid down that the preservation of the body was necessary for the continued existence of the soul, hence the efforts to embalm and to preserve it undisturbed. Herodotus again asserts that the soul returns to animate the dead frame after a period of 3,000 years. To me, this is of peculiar interest on account of my own personal experience. While at Thebes a few years ago, Sir Gaston Maspero, one of the greatest Egyptologists who ever lived, and then head of the antique department of the Egyptian government, introduced me to an old Arab Hajj who lived in Luxor and who acted as agent of the British and other national museums. For, as is well known, all antiques discovered in Egypt are first claimed by the government. But if better specimens are already in the Great Museum in Cairo, then the duplicate objects are sold. Indeed, there is a room in the Cairo Museum where they are marked in plain figures, and are all, of course, guaranteed genuine. In the den of the old fellow with the green turban, we inspected a quantity of things he had for sale, all duplicates of objects already in the museum, and I bought several things to add to my own collection, including several fine strings of beads, a human eye of lapis lazuli from a sarcophagus, a number of amulets, ushabitu figures, an alabaster canopic jar, and, finest of all, the gilded mask from the mummy of a priestess of Isis, who had lived in the 18th dynasty, viz. 1600 BC, and which had been found in a tomb near Aswan. I had them carefully packed and brought them home to my house overlooking Dartmoor. I arranged them in a big glass case, where there were other objects I had previously collected in Egypt. In the center, on a wooden stand, I placed the gilt mask. It was in a splendid state of preservation. Judge of my dismay, however, when, on entering the room next day, I found that the mask had dropped to pieces from its stand. I had it repaired, but within 1 week from that date, I suffered a severe financial loss. One of my servants died from disease, and a second servant expired suddenly, an inquest being held on her at Ashburton. In the next week, a relative died quite unexpectedly, and also my pet collie. During the week following, I had another serious financial loss, which compelled me to give up the house. Feeling that there must be some uncanny influence at work, I packed up the whole of my Egyptian collection, including the mummy mask, and sent it to the Peterborough Museum, where they have ever since been on exhibition. Is it little wonder, therefore, that the strange circumstances that surrounded the death of Lord Carnarvon should interest me? While those objects I bought in Luxor were in my possession, ill fortune certainly dogged me. Whether somebody's ka was annoyed with me, or whether an elemental had been let loose, I know not. I can only relate my own experiences and let others comment on them. Those who knew Lord Carnarvon knew that he loved practical joking. I had several examples of it. His character was a mingling of shrewdness and whimsicality. He told me one day, on his return from America, of an adventure of his there. He had apparently promised a friend in the city, a rich company promoter, whom I knew well, to obtain information regarding a certain much-boomed commercial enterprise in America. On his way to California, he paused in New York, and, of the hotel barber, made inquiry regarding the person in control of the venture. The man who cut his hair gave his opinion, and recounted certain facts concerning the great American financier. Later, he wrote a note asking for an interview. He was received by the industrial magnate, whom he described to me as a fellow with eyes like gimlets and a mouth like a steel rat-trap. The chap no doubt admired my impudence as a stray Englishman asking straight out for advice, Lord Carnarvon said to me in relating the story. He gave me sound advice, after listening to me most courteously. He advised me in a friendly way not to touch the stocks on any account. I looked at him, thanked him, and then drove straight to a telegraph office near Wall Street and advised my friend to buy eagerly. I went across to California, where I fished for a month, and then, when back in New York, I found that the shares had soared upwards, and my London friend had cabled me his sincere thanks. I called on the financier and told him that I could not leave America without returning thanks for the advice he had so kindly given me. As in addition to the profit my friend had made, it had defrayed all the expenses of my trip. The financier was puzzled and remarked that he had advised me against buying. I told him that though he had given me that advice, yet I felt sure he wished me to buy, and I had done so. The American looked at me shrewdly for a moment, and then he burst into laughter and said, "Pray consider my house your home whenever you return to America." Lord Carnarvon was a man of indefinable charm that, when he chose to exert it, attracted the confidence of all sorts and conditions of men. He was gifted with a wonderful memory and the scholarly instinct of thoroughness in any work or recreation he undertook. We were both interested in Egyptology, and that was the basis of our friendship. The first motor car that arrived in England was shown one summer's evening at the Imperial Institute, and was followed by a dinner. The car was hailed as something marvelous. I attended the dinner with Lord Northcliffe, who almost immediately afterwards ordered one of the new road vehicles, and I was his companion on many of his early runs, both in England and on the continent. I was one of the first to make the trip by road across France to Monte Carlo, and well do I recollect the excited crowd that assembled before the casino to watch the arrival of the weary travelers from London. And we were very weary and fed up with breakdowns, I assure you. In aviation, I have, also, taken a keen interest, for I acted as judge at the first British aviation meeting, held on the Doncaster racecourse. The secret history of this, which has never yet been published, is worth recounting. In France, many flights had been made by Blériot and others. Cody was busy with his experiments, but it remained for my big, burly, fair-haired American friend, William Casper, to bring aviation to England. Casper was a bright, cheery optimist, a much-traveled man, and a cosmopolitan to his fingertips. But, like many men who dabbled in foreign concessions and interested himself in wildcat schemes, he was often hard-pressed for money. He had had a most adventurous career. Cowboy, manager of a Wild West show, manager of a well-known orchestra, principal proprietor of the gaming casino on the island of Corfu, professional gambler, and lots of other things, before he determined that England must have aviation, as he put it to me. For years, I had constantly met him in various places widely scattered throughout Europe. Thus, I knew the vicissitudes of his fortune. In London, he was well known at the Carlton, Savoy, and Cecil hotels. He had been staying with me at the Cecil before he went again on the continent, determined to bring aviation to England. For nearly 3 months I heard nothing of him, till, one night, he burst into my room, and, in his bluff American way, said, "Boy, the trick's done. England is really going to have aviation after all." "How?" I asked. "Because I've got the money here," and he pulled out a check for a large amount. "It's like manna from heaven, eh, boy? I tell you, I've been broke for a long time. For the last fortnight, I've been at Spa, in Belgium, unable to get away because I couldn't pay my hotel bill." "Which is frequently the case," I laughed. "Yes, that's so," he went on, "but mine was a very bad plight. I couldn't raise any money in Paris, or in Brussels, but I heard of a wealthy baron and his brother who lived at Spa. So I went there and saw them. Nothing doing. If England wanted aviation, let the English put up the dough. I gave them details of my scheme, painted a pretty picture of the thousands of people who would go to Doncaster just to see what an airplane was like, and so on, the races, the crowds, and the money that might be made. But it didn't appeal to them. Twice I saw the brothers, but they declared that there was no money in it. So I left them and wondered how, with 5 francs in my pocket, I was going to get out of Spa and back to Paris and on to London. The other night, after dinner, I went out for a stroll down the avenue to think it all over, and not having any money, even for a cup of coffee, I walked about for hours. At last, on returning to my room, I saw on my dressing table what I expected, an envelope that was part of the hotel stationery. It was, I was certain, a polite note from the management requesting immediate payment of my account. So I let it lie there for an hour before I tore it open. Then judge of my delight, boy, when I found that the Baron had called during my absence and had written me a note to say that he and his brother had reconsidered the matter and had agreed to put up the money. So, he added, flourishing the check, England is to have aviation. Caspar was a hustler. Next day, he went up to Doncaster, where, posing as a wealthy financier, he quickly enlisted the cooperation of the mayor and corporation. Hangars and pylons were erected on the historic racecourse, while he sped back to Paris to engage at any cost aviators to bring their machines to England. The fees he paid were most generous. To Cody, he paid £2,000 to bring his machine, which some wag named the Cathedral. With him came Leblon, Sommer, Delagrange, and several others, all of whom, except Sommer, by the way, met within a year, their death through flying. The reason for this hustle was that the Corporation of Blackpool had got wind of Caspar's scheme, and was running an opposition attraction 3 days after ours was announced. Harry de Wint, Basil Tozer, and myself assisted our friend Caspar, who, being an ex-showman, knew well how to advertise and how to treat the press. He always did things on a lavish scale. The less money he had in his pocket, the more expensive the restaurant at which he dined. He often used to say to me, "When William Caspar has money, then the whole world has money." It was so in the case of the Doncaster aviation meeting. He was generous in his payment on every hand. He not only invited the English press, but the foreign press also. And on the day of the opening, a grand luncheon was given, at which stirring speeches were made by Doncaster's mayor and by others. The affair proved a great success in every way, except for flying. As the judge, I was perched up on a high wooden tower in the center of the racecourse. I had a stopwatch and a telephone to the press room in the grandstand, where there were telegraph machines in connection with the various London newspaper offices. The event was a national one. Nobody had timed aerial flights before. Therefore, out of my windows, I gazed at Leblon circling the pylons, and forgot to take the time when he started. When he had finished, I spoke over the telephone to Harry de Wint at the other end, guessing the time he had taken from start to finish, and giving the time by my stopwatch. A few minutes later, the telephone rang, and I heard Harry's familiar voice say, "Look here, Billy, what's the matter with you?" "Nothing," I replied. "Why?" "Well, the boys have just reckoned it out and found that according to your time, Leblon finished before he began." Then I heard Caspar's voice exclaim, "Say, Queux, do you want any assistance with the timing over there? Fellows can't very well win before they start." That first aviation meeting, which extended over 4 days, was full of humor. It could not be doubted that Caspar did the press well, since in 3 days it was found they had consumed over 3,700 cigars, to say nothing of the amount of wine and spirits, which had better be omitted. All the meals were free, and people, pressmen or not, went into the great dining room, ate and drank what they wanted, and came out again. The corporation, which was bearing part of the expenses of entertainment, suddenly awoke to the fact that it must attend to the matter. So, one morning, supplies were cut off, not, however, before many boxes of cigars had been distributed unopened. William Caspar himself was the most prominent figure at that meeting. His get-up was calculated to impress the public. He had a wonderful pair of bright yellow boots that laced up to the knees, which he called his flying boots, a marvelous suit of check tweeds, a cap to match, and huge gauntlet gloves. But he never flew. Huge crowds came each day, and thousands paid their half a guinea merely to be allowed to walk around the hangars and inspect the various types of machines, mostly inventors' freaks that could not fly and never did. The weather, however, was gusty and entirely against the aviation of those early days. Everyone who attempted to go up came to grief, Cody's machine turning a complete somersault. Thus, the meeting was unfortunately not a financial success. It cost the Doncaster Corporation a considerable sum, and the Belgian baron and his brother lost their money. Casper made not a halfpenny, for I had to lend him some money a few days later, and the only satisfaction we gained was that we had all thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. And so it was that aviation first came to England. Cody constructed a second edition of the celebrated cathedral, and when he took it to Shoreham one day, he and my friend Clarence Winchester, the aviator, who wrote that entertaining book Flying Men and Their Machines, made a perilous ascent on it. But their altitude never reached above 600 feet, which in those early days seemed something of a miracle. They came down quicker than they went up, but all this seems strange after the latest gliding experiments. Winchester tells this story of Cody. The pioneer also invented a monoplane. This machine flew so fast when Cody first tried it that, on descending, he admitted he was a bit scared by the speed. He was asked what he thought of his own invention. "Well," he replied thoughtfully, "I fancy it would be a trifle easier to fly a streak of lightning." One day, William Casper played a practical joke on me. He had had a sudden wave of prosperity and was running a gaming casino at Rimini on the Adriatic in combination with certain English financiers, I being a member of the syndicate. I had met him in Milan, and we were traveling together down to Rome on business connected with the syndicate. One of the best of good fellows, Burbage of Harrods, now alas dead, was with us. Casper had with him in the train a new and very expensive dispatch case, in green leather, with double locks, and I noticed he took extreme care of it, fearing lest it should be stolen. He took it with him into the dining car, both at luncheon and dinner, and when we arrived in the Eternal City, he would not allow the voluble porter to handle it. At the Grand Hotel, on our arrival, he carefully handed it over to the cashier with a request that he would place it in the safe and give a receipt for it, which the sleek, obsequious Italian cashier did. His precaution did not strike me as very strange, for I knew that sometimes my friend carried with him confidential documents and considerable sums in cash. It was also his custom to carry an automatic pistol in his hip pocket, and he was a dead shot. We went to our rooms, for it was late at night, and next morning all three of us met in the hall of the hotel. We were just about to go forth, when he suddenly said, "Oh, wait a moment, Queux. I want something out of my dispatch case." He crossed the brass grill of the cashier's desk and presented his receipt, whereupon the sleek young man went to the great safe, unlocked it with his keys, and carefully brought forth the precious case. Casper just as carefully unlocked both locks with the little Chubb's key on his watch chain, while the cashier and several others standing by, including myself, peered in to see what the precious case contained. Casper drew forth a pair of ebony hairbrushes, brushed his hair very carefully in a long mirror at the side, replaced them, relocked the case, and, handing it back to the cashier, said, without a suspicion of a smile, "Thank you very much. Will you please put it back again?" I suppose this rather disjointed record of an erratic life would not be complete without some reference to the interest I have taken in wireless ever since years ago in Leghorn, where I lived while Senatore Marconi was engaged in his early experiments and long before the marvelous discovery was launched on the world. For a number of years, I have been a keen experimenter, and have often been dubbed a fool for my pains. Certainly, we had very crude apparatus till the outbreak of war set many persons experimenting and conducting research work, as a result of which the apparatus has been brought to greater perfection, and the transmission of the human voice by wireless accomplished. In the latter field, I was one of the first experimenters, and to those who nowadays delight in listening to broadcasting, it may be of interest to know that I was the first person to broadcast speech and music to amateurs and experimenters. This I did for 1 hour each evening during the first 7 months of 1920, the early days of radio telephony. Many amateurs, I believe, know my call and my voice, 2AZ, for fully 100 in all parts of the country were good enough to write from time to time and report on the strength and quality of my signals. The set in question I started to establish in Guildford early in 1919, and was fortunate enough to have the advice and assistance of Mr. Duncan Sinclair, now of the wireless section of the Air Ministry, and Mr. E.P. Brown and Mr. F.A. Love, both land telephone experts and well known in the wireless world. With the exception of the small radio telephone sets used on aeroplanes and then being scrapped by the Disposals Board, very little was known at the time concerning long-distance radio telephony. It could be accomplished, we knew, but how? That was the problem we set ourselves to solve. For 6 months, we worked daily with various apparatus and circuits, burning out expensive transmitting valves, piercing condensers, ruining microphones, and other almost daily misfortunes. At last, just as we thought ourselves within an ace of success, our generator broke down, and we could get no firm in London to undertake its rewinding, not even the makers themselves. It had to be scrapped, and after considerable delay and expense, a new one was installed in its place. Still no result. A second single-line aerial had been erected at right angles to the transmitting aerial, a twin one, in order to be able to listen to our own telephony and gauge the strength and modulation of what was being sent out. From listeners in London and in various towns, reports came in that mumblings could be heard, but no word was distinguishable beyond "Hulloa! 2AZ calling." Weeks went on, valve after valve was tried, condenser after condenser, choke after choke, till I confess that more than once I stood in my wireless room in despair. Indeed, so many disappointments did I have that one night I declared to my friend Ernest Brown that I felt like smashing up the whole bag of tricks with a hammer. He counseled patience, so we continued. My Morse could be read by Mr. L. Meyer in Amsterdam, and was also reported from Paris and the south coast of Ireland, but telephony seemed as far off as ever. Then I resolved to alter the wavelength to 1,000 meters. This meant a new inductance, in the testing of which I was assisted by Mr. Frank Phillips, who is associated with the Burn Depth Company. The Marconi Company, who were taking great interest in my experiments, kindly lent me certain apparatus, while from the research department at Chelmsford, some highly valuable suggestions were made, based upon their own experience. A further 3 months of costly failure passed, till one day I received a letter from an amateur in Manchester, whom I did not know, telling me that my speech on the previous night, the weather forecast from the evening paper, was perfectly clear. Imagine my joy! Next day came letters from Mr. T.W. Higgs at Bristol, Mr. G. Woods of Liverpool, and Mr. F.T. Townsend, secretary of the Ipswich Wireless Club, all congratulating me on both speech and music. These were followed quickly by reports from such research workers as Mr. W. A. Ward at Sheffield, Mr. L. C. Wilcox at Warminster, Captain E. J. Hobbs at Wareham, Mr. W. W. Burnham at Blackheath, Mr. W. J. Crampton at Weybridge, Mr. H. H. T. Burberry at Wakefield, and a number of others. Naturally, on meeting with such sudden success, we persevered enthusiastically in order to get the set to function more perfectly and to attain greater distances, till one day we received a report from the operator at Inchkeith on the Firth of Forth, 420 miles from Guildford, and lastly from the well-known amateur, Mr. G. W. G. Benzie of Peterculter, Aberdeen, 550 miles distant. A curious incident occurred one evening while transmitting a selection of jazz music. My second aerial was switched on to my receiving set, Marconi 7-valve, with the new double note magnifier, when, by mistake, the Morse inker was switched on, whereupon the printing machine began to respond to the music and recorded all the higher notes on the tape. It ticked and printed, keeping time with the music, greatly to our amusement. Another laughable incident happened one night when I called by telephony to HX and mentioned my friend Mr. Love by name, whereupon some unknown amateur in Rotterdam called me by Morse and asked in French, "What is that about love? Please repeat." and next moment another message was flashed out to me, I believe by a professional operator, saying, "Love to the girls also." This created quite a disturbance in the ether concerning love. One man tapping out, "Love to 2AZ." This continued till a government station, I believe it was Aldershot, grew angry and told the delinquents to shut up. Whilst on the subject of wireless, my friend Colonel C.G. Chetwode Crawley, the Deputy Inspector of Wireless Telegraphy of the General Post Office, has from time to time told me some humorous stories of radio. The other day, an applicant for a wireless receiving license filled in the particulars of his experiments as home comforts. Another man applied to the GPO for a license to experiment with crystal detonators. One of the best of Colonel Crawley's stories, however, concerns a businessman who had had so many differences with his wife that the conjugal life became almost impossible. One day recently, he suddenly left Victoria for the continent, and on board the Channel boat sent a message by radio, which was received at Knighton in the Isle of Wight, and said, "Going for good." The wife, on receiving it, saw red. In a few days, she sold up her furniture, let her flat, and went to live with her mother. She wrote to an address in Spain, but without receiving a reply. A month later, her husband turned up. He had been to the flat only to find it let to another family, and angrily demanded an explanation. His wife showed him the radio message. "But there's a word left out, my dear," he gasped. "I sent you a wire to say that I was going for a good trip. The word trip has been omitted." Furious correspondence ensued between the GPO and the aggrieved pair. The GPO sought out the original telegram as dispatched from the ship, but the word trip did not appear upon any form whatever. Nevertheless, the well-organized and brainy GPO apologized for their error, and the home is a happy one again. Did the gentleman cast off the matrimonial fetters and then repent? Who knows? A further story which I heard from another source concerns the famous American wireless hero Binns, who was once an operator at the Crookhaven wireless station, where it was a standing joke that all his breakfast for 365 days every year consisted of 2 hard-boiled eggs. During the war, he was an operator in a very important position in the Grand Fleet, and a certain most secret signal was required to be sent ashore. He puzzled for a moment, and then, with his hand upon the Morse key, tapped out the extraordinary words which no doubt puzzled the Germans. 2 hard-boiled eggs transmitting. Urgent. He rapped this out half a dozen times, and all the stations around the coast were much puzzled. But Crookhaven sprang alert at once. They knew it was Binns. They took his secret message for the Admiralty and replied, "Okay, 2 hard-boiled eggs." It is said that the result of that code message was the sinking of a German cruiser. End of section 12. Read by Marissa D. 6, Clearwater, Florida, February 22nd, 2025.
Section 13 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Le Queux. Chapter 12, Adventures in Journalism. How I Became a Journalist, Reporting in the House of Commons, Humors of the Globe newspaper, Stanley, the Explorer's Great Secret revealed for the first time, Mr. Gladstone's kindnesses to me, the Lord Chancellor and my books, the mysterious person who sent the Globe the first news of the Victoria disaster, 12 hours ahead of the first intimation. I nearly lost my life at Bow Street during the police strike. How I nearly killed Queen Victoria. Cardinal Manning becomes my friend. He takes a drink with the reporters. I go with George Augustine Sala to describe the Holy Coat at Treves. We become pilgrims from Metz. the editor of the Berlin Punch is sent to prison for 6 months for copying my Globe article. Who's Who states that while studying art in Paris, I forsook the Quartier Latin and became a journalist. It happened in this way. I had met the great feuilletonist Emile Richebourg, the dark-eyed, serious, bearded man whose domestic novels ran for years in Le Petit Journal, and it occurred to me, tired as I was of the art school, to try and write a short story. I wrote many without success. One day I completed one of 1,500 words that I called Le Pipe Cassée, and it was published. Zola read it, and I suppose it met with his approval, for he sought me out in my shabby rooms, au troisième, off the Boule Miche, and his great encouragement urged me to continue. I did, and achieved some success, so much indeed that one day I forsook art, and after a tour of Europe, mostly on foot, became a clerk in a silk-weaving factory in Genoa, and later on arrived in London, where, after some adventures, I became a journalist. I was subsequently appointed on the staff of the Globe, the government organ which at that time was in the zenith of its popularity. At first I was a reporter in the gallery of the House of Commons, my seat being beside H.W. Lucy, or Toby MP, as he was known in Punch in the days of Gladstone and Parnell. Then very soon I was promoted to be sub-editor and began the journalistic and literary career that I have pursued till today. I do not think that I ever took myself seriously, as did some of my fellow craftsmen, mostly untraveled novelists of both sexes. I have ever regarded novel writing as a sea of adventure, where often the best writer finds himself stranded while the mediocre teller of stories struggles safely into port. In my student days in Paris, I met many young artists, lawyers, and literary men who afterwards made their mark. But again, when sub-editor of London's oldest evening newspaper, The Globe, I met many more celebrities whose names are today household words. The contributors of the By the Way column were, in themselves, the best collection of literary brains in London. Davenport Adams, the dramatic critic who wrote the standard Dictionary of the Drama, and who was a bosom friend of Henry Irving and Ellen Terry, and who wore a faded velveteen coat day and night, and who smoked the vilest of cigarettes. Joe Knight, the jovial editor of the Athenaeum, Algernon Locker, the clever assistant editor of Punch Today, the brilliant C.L. Graves and his equally brilliant collaborator E.V. Lucas, and the great Lord Salisbury, Premier of England. All these wrote the front page of the Globe in the days when I sat, amid clicking tape machines, doling out the world's news to those who cared to pay a penny for the pale pink sheet. It was not generally known that those turnovers in the Globe describing the happenings of an imaginary village called Wazzle by a Wazzleite were written by the great Lord Salisbury, then Prime Minister, who really described the little town of Hatfield, where he had his country seat. Again, we had for years an unknown poet who dropped his brilliant contributions of topical verse into the letterbox in the Strand, and though we published them 2 or 3 times a week, he never applied for any payment, and nobody knows even today of his identity. I found my days of journalism full of interest because I met so many cultured and interesting people. Though my office hours were from 7 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, I was sufficiently eager to write fiction, as Zola had urged me to do, till late each night and often into the small hours. In those days, the late Sir George Armstrong was chief proprietor of the Globe, with Sir William Madge as manager. My instructions were to run it as a paper written by gentlemen for gentlemen, and I endeavored to do my best to make it the Times of the evening. My best reporter was Charles F. Palmer, who later became editor when I resigned to become a novelist, and who eventually, under Horatio Bottomley's wing, became member for the Wrekin division. It is 1,000 pities that poor Palmer, a sturdy and devoted friend, was cut off in his prime. I helped him by speaking at his election meetings in the Wrekin Division, and I had great hopes of him as an independent member. Through 20 years he had occupied a seat daily in the Reporters' Gallery in the House of Commons, and no man in all Britain had a more intimate knowledge of British politics or of parliamentary procedure. When I was on the Globe, I fretted at being so much confined in the office, and whenever I could, I went forth to report current events happening in London, more especially the mysteries of crime. I assisted in the investigation of each of the Jack the Ripper murders in Whitechapel, accompanied by two friends, Charles Hands, who was afterwards on the staff of the Daily Mail, and Lincoln Springfield, who was reporter of the Star, and who is today proprietor of that most breezy and popular journal, London Opinion. During the Ripper scare, ours was a three-handed game. We practically lived as a trio in Whitechapel, and as each murder was committed, we wrote up picturesque and lurid details while we stood on the very spot where the tragedy had occurred. One evening, Springfield of the Star would publish a theory as to how the murders had been done, together with a facsimile of those letters in red ink received by Scotland Yard the day before. Next night, Charlie Hands would have a far better theory in the Pall Mall, and then I would weigh in with another theory in the Globe. Only recently, the actual identity of Jack the Ripper has been discovered and will be found for the first time disclosed in Chapter 17. Sir H.M. Stanley, the African explorer, was for many years my intimate friend. An incident that occurred in 1890 while I was still sub-editor of the Globe is very curious and has never been before disclosed. I will tell it exactly as it happened. Stanley had returned after being lost for 2 years in the forests of perpetual night, and was the idol of the hour, lecturing and being feted everywhere, with honors being bestowed on him for his daring to lead his gallant little band into the very heart of the unknown. He had written his monumental work, Through Darkest Africa, which was just about to be published, and moreover it was announced with great éclat that he was to be married to Miss Dorothy Tennant, the clever author of London Street Arabs and other books. The whole world was excited at the romance. One warm afternoon I was seated at my office in the Strand, examining piles of copy that came pouring in from all sources, selecting what news should appear in the special edition of that night's paper. My office boy suddenly announced that a man was in the office below asking to see the editor. In reply to my inquiry as to what he was like, the boy said, "He looks like a workman, sir. He won't go away till he sees you. He says he has something very important to tell you." Thinking he might have some exclusive news, I ordered him to be shown up. He proved to be a tall, thin, rather loosely built man of about 40, in a shabby old jacket and faded and patched blue trousers, such as are worn by engineers. As he stood cap in hand, I asked him his business, when he replied, "Well, the fact is, sir, I'm a seafaring man and I'm stranded. I've had some funny experiences, and I thought if I told you some of them to put in your paper, perhaps you might give me something so that I can get up to Liverpool to join another ship. I've been a long time in Africa." "Well, lots of people have been in Africa," I remarked dubiously. "Yes, I know, but they haven't been where I've been." And then he went on to mention places of which I had never heard. He began to tell me a remarkable story of how he deserted from his ship, on board of which he had been a stoker, and of his wanderings along the African coast. Then he started to describe what he had seen. Some of this I took down in shorthand and still have my notes. "Well," I said at last, "I confess I know very little of West Africa, but I have a friend who has been there, and he no doubt would like to have a chat with you." And then I gave him a few shillings, and he promised to return next afternoon at 3 o'clock. I had formed an opinion that he was only cadging, and that I should never see him again. Later, however, I telephoned to Stanley, who was then living at De Vere Gardens, and he promised to come and interview the fellow who had given his name as George Harding. Next afternoon, Stanley arrived just before 3, and when the man was shown up, I introduced him as my friend. "Oh, you know something about Africa, sir," Harding said, never having met Stanley before and quite unaware of his identity. The great explorer admitted that he knew a little concerning the Congo. "Ah, that's just where I've been, and up the Arawimi too," said the man. "Do you know it?" "Yes, I do," Stanley replied, evidently much taken aback. "How funny. I thought I was the only white man who'd been up in those forests," he said, and then he began to speak of various tribes and their chiefs and the names of native villages, all of which held Stanley absolutely agape. Time after time he tested the man's knowledge of places and things. I got out the large map of Africa where there were great blanks showing unexplored country, and with his finger Harding pointed to different spots where native villages were situated and the direction of rivers in which Stanley alone knew their names. For the book, Darkest Africa had not yet been published and was only in its proof stage. Then Stanley questioned him about certain other tribes, their chiefs, their habits, and apparently learned much that was of interest to him. The man described the pygmies and gave such details concerning their life that the great explorer sat utterly astounded. "Do I tell you the truth, sir?" asked the man presently. "I thought I was the only white man who had ever been up the Arawimi, but you've evidently been there too." "Yes, you have certainly told the truth," was Stanley's halting reply. "I confess I am amazed to find that you have been there, evidently before me, from one or two of your remarks. One of those chiefs you knew died nearly a year before I got there and had been succeeded by his brother." The man Harding then told us more of his astounding adventures, how he had escaped from a cannibal tribe after witnessing one of their disgusting orgies, and how he had become husband of a chief's daughter, as well as many thrilling episodes and narrow escapes he had during his 4.5 years in the Congo forests. Eventually, Stanley gave him a 5-pound note without revealing his identity and made an appointment to meet him on the following day. When he had gone, the famous African explorer, whose name was on everyone's lips, stood staring at me pale and aghast. At first he could not utter a word. "Only fancy, the Queux, that fellow has done all the journey that I have done, and more," he gasped. "He was alone. He is a greater traveler than I have ever been." A few days later, Through Darkest Africa was published, and Stanley's reputation became established throughout the world. But to the day of his death, a few years later, he befriended the unknown stoker who had really been the actual discoverer of the Arawimi, the forests of perpetual night, and the pygmies. While on the staff of the Globe, I met Mr. Gladstone on several occasions, and more than once he showed me kindnesses. I recollect one day when he opened a new wing at Guy's Hospital, the press were invited to the luncheon, and it was expected that the Prime Minister would make an important declaration of policy towards Turkey. I chanced to arrive half an hour before the luncheon, and long before any other representatives of the press, when, to my surprise, I was informed that Mr. Gladstone had already spoken, for his pressing engagements would not allow him to remain to the luncheon. Just as I had been told this, the Prime Minister recognized me, and approaching, said in a low voice, "There was no pressman here when I spoke, was there?" I replied that there was not. "Then come along, let's go into that little room over there," and he took me across to what was apparently a sister's private room, and while I sat at a plain deal table, the grand old man leaned against it and repeated his speech, which I took down. But he turned it into the third person, dictating. Mr. Gladstone, having performed the formal opening ceremony, addressed those present and said that the policy of the government toward the Sublime Porte was... He dictated for about a quarter of an hour without hesitation, in that low, husky, yet perfectly clear voice of his, seated easily on the corner of the table and swinging his leg as he spoke. "Will that do, Mr. Le Queux?" he asked, laughing, as at last he stood up. "Excellently, sir," was my reply as I closed my notebook and thanked him. "I suppose the others will be horribly annoyed," he said. "They have all gone into luncheon now and are no doubt waiting for me to appear. If you are going towards the Strand, I can set you down at your office." And thus I drove through the city beside the great Prime Minister. The Globe was the only newspaper to publish the speech that night, and I had the satisfaction of knowing that the Times was compelled to use my report next morning. Mr. Gladstone was also very kind to me when I published my second novel, Zoraida. From Hawarden he wrote, "Quite by accident I saw your novel, Zoraida, when staying at Chatsworth a fortnight ago, and I read it. I want to congratulate you on your fertility of invention and your vivid scenes of the Great Sahara and its desert wanderers. The book has interested me. W. E. Gladstone." I fear the praise was ill-deserved, but I confess I was much gratified. I afterwards learned that it was at Mr. Gladstone's suggestion that Queen Alexandra, then Princess of Wales, read my novels and gave a standing order for each of my books to reach her as soon as it was published. Somebody in the bookselling world discovered this fact, and when King Edward ascended the throne, I was at once advertised by enterprising publishers as the Queen's favorite novelist. Among other notable people who professed themselves interested in my novels and personally congratulated me were Earl Balfour, Lord Derby, Lord Birkenhead, Mr. Lloyd George, Bishop Ryle, Father Bernard Vaughan, Sir Edward Cornwall, Sir Henry Duke, and Mr. Justice Bray. At a private house in the West End, where I was dining one night with a number of distinguished people soon after the publication of The Invasion, Lord Halsbury, a little tubby figure, sidled up to me and said very severely, "Ah, so you are William the Queux, eh? Well, I only wish I were still Lord Chancellor. I would have had you up before the House for writing that alarming book on the coming war." I was rather resentful, and he saw it. Then the dear old lawyer laughed, and with a sly wink added, "Wouldn't you have liked it, eh? What an advertisement it would have been for Roberts, Northcliffe, and your book." I can only here say that in addition to endeavoring to work in the interests of my king and country, as every man should, I have at times tried to entertain them with healthy, if exciting, fiction. I am, alas, only too well aware of my own failings and of my hopeless grammar when compared with the perfect English of some of my contemporaries. Yet to my critics I would point out that my early knowledge of other languages interfered seriously with my knowledge of English. I am a cosmopolitan, and for that I would crave the reader's forgiveness for my grammatical errors in this book or in others I have written. But in this chapter I am dealing with my early struggles, the days when I was by day a London journalist and by night a struggling novelist, when 4 hours' sleep sufficed me, and when I used every morning at 6:30 to walk round Covent Garden in order to get a breath of the fresh vegetables from the country. The dust of London was, in those days, over my heart. Another rather curious circumstance occurred to me during my journalistic career. As usual, I entered my room at the Globe at 7 o'clock one morning, for I have been ever an early riser, and even today am often at my desk at 5 o'clock and work till noon, when I saw on my blotting pad several private telegrams in their buff envelopes, distinguishable from the ordinary press and agency telegrams on their multiplicated flimsies, as they are called in press parlance. One of them I opened bore the words, "Editor Globe, Victoria sunk." There was no name of the sender, but the message had been dispatched a few hours before from a small town on the Tunisian coast. This intrigued me. I looked up Lloyd's shipping list and found 2 Victorias. Then in the Navy list, I found HMS Victoria was a British flagship in the Mediterranean. I dashed along to the Admiralty and there interviewed the official on duty. "Probably a hoax," he said. "We've had no news of it. No name is given of the sender, you see." "But is the fleet anywhere off the coast of Tripoli or Tunis?" I asked. "How do I know where the Mediterranean fleet is?" asked the dapper young man. "No, don't publish the report. I expect it is somebody trying to pull your leg. Perhaps a tourist who has gone to see the ruins of Carthage and thought he might have a bit of fun." So I replaced the telegram in my pocket and returned to the office. 4 times during that day I sent to the Admiralty to ask if they could throw any light on the mysterious telegram, but they were unable. No word reached them till 12 hours after the first news of the disaster arrived that HMS Victoria, with Vice Admiral Sir George Tryon on board, had been sunk in collision with the Camperdown on account of a faulty maneuver on Sir George's part. The admiral remained on the bridge as his vessel sank under him, while 22 officers and 336 crew also perished. Official knowledge often comes many hours after what is known and discussed in London and New York newspaper offices, long before the authorities are informed. The Globe on that June day in 1893 was the first to give the news of the disaster to the world, news that they had received early in the morning. But till today, the sender of that mysterious telegram has never revealed himself. I have often wondered who dispatched it from the shore so quickly after the disaster occurred. In the strike of the Metropolitan Police in London, I narrowly escaped serious injury, even death. After the last edition of the Globe had gone to press, I strolled round to Bow Street Police Station, only a minute's walk from the office, to see what was happening, for it seemed very grotesque that the police of London should go on strike and leave malefactors to do what they liked. The streets were crowded by all the hooligans from the East End, cheering the police and jeering against all law and order. The whole underworld of London seemed to have been let loose that night, and had assembled in that rather narrow street that leads from the Strand to Long Acre. I managed to get to the steps of the police station, where Charlie Hands was standing with my reporter, Charles Palmer, and Lincoln Springfield, when suddenly a heavy earthenware spittoon was flung from an upper window of the section house, and, escaping my ear by an inch, smashed onto the pavement. Another inch, and it would have undoubtedly smashed my skull. Not long afterwards, I sat in Bow Street Police Court, where the charge against Oscar Wilde was being investigated, my interest being all the keener because I had met him many times at Lady Walter Palmer's fine house in Grosvenor Square, she being one of Wilde's best friends. I reported the whole of Bottomley's trial in connection with the Hansard Union, when Mr. Bottomley in the box appeared day after day on the content bills of the Globe and the Echo. From a youth I had always attentively studied criminology, so I endeavored to attend every sensational murder trial at the Old Bailey. Often I had as companion my very old friend George R. Sims. Throughout 30 years we frequently sat together at the Old Bailey, watching murder trials, the last occasion being when we sat side by side through the trial of Smith, who murdered his brides by drowning them in their baths. Let me whisper it. Both Sims and myself, rather portly persons, got into those fatal zinc baths produced in court during a luncheon interval, while several famous counsel looked on, making humorous remarks. In that case, Sir E. Marshall Hall rose to such brilliancy as an advocate that Smith would undoubtedly have been acquitted if the accused had not, at the very last moment, taken his defense into his own hands. Smith was hanged, but Sir E. Marshall Hall's magnificent conduct of the case, like later on the defense of Greenwood at Carmarthen Assizes, won for him the admiration of both bench and bar, as well as great popularity with the public. A more able, astute, and learned counsel there is none in the kingdom. For many years he has been my friend, and I think I can safely say that he is personally one of the most modest, large-minded, and most charitable men I have ever met. Those large, dark, penetrating eyes, which terrify a witness under cross-examination, that big, mobile countenance, those eyebrows that shift up and down, and yet, in contrast, that pleasant, easy-going, even fraternal manner that he sometimes assumes towards the jury, is that of a great legal genius, a man who studies the psychology of crime and who knows its degrees as few other men in England know them. The country admires him, it is true, but I happen to know that criminal judges, even though he falls foul of them sometimes, admire and trust him even more. Once I congratulated him on a great success at an assize court in the north, whereupon he simply sighed, and, turning to me, said, "Luck, my dear fellow, only luck." My work on the globe is not without its humorous side. On one well-remembered day, I had been out to snatch a hasty lunch at Simpson's across the way, when on my return I glanced at the tape instruments as usual. On one of them was a startling message printed on the slip. "Her Majesty the Queen died at Windsor at 10 o'clock this morning." I reread it and held my breath. My next action was to telephone down to the printers to place the margins of the paper in deep mourning, telling the head printer that the Queen was dead. My message caused the greatest consternation in the printing works, but all goes like clockwork in the office of any London evening newspaper, and it was a standing joke that, if the last trump sounded, the Globe should come out with an extra special. Ere I had time to consider what I should write concerning the great calamity that had overtaken the nation, the head printer was in my room, exhibiting a wet contents bill in heavy mourning with the words, "Death of the Queen." In the meantime, Mr. Jack Jewell, the sporting editor, who for so many years as Larry Lynx wrote the sporting article for the Globe, and also Sir William Madge's weekly paper, The People, had passed through the printing room and heard the news. He went out into the Strand, where he met the sub-editor of the Echo, and told him of the calamity. I stood alone in my room, undecided. All was ready. I had written some lines that began with the words, "The whole British nation and the world will learn with deepest sorrow that Her Majesty Queen Victoria passed away at Windsor Castle, where she was spending Easter at 10 o'clock this morning. No further details of our national calamity have reached us before going to press." I had the proof in double leads, as the printers call it, in my hands. Everyone was out at lunch, Sir George Armstrong, the chief proprietor, Sir William Madge, the manager, and all the staff except Charles Palmer, who came in at that moment. "Inquire of the Press Association," Palmer suggested. It only required me to press a bell on my table to set the great presses going and to launch on the world the unexpected news that Victoria the Good, who had just celebrated her second jubilee, was dead. I rang up, and in answer to my eager inquiry, I heard an insulting voice say, "Whatever we send out is true. Ours is a reliable service, you know. Others are not." And he rang off. Of Reuters and of the Central News I inquired, but both declared they knew nothing of the Queen's death. At that moment the inspector of the Exchange Telegraph Company, an electrician, who visited the newspaper offices each hour to renew the spools of tape, ink the machines, and see that they were in working order, entered the room without knocking, as he always did. I pounced on him instantly, asking, "What about this report of the Queen's death that your people have sent out?" "Queen's death? What do you mean?" he asked, staring at me. Then, with a smile on his face, the little man, who for years had trudged from one newspaper office to another all day long, dived into the huge waste-paper basket set beneath the automatic machine to receive the hundreds of yards of printed tape that we never used, and presently drew out a piece about 6 inches long, on which were the words, after giving the time, John Walters, for 30 years, coachman to. It was the Queen's coachman who had died, and so I very narrowly made the Globe the laughing stock of the whole world. Yet, as a matter of fact, the Echo did actually publish the report as a rumor only, and many copies were sold outside the Royal Exchange before the edition was suppressed. No, the life of a news editor is not exactly a bed of roses. The dear old Globe has, alas, passed away and is merged into the Pall Mall Gazette after Charles Palmer became editor and fell foul of the German-paid betrayers during the war. In my book, Scribes and Pharisees, written long ago, I have described the inner working of the Globe office and revealed much that I believe has amused people. I referred to Palmer as the Weevil because he was so clever in any investigations that he undertook as second reporter under William Jeanes. One unwritten law of the Globe was that no member of its staff had ever been discharged. Sir George Armstrong was a humorist and always very lenient. An apprentice in our editorial department, named Knight, was once called up and told to resign, but he continued to draw his salary as usual and still remained there for years after I left. Jack Jewell, the original Larry Lynx, was a great character and a most hearty, good-humored soul, but he had periodical bursts of merriment and sometimes did not turn up in the mornings. On such occasions, his office boy, named Tilbury, a particularly bright lad, would read up the morning papers and write out, "Larry Lynx's latest, tips for the day," an event that happened 10 or a dozen times a month. And funnily enough, the office boy's tips were often more correct than those given by our popular sporting editor. So much for journalistic tipsters. Though I am not a Roman Catholic, the late Cardinal Manning became a very generous friend to me. One day he called on me at the Globe office to enlist the paper in the cause of some charity. I took it up, and in return, His Eminence gave me the run of his private library at the Archbishop's house at Westminster. I often spent my evenings there, and on several occasions the dear old soft-voiced Cardinal came in and chatted to me about journalism and literature. He afterwards gave me a letter of introduction to Cardinal Rampolla at the Vatican, which was of the greatest use to me. Here is a little story that will show the broad-mindedness of His Eminence. A new Roman Catholic church was to be consecrated at Hounslow, and with other representatives of the press, I journeyed down there one very hot summer's morning. I arrived late, the church was crowded to overflowing, and the ceremony had started. I saw the impossibility of sitting inside, so I stood by an open window and heard the beautiful service. Afterwards, Father O'Sullivan, the resident priest, on coming out, beckoned me over, and with 3 or 4 pressmen led me into his house nearby. "You fellows find some whiskey and glasses," he said hurriedly, his round face beaming. "After I've seen the Cardinal, I'll join you. Phew! The heat! You must all be just as thirsty as I am." And he closed the door. Beneath the table stood a big wicker-covered jar of excellent Irish whiskey, and on a tray some glasses, so we helped ourselves to the very welcome refreshment and began to smoke. Presently, Father O'Sullivan joined us, and somebody told a good story, which set us all laughing merrily as we stood round with our glasses in our hands. Of a sudden the door again opened, and His Eminence the Cardinal, very feeble and frail, stood before us. In an instant he took in the situation, and laughing, said, "Ah, gentlemen, I see that you are far better off than I am. I'm thirsty too." "Will your Eminence take a glass of water?" asked the priest quickly. "I must apologize that none was provided in your room." "No apology is needed," the Cardinal assured him, smiling, "but I really will take some water." So, laughing merrily at the situation, the famous Cardinal, who would no doubt have been elected Pope had he lived, stood with us, sipping his water and chatting with us while we drank our whiskey. When he left, he remarked, I am very pleased, gentlemen, to see that Father O'Sullivan is entertaining you so pleasantly. A few days later, when I saw him in his library, he mentioned the incident and, with a laugh, remarked, "Though Father O'Sullivan forgot my water, he didn't forget his own whiskey, did he?" One morning I set out from Charing Cross for the city of Treves on the Mosel in order to see and describe for the Globe the Holy Coat, which is exhibited in the ancient cathedral once every 50 years. I was alone as far as Brussels, but when changing trains to go south to Treves, I saw on the platform the burly figure of old George Augustus Sala, the veteran traveling correspondent of the Daily Telegraph. "Hello, Le Queux," he cried merrily. "Are you going to see this confounded coat?" I admitted that I was, and we traveled together all day. On our arrival at Treves, we found that it was quite impossible to obtain beds, the whole place being filled with pilgrims from all over Europe, an unwashed crowd that had arrived to see the relic of whose authenticity I am not in a position to judge. Tents had been erected all over the countryside and down the streets of the old Roman town, and one could hardly get to the cathedral for the dense throng. We found vacant seats before what seemed to be the best cafe in the place, and Sala at last had a private chat with the proprietor. "I happen to be one of the honorary guardians of the coat," the man said, "but unfortunately for you journalists, the bishop has today given orders that no mere sightseer shall be allowed to enter the cathedral." "Oh, then that settles it, Le Queux," said Sala, fixing me with his cross eye. "We must become pilgrims." And pilgrims we became next day, for we both bought blue peasants' blouses and caps, and with a rosary each, we together went in under a big blue banner borne aloft by a pilgrimage from Metz. As Sala chanted with seriousness in his deep bass voice, it was all I could do to keep a straight face. But we were the only journalists who got in, and I recollect that my description published in the Globe was headed, "The Holy Coat at Treves, by an Amateur Pilgrim." The editor of the Kladderadatsch, the Punch of Berlin, copied my article without giving me credit for being its author, and was promptly sent to prison for 6 months for daring to call into question the genuineness of a holy relic. And serve him right. I did not hold, however, with a writer in the Pall Mall, who, a few days afterwards, declared that a holy pair of trousers had been discovered in a church in a village somewhere in Bohemia. Among the many leading lights of the legal profession whom I met during my journalistic days, I have pleasant recollections of Mr. Justice Avery, Sir Archibald Bodkin, Lord Justice Scruton, of copyright knowledge, and a good friend of all authors, Sir Henry Duke, who was at that time a journalist on the staff of the Daily Telegraph, Sir Edward Marshall Hall, K.C., and also of my old practical joking friend, Charles Gill, who afterwards rose to become a King's Counsel, Recorder of Chichester, Senior Counsel to the Treasury, to the Bankers' Association, and to the Jockey Club, as well as a bencher of the Middle Temple. But at the time of the story I'm about to relate, we were both young, and he was glad enough to earn a few guineas at police or county courts. We had a mutual friend in a stout, highly humorous solicitor named George Lay, who practiced mainly at the Brentford Police Court, and, like Gill, was well known in London theatrical circles. One day during a general election, I went down to the riverside town of Staines, where a very hot contest was in progress. On the previous night, the parties in opposition had come to fisticuffs at a meeting. Dixon Hartland, the banker, was contesting the constituency in the Conservative interest, and it seemed a foregone conclusion that he would be re-elected. I arrived at the Bridge House Hotel at Staines about 6 o'clock, and had ordered some dinner in readiness for the meeting at the town hall at 7, when to my surprise in walked Charles Gill, wearing his monocle, accompanied by George Lay. The local bench of magistrates had been sitting, and both had been engaged in opposition in a serious case of assault on a wife by a jealous husband. They greeted me, and as we sat down to dinner, inquired the reason of my visit to Staines. I told them, whereupon, after a brief silence, Gil made a suggestion. "Look here, Lay," he said. "Why shouldn't we stay and have a bit of fun? We've been slanging each other all day. Why not let us continue?" "How?" asked Lay, always ready for an adventure. "Well, let's go to this election meeting with the Queux. You support Dixon Hartland, and I'll take the part of the other Johnny. What's his name? You sit in front, and I'll sit in the back, and we'll create some real trouble between us, eh?" George Lay at once agreed. We ate our dinner and went to the meeting. Lay sat in the second row, with Gil far away at the back. The chairman made a comfortable speech to a packed audience, extolling the virtues of the candidate who sat on the platform smiling down on his supporters. All went quietly until Dixon Hartland rose to speak. Gil allowed him to make a few statements, and then, to everyone's surprise, he rose and loudly protested in his most forensic language against the statement, something with regard to Ireland, and appealed to the chairman and to the audience, causing a great sensation. Whereupon George Lay rose, and, turning to the interrupter with a flow of vituperation that could only be possessed by a browbeating police court solicitor, inquired the name of this gentleman, this unknown outsider who has come here to upset our meeting. That was a signal for a sharp quarrel between the pair. They shouted at each other, both crimson with anger, and shook their fists threateningly. They called each other nasty names, till the chairman, with great difficulty, called them to order, and at last stopped the uproar. Then, all being quiet again, the candidate proceeded, but Gil allowed him to go on only about 5 minutes, when again he rose to object. Again Lay jumped up, and again the pair attacked each other with violence, cheered by one portion of the audience and hissed by the other. 4 times this was repeated, till the audience at last took sides with the objector and his opponent, and would no longer listen to the candidate. The uproar became intense, the chairman became powerless, the crowd got out of hand, chairs were smashed, and the meeting broke up in terrible confusion. I myself narrowly escaped from an infuriated partisan of the opposition candidate, who was flourishing the leg of a broken table. When I got outside, I saw Gil standing on the step of the town hall, still haranguing the crowd. Afterwards, we all 3 took the last train from Staines to London, and many a time we laughed over our joke. Gil became more serious in his latter days. He was a member of the committee appointed in 1918 to inquire into German war crimes, and he worked very hard as a member of the subcommittee which was presided over by the late Mr. Justice Peterson, and which dealt with the treatment of thousands of British prisoners of war in Germany. From his position as counsel to the Jockey Club, of which he was also an honorary member, it will be gathered that Gil was interested in sport, and country pursuits were his principal relaxations from the depressing labor of his profession. Following the tradition of the Old Bailey, he was also a patron of the drama, and at one time was often seen at first-night performances. He was a popular member of the Turf, Garrick, Beefsteak, and other clubs. One December morning, I joined a big party headed by George Augustus Sala, and including Bennett Burleigh, the war correspondent, Milton Pryor, the artist, and a number of kindred spirits of Fleet Street. We met at Euston Station, having been invited by the Cambrian Railways, I believe they were our hosts, to visit Barmouth in North Wales and describe its advantages as a winter resort against the then much advertised Colwyn Bay. We boarded a special train which, after leaving Shrewsbury, stopped frequently, and champagne was served at the station bars. At Barmouth, the town council met us and put us into most comfortable quarters at the Cozy Gadal Hotel. We were rather crowded, however, and Sala and myself, being constant fellow travelers over Europe in those days, shared a room. Sala wore his golf cap in bed, I remember, just as Harry DeWint invariably does. Only I have seen Harry in a wagonlet sleeping in his bowler, for, curiously enough, the explorer is most fastidious about draughts. Well, on the night of our arrival at Barmouth, the council of that thriving watering place, with its beautiful stretch of sands for bathing, gave us a splendid banquet of welcome. The mayor, the local doctors, the town clerk, and other municipal officials told us of its warm winter climate and of its hours of winter sunshine, which were not eclipsed by those of St. Leonard's or Bournemouth, and we sat spoon-fed with the little town's advantages. We retired to bed full of Barmouth and its coming winter life. Sala, as he threw off his braces, said, "By heaven, Liqueur, according to the city fathers, this place must be equal in warmth to Palermo or Algiers. Winter sunshine. I don't see much sign of it, eh? I'm horribly cold." And with a shiver he cast a glance with his blind eye towards me and soon dived into bed. Next morning, when we rubbed our eyes and looked out of the window, the ground was deeply covered with snow. It snowed all day and the next. Those who had invited us naturally grew alarmed. They wondered what we would say. George Augustus Sala on the second afternoon called an informal committee meeting in the smoking room of the hotel, at which most of us were present. "Look here, you fellows," he said bluntly. "These people have done us very well, haven't they? They can't help the snow. They can help it at Colwyn Bay, where their weather report says it's always sunshine. Now I put it to the vote, for we are all of us sportsmen. Shall we tell the truth, or shall we lie? Now, the truth, hands up." Not a hand was raised. "Lies? Artistic ones?" he asked, with his cocked eye glancing at the door in fear of any outsider intruding. Every hand went up. "The lies have it," he answered, and the lies did have it. You have only to search the files of the London daily newspapers on the following day to read what gloriously bright sunshine and blue skies reigned at Barmouth during the visit of the London press. Probably journalists may object to the revelation of such secrets, but, after all, the town of Barmouth had, in a perfectly justifiable bid for winter prosperity, spent so much money on our entertainment that we all agreed that we had been placed in a most difficult position by the clerk of the weather. And in journalism, the truth is, after all, not always welcome. If everyone suddenly became candid concerning his neighbor, this would indeed be an uncomfortable world. But there was a denouement of my story. One of my assistants on the Globe knew what had happened. It was his duty to check the reports each morning from the meteorological office. He waited his time till about a fortnight later snow was reported at Colwyn Bay. He promptly replaced the word fine by snow. And he left the word snow against Colwyn Bay for weeks and weeks, notwithstanding the protests of readers at that North Wales resort. When I protested, he said, "Well, Colwyn Bay can't have it all its own way. It has been sunny at Barmouth each day for the past few weeks, so why can't we give Colwyn Bay a bit of snow?" In May he changed the word opposite Colwyn Bay to unsettled, whereat the municipal authorities and hotel keepers grew furious and wrote some most uncomplimentary letters. With the modern press agent I have no patience. He is paid to exaggerate to the public the mediocre and magnify the unworthy person into a genius. He is a product of our present age of advertising. Given a financial backing, your press agent of today, clever and subtle in his paragraphs, I grant, can accomplish miracles in the social standing of his clients, be they the nouveau riche, the pretty chorus girl, the budding artist, the writer, or the crook. End of section 13, read by Brize C, Ohio. Section 14 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Le Queux. Chapter 13, Among Editors and Publishers. The Hiding Place of King Solomon's Treasures, an amazing story which puzzled Dr. Adler and Chief Rabbi, Adventures in Novel Writing, Mr. Asquith and the Editor, a Special Correspondence Humor, Sir George Nunez and I Play at Cross Purposes, The Great Titbits Treasure Hunt and its Humors, The Man Who Found the Secret of the World's Origin, Pearsons and Their Brilliant Staff, Percy Everett compels the author of If Winter Comes to Destroy a Wasp's Nest. The editor of Pearson's magazine has a most humiliating experience. Stories of Writers. At first, the publishers were not exactly kind to me. I wrote my first novel, Guilty Bonds, on my return from Russia, where I'd been on a special mission for the Times, the country then being under the Emperor Alexander, and people were being exiled wholesale to Siberia without any charge being made against them. The story sold well, for, coincident with Called Back, it was one of the first novels that described Russia under the Tsars. It was afterwards dramatized. My old friend Joseph Hatton wrote By Order of the Tsar, and had it published with a significant yellow ticket inside, the public to this day never dreaming that it was the color of the passport issued to every Jewess of whatever station, proclaiming her to be a woman of ill fame. Feeling success assured, I went to the Great Sahara with the Dubois expedition, and on returning wrote Zoraida and the Great War. Because George Griffith, who had written The Angel of the Revolution, induced me, I gave both these books to the Tower Publishing Company. They produced them well. Colson Kernahan, my oldest literary friend, then reader to Ward and Locke, Sir Robertson Nicoll, to whom I owe much of my success, W.E. Henley, Clement Shorter, Norman Gale, Douglas Sladen, and Davenport Adams of the Black Velvet Jacket, all declared my success to be assured. I had then given up journalism and was living in a cozy little flat at the Magnan end of the Promenade d'Anglais at Nice, going up in July and August to the Pyrenees to escape the great heat on the Riviera. I trod on air and worked hard, but imagine my dismay and disappointment when, at the moment I expected to receive a substantial check for the royalties on both books, which were selling by thousands, I received a formal letter from a bankruptcy official to say that the Tower Publishing Company had failed, and that I should not only get nothing from my 2 years of labor, but that the copyrights had been bought by a well-known firm of publishers and passed out of my hands. Such was the law in those days. I had, in my youthful enthusiasm, toiled for 2 years for nothing. That was over 30 years ago, and today, as I write, Zoraida has just begun as a great new liqueur cereal in an Irish daily newspaper. Could any man experience a greater setback? I went to my old friend A.P. Watt, the literary agent, who was just then commencing business in Paternoster Row, and he introduced me to various publishers. Sir George Hutchinson and Alfred Spencer, his partner, F.V. White, who was publishing Belgravia, and John Strange Winter's novels, Newman Flower, who had just come to Cassell's, Fisher Unwin, who later sought me in Florence, and Evelyn Nash, all became my firmest friends and remain so today. I also got to know intimately Stanley Paul, the burly giant who, alas, has had ill health of late years, W.L. Courtney, Israel Zangwell, Sir Ernest Hodder Williams, whom everyone congratulated on his well-earned title, and the irascible old George Nunes and his kindly son, Sir Frank. Then later I met such outstanding men as Lord Riddle, Sir Edward Holton, James Heddy, and William Lees, who had just graduated from Thompson's of Dundee to the fiction department of the Daily Sketch. With the belief that publishers are often pilferers of one's royalties, I do not agree. With the exception of the Tower Publishing Company, which let George Griffin and myself down so very badly, I have never met a firm who would descend to cook an author's accounts. I hold in respect every firm with whom I have had business dealings, both here and in America, where, because of curious copyright laws, the temptation to steal is certainly open. Even the good continental firms are always fair and above board. I have many pleasant recollections of my editor and publisher friends, not only in London, but also in Paris, Milan, and New York. But to the aspiring author, I would say a word of warning regarding the firms who publish books on commission. If a book is not worth the publisher's risk, it certainly is not worth the author's, no matter how tempting the terms offered. A mysterious affair, which remains a mystery to this day, is known only to myself, although both Sir C. Arthur Pearson and my dear friend Dr. Adler, the chief rabbi, both now dead, knew of it. One day during the 5 years I lived at the Hotel Cecil, a waiter brought me a card bearing the name of Brostrom from an address in Stockholm. A tall, middle-aged, clean-shaven Swede was ushered in and handed me a letter of introduction from a friend, a certain Baroness Emberg, who was one of the leaders of society in the Swedish capital. This letter explained that my visitor was a well-known civil engineer in Sweden, that he was highly trustworthy, and that he had a very curious disclosure to make to me. We sat down, and certainly what he told me caused my eyes to bulge. Briefly, it was that a friend of his, a certain Professor Afzelius at Abu University, had discovered in the original text of the Book of Ezekiel, preserved in the Imperial Library at Petrograd, a cipher message that gave the whereabouts of the concealed treasures from King Solomon's temple. At first I was inclined to laugh, but he assured me that he wished for no money, only my influence and support to induce a London newspaper to take up the matter and send out an expedition to Jerusalem to explore. I will leave these papers with you, he said. I dare say you do not know Hebrew, but if you will submit them to any good Hebrew scholar, I think you will find that he will be much interested. And he rose and left. I thought of my old friend, Dr. Adler, chief rabbi, and that same day I called and left the papers, he promising to go through them, but expressing an honest skepticism. 3 days later, when I called, he admitted that he had gone through them with his distinguished brother, and that there was certainly something in them very curious and intensely interesting to Hebrew scholars. It was his opinion that the matter should certainly be further investigated. Indeed, he seemed highly excited over the whole matter. In consequence, I called another old friend, Sir C. Arthur Pearson, then proprietor of the Standard, put the matter before him and suggested the sending out of an expedition to Palestine to explore. To this he most generously acceded, and an initial sum was agreed between us for its cost. I was to head the expedition to Palestine. That afternoon I walked along the Strand full of suppressed excitement. I was to search for the treasure of Solomon. I called Mr. Brostrom on the telephone, and when he arrived at the hotel, I announced the joyful news and the amount placed at my disposal for the equipment of the expedition. But, to my utter amazement, he replied, "Today I have a telegram from my friend Afzelius in Abu, and though I thank you, we have decided not to carry our investigations any further." He left me, and he has never since been seen in London. Dr. Adler admitted that the papers in Hebrew I placed before him contained something extraordinary, and it certainly seems apparent that there is some curious hidden message in the earliest manuscript of Ezekiel. Can any reader solve the mystery why the discoverers so suddenly withdrew? I cannot. The curious incident gave me the idea for my novel, Treasure of Israel. My recollections of editors are many. Here is one. The day that H. Asquith was appointed Home Secretary, I met Lincoln Springfield, now the editor of that gay and flippant paper, London Opinion, at one of those many cheerful resorts that the town no longer knows, Romano's Bar, and Springfield pretended to be broken-hearted over Mr. Asquith's appointment. Asquith would be delighted to refuse to reprieve me were the occasion ever to arrive, said L.S., and when I asked him what Asquith had against him, my friend related this incident. At the Parnell Commission, when Asquith was Sir Charles Russell's junior, he used to sit next Springfield, who, with T.P. O'Connor and H.W. Massingham, reported the trial for the Star. Asquith and Springfield had many an idle hour's gossip together during the many months of that trial. Stock exchange flutters arising, among other topics, the journalist communicated to the barrister the fact that a certain company, the White Lead Company Limited, was to be floated and was for a day or two to be rushed up to a substantial premium. Both decided to improve their bank balances by venturing to the extent of 100 shares. Springfield, the instant he got his allotment, sold his 100 at a profit of 70 or 80 pounds and forgot about the matter. But Asquith had not grasped the necessity of seizing a rapid profit, and in a week or two the engineered premium ran off into a huge discount, and Asquith lost the major part of his 100-pound flutter. This was no joke to Asquith in those early struggling days, hence Springfield's mock fear of reprisals on the part of Mr. Secretary Asquith. Lincoln is an unusual Christian name, but it is not unique. Some years ago there appeared in the divorce court a co-respondent named Lincoln Jefferson. Dear old Henry Fenn, the divorce court reporter, got to thinking of Lincoln Springfield as he wrote his report, and he inadvertently recorded the correspondent's name as Lincoln Springfield Jefferson. Thus it appeared in the Daily Telegraph. Springfield was on the Pall Mall Gazette in those days, and his colleague there, Charlie Hands, afterward the special correspondent of the Daily Mail, cut out the report. He deleted the name Jefferson by carefully sticking over it a piece of white paper that rendered the deletion imperceptible, thus making the report declare that the correspondent was Lincoln Springfield. This doctored report Charlie Hands hung up on the wall in one of the Pall Mall's editorial rooms, having first headed it, Serpent Springfield, How a Man May Have Curly Hair and Yet Be a Villain. He had barely fixed it on the wall when Mr. Springfield's wife called at the office and could not be restrained from reading the report. It took 5 hectic minutes to restore Springfield's unsullied reputation. Charles Terry, the blue-eyed sportsman, beloved of every bookman and publisher, and who has had quite as varied an experience as myself, I first met when he's proprietor of R.H. Everett & Son Publishers. He had then been manager of the London Opera House, and later became manager of the book department of Messrs. Odhams Limited. He tells a good story about books. A few months ago, having prepared the balance sheet of his department, he was chatting with Mr. Elias, managing director of the firm of Odhams. "Terry," said Elias, "Mr. Harris, our chief accountant, says that your accounts are extremely clear and well kept. You must be a jolly good bookkeeper." Terry, who began life as an accountant, was rather flattered and admitted that he knew a good deal about bookkeeping. "Yes, I thought so," replied Elias. "But we want you to sell books, not to keep them." Each time I entered the great offices of George Nunes Limited, I recollect the first day I put my foot across that threshold. For about 3 years I had constantly contributed to the then newly established Tit-Bits, but had never seen its founder, George Nunes. Being back in England, it struck me that I might venture to call, so I did. I gave my name, waited a few moments in the waiting room, and presently was ushered into the presence of the bluff, outspoken man who, in common with other Lancashire men, had come to London by sheer perseverance and hard grit. But his reception of me, well, it was so hostile that I stood staggered in wonder as he paced up and down his fine, airy room, denouncing me and heaping on my head all sorts of vituperations. At last I managed to get in a few feeble words. "I really don't understand you, Mr. Nunes." "Understand me? Can't you hear?" he cried excitedly. "Don't you understand that you've done more harm to the firm than anybody else has ever done?" "Perhaps I have, but I've been paid for it," I replied meekly. "Paid? Who paid you?" "The firm," I replied. "The firm paid you?" he cried, glaring at me. "Are you mad? What do you mean? This firm has paid you to do what you've done against me?" I stood aghast. Then I calmly turned to the door to go. "No, you shan't," he cried. "We must have all this out. I won't stand it from you or anybody else." "But there is nothing to have out, Mr. Nunes," I said quite calmly. "All the contributions I have made to your journals you have invited and paid for." "Contributions? What the devil do you mean?" "Well, you have published a good many under my name, William le Queux." "Good God! Are you le Queux?" "Certainly," I said. "Who do you think I am?" "Why, I understood that you were that cursed swindler, H., who let me down so badly over some paper." The lad who had ushered me in had an impediment in his speech, so he had understood that I was Mr. H., hence his violent anger. We laughed, shook hands, and ever afterwards he was my firm friend. Soon after that incident, I wrote for Titbits a serial called The Tick-and-Tote Treasure, and it aroused in the young men of the office the idea of a real treasure hunt. Golden sovereigns in iron tubes were sunk into the ground at night in odd places by people who traveled in motor cars up and down the country. A real treasure hunt began. I believe Sir Frank Nunes, son and heir of the late Sir George, was in the forefront of that new excitement. Excitement! If you sent a postcard to your local paper that the treasure was sure to be buried in such and such road, those who lived in the road would find, ere it was light next morning, a gang of people of all ages, digging up every front garden and casting great bushes out on the pavements in their frenzied effort to discover the hidden sovereigns. The hunt grew so fierce at last that somebody dug beneath a telegraph pole on the Great North Road near Hitchin and tossed it over, thus interrupting the whole telegraph communications with the north of England. The government remonstrated, and the merry game was stopped, but while it lasted it was full of fun. The Marquis of Exeter, whose lordly mansion, Berkeley House, by Stamford Town, is described by Tennyson in his Lord of Berkeley, helped me to write the Tick-and-Tote Treasure. The little hamlet of Tick-and-Tote is on his estate, and there has been a legend that great treasure is buried on one of the farms. The Marquis helped me in my attempt to locate it, but alas, we dug without avail. However, we had many merry days over it, and the Marchioness gallantly assisted us. Only a few weeks before writing these lines, I lunched at the Reform Club with my friend, Mr. W. Grierson, who today so ably conducts the great house of Nunes, and who, besides being a most successful businessman, is also a clever editor. He told me a typical story of the troubles of publishers, who with authors do not always see eye to eye. "I had a funny letter during the publication of the Outline of Science," he said. "After the appearance in serial form of the second part, I had a letter from a correspondent earnestly begging me to hold up publication till I heard further from him. He had just discovered the secret of the origin of the world. In a few days he would send me his article in which everything would be explained and the face of modern science would be entirely changed. The fact that this man's masterpiece has not yet seen the light of day only provides one more illustration of the short-sightedness of publishers and how slow we are to recognize originality. In the whole world of publishing, there is no man with a more open mind than Grierson. When I edited The War of the Nations, I was many times annoyed by the way in which he mutilated my manuscript. Once I remonstrated. He smiled at me across the table and said, "Queux, you are an author. You know your subject and write with authority. But it is my job to keep my fingers on the pulse of the public, the readers of all our papers and magazines. I try and gauge what they desire to read, and I provide it for them. Will you forgive me?" To gauge the taste of the public is indeed a hard task. In the long years of authorship, I have sometimes half-heartedly executed commissions from publishers when, to my surprise, my work has met with great and instant success. At others, when I am enthusiastic over an idea or the plot of a novel, I am frequently doomed to disappointment. Why? Who can tell the real reason of a book's or a play's success? I have written much for the House of Pearson, in fact continuously from the day it was established to the present. Peter Carey, who was partner with Sir C.A. Pearson, was a close friend of mine from the first publication of Pearson's Weekly to the day of his untimely death. He was a clever editor and a shrewd businessman with a keen sense of humor. We often spent a night in town together. His bosom friend was Mr. George Griffith, who wrote The Angel of the Revolution and other notable books, and who held the record for going round the world, before the construction of the Siberian Railway, in 71.5 days. One day Carey invited F.V. White, the publisher, Griffith, and myself to dine at his house in Wimbledon Common, and we all went down together. Before dinner, Carey said, "I've got a new game to show you fellows. It's quite simple." He took us upon the lawn where he put up cricket stumps. "Now," he said, "we put a shilling on each stump, and the one who knocks them off gets the shillings. Quite simple." We all three bowled, but had no luck. Yet Carey, whom we afterwards found was a very good cricketer, knocked off the shillings each time either of us tried to bat. I believe it cost us about 30 shillings each before we went in to dinner. At table, Carey turned to us and said, "I told Everett that I meant you chaps to pay for your dinners." I remember that White was very annoyed. Percy W. Everett, to whom he referred, is now head of Pearson's, and has been a friend of mine for many years. He is a cheery, merry-eyed man of untiring energy and impervious to fatigue. A few weeks ago, while chatting with him at the dinner of the Grimes Club, of which he was a fellow member, he told me of a most humiliating experience he once had. He said, "I remember very well how one day a short, good-looking, apparently harmless gentleman strolled into my office and began to talk to me of a science of which nothing was then known in this country, jujitsu. He explained how the weakest man who understood the science could overcome the strongest man who knew nothing about it. In the interest of truth, and to find out if my visitor was really qualified to write an article on this subject, I challenged him to prove his words. The next moment I was on my back on the floor. I was allowed to rise again, but a simple, though deadly grip with but 2 fingers was responsible for an immediate and very undignified editorial somersault. A most painful quarter of an hour ensued. One by one, with fiendish science, my visitor subjected the joints of every part of my body, from head to toe, to strains that, as it proved, they were anatomically unable to resist. I suffered every kind of known agony, but the result was that I obtained for Pearson's magazine a series of articles on jiu-jitsu that created a worldwide sensation. A.S.M. Hutchinson, author of If Winter Comes, tells an amusing story of Everett, who was his chief in the days when he was editor of the Royal Magazine, a post now filled by that writer of delightful short stories, F.E. Bailey. It seems that one Saturday night, Percy Everett, who, by the way, is an outdoor man and takes very long walks, even so far as Brighton, invited Hutchinson down to his home at Elstree, as he intended that night to destroy a wasp's nest. The nest, since it was under some thick bushes, was difficult of access, and Hutchinson's task was to creep in on his hands and knees in the dark to pour paraffin into the hole. It was a job that required considerable care and pluck, for Everett, standing behind striking matches, told him that wasps always kept a sentinel outside their nest, both by day and night, and asked if he could spot him. He couldn't, as he is nearsighted. Everett was crouching behind him, blocking the way out, and every moment Hutchinson expected the whole swarm to attack him. In telling the story, he said, "However, by the mercy of Providence, that sentinel wasp was not up to his work that night, and I squirted down my paraffin and backed out, praising heaven. Everett applied the match, I will say that much for him, and I got as far away as I could in the darkness and stayed there." Hutchinson also told me, referring to his early days on the Royal Magazine, that the thrill of the Israelites when entering the Promised Land was a torpid yawn compared to my sensations as I first walked into Pearson's. Writing of Hutchinson, the present editor of the Royal says, "Hutchinson I remember as a tremendous worker. I can see him still at a roll-top desk, working on doggedly amid a cloud of tobacco smoke, turning out page after page in his careful, fastidious handwriting. This careless world seldom takes temperament into account, preferring to measure the ox-like type and highly strung person of creative imagination by a general rule of thumb. Nevertheless, the price of success is a great deal higher to the second than to the first, for he lives on his nerves, and his masterpieces are literally written with his heart's blood." Another ex-member of the Pearson staff is C.W. Shepard, now editor of the Northern Newspaper Syndicate. He told me the other day a good story concerning John Hassel, the well-known artist. At the time he was under Everett on the editorial staff of Pearson's, they were publishing an article on the influence of color in daily life, and he went to see one or two eminent people to get their views, including Lady Duff Gordon on dress and John Hassel on art. He had a cheerful chat with Hassel in his studio, and after discussing various colors, he asked him what he would call the best tonic color. "The color of a good port wine," he said. "That is why one instinctively holds up a glass of port to the light." Some spirit of mischief prompted Shepard to try and trip him up. "But surely," he said, "you do the same with a bottle of Bass." "Ah," said Hassel, as quick as lightning, "but that's to see if there's any cork in it." My friend D.M. Sutherland, editor of the Pall Mall Gazette, tells a good journalistic story of the great Horace Greeley, whose handwriting was so bad that at one time there was only one compositor in the office in New York who could set up his copy. This man seemed to his fellows unduly puffed up by this fact. One day, while the supercompositor was out, a bird that had flown into the office walked into some printing ink and then on to a number of loose sheets lying on the floor. "Why," said one of the printers, picking up a sheet, "this looks like the old man's writing." So saying, he fastened the sheets together and put them on the absent compositor's case. Presently the compositor came back, and, with all eyes turned on him, picked up the sheets, and to the amazement of the room started setting up the supposed copy. Presently, however, he jibbed at a word and asked the man nearest him what it was. "How should I know?" was the reply. "You know that you alone can read the old man's writing. Better ask him." Reluctantly, the baffled compositor took the sheet to Greeley's sanctum. "Well," grunted the great man, "what is it?" "It's this word, Mr. Greeley," stammered the man. Greeley snatched the sheet from the man's hand, looked at the alleged word, and threw himself back with a snort of disgust. "Why," he shouted, "any fool could see what it is. It's unconstitutional." Stanley Paul, the publisher, tells a delightful story of a certain well-known cosmopolitan writer. He says, "Returning from a trip to the gay city, my friend, who is popularly known as the Master of Mystery, asked me how I had enjoyed myself. I replied that I had had a good time and mentioned some of the gay places I had visited. In his turn, he sighed and said that nowadays he never had time to explore the modern Montmartre. In order to test the soundness of this statement, I referred to one notorious place, quietly stating as a joke that I was very surprised to see the author's caricature by a well-known French artist adorning the walls, when the latter exclaimed with much agitation, 'Hush! No, no, no!' I said, 'Ah, I wondered whether you had ever been there.' Mr. W. L. Courtney once referred to publishers as a timid race of men. But are they also absent-minded? A story is told concerning Stanley Paul when he started business in Clifford's Inn and was at the time prominent on the executive of several athletic clubs whose headquarters were at the Argyle Hotel. One day, when absorbed in the prospect of a London to Brighton walk, which was then one of Paul's hobbies, the office boy said a gentleman wanted to see him. Asked who it was, he said he wasn't sure, but he thought it was Argyle. And Mr. Paul, thinking of a gentleman he sometimes saw at headquarters, decided to be out and couldn't be seen till after 6 p.m. The gentleman left. Next day, the correspondence contained a very courteous note from His Grace, the late Duke of Argyll, asking if it would be possible for Mr. Stanley Paul to see him at Kensington Place in connection with his Memoirs, Intimate Society Letters of the 18th Century, which Mr. Paul had previously commissioned for publication. Mrs. M. Chester Folks, the well-known authoress, who, by the way, was at one time private secretary to Douglas Sladen, once told me how, while collaborating with Lord Rossmore, who was writing his reminiscences, they quarreled desperately. It was a case of Dr. Fell with them both all the time. But when the book was published, Lord Rossmore invited the popular Maud to lunch one Sunday at the Stud House, Hampton Court, and in front of his assembled guests, presented her with a platinum and coral necklet. "Isn't it a nice present, Maudie?" remarked his lordship. Mrs. Folks took the necklace and replied pensively, "Yes, it is very pretty. A clear case of after battles rewards," the motto of the Rossmores. It was Lord Rossmore who, when speaking to Mrs. Folks about a certain publisher whom most people will recognize, remarked, "But damn it, the fellow is a gentleman. I thought a publisher was always a shopkeeper. It is the accepted idea." "Well," replied Maud, "the idea of a nobleman is that he is a gentleman, but it is often wrong, isn't it?" Lord Rossmore was compelled to agree. In the Bath Club the other day, I heard a good story concerning my old friend David Whitelaw, the well-known editor of the London and Premier magazines. He was walking one hot afternoon last year on Brighton Pier with Herman Finck, the composer of so many popular orchestral pieces, and as they passed the bandstand, the orchestra, under Captain Amers, was playing In the Shadows. The irrepressible David complimented Herman on hearing his own composition played to the pleasure of the great assembly of summer idlers. To be polite, Herman Finck bet Whitelaw a level shilling that if they continued their walk they would discover somebody reading one of his novels. Whitelaw accepted, and together the pair strolled along, eagerly scanning every book or paper that the seaside girls and fellows were reading. Every author except David seemed to be represented on that drowsy summer afternoon, beside the lazily lapping waves. The well-known novelist editor had almost given up hope when suddenly Fink pointed out a very old and shabby gentleman in steel-rimmed spectacles seated in one of the pier shelters. On his lap was a cheap edition of The Little Hour of Peter Wells. But the old fellow was fast asleep. End of section 14, read by Brize C, Ohio.
Chapter 14 of Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Fassio. Things I Know About Kings, Celebrities, and Crooks by William Queux. Chapter 14. Criminals I Have Met. In the course of my wanderings up and down Europe, searching for local color and fresh ideas for my novels, and at the same time continuing to act as secret agent of Great Britain, I have mixed with all sorts and conditions of persons, both in the haut monde and in the underworld of the great cities. Who goes spying must often keep queer company, associating with swindlers, adventurers, escrocs, and undesirables of all sorts. The criminal world is at least exciting. To a student of crime and its psychology, it is, of course, of intense interest. As one of the oldest members of the Crimes Club of London, to which I have referred in the chapter on my adventures in Clubland, I have always taken an especial interest in the criminally inclined. Curiously enough, I seem to possess a magnetic attraction for criminals. Why, I cannot imagine. In the years that I have drifted about the smart continental hotels, I have had some strange and sometimes exciting experiences. Some of these adventures I have, I confess, recorded in my romances, thereby turning truth into fiction. I well recollect one day being at lunch with Madame Sarah Bernhardt, who was my friend through more than 30 years, at her beautiful house in the Avenue Perrier, in Paris. The divine Sarah, in that sweet musical voice of hers, introduced me then to a short, stout, rather overdressed Frenchwoman, whose name I did not catch, but whose manner was that of a grande dame. We chatted together in the big salon, where with us were, among others, two of my oldest friends, Madame Zola and Paul Deschanel, who afterwards became president of the French Republic. The stout lady was telling me that she had rented a summer chateau in Brittany, somewhere near Quimperle, and that she and her husband were leaving Paris in a month's time. Before we parted, she gave me her card, and expressed a hope that I would call and join one of her Wednesday evening parties. As I took her card, I saw that her name was Humbert. Acting on her invitation, I found that she lived in a magnificent mansion in the Avenue de la Grande Armée. Her salon was filled by smartly gowned mondains, senators, deputies, and financial magnates. My hostess, in a magnificent black gown, with a wonderful necklace of pearls, greeted me effusively, and introduced me to the attractive daughter of Monsieur Labaudet, the great sugar refiner. Not till I began to chat with my charming little friend did I identify the name of my hostess, Madame Humbert, with the romantic story of the safe that contained nearly £4 million, and which, by the terms of a will, she was forbidden to open. That evening I was shown the huge dark green safe, which stood in the corner of a small room at the back of the house, the two keyholes being covered with great seals of red wax. As a novelist, that locked safe interested me. The mystery of the marvelous fraud of the Humbert millions may be half forgotten, therefore I will venture to refresh the reader's memory. Teresa de Rignac, a rather plain country girl, daughter of an evil living old fellow of Bazelles, near Toulouse, who claimed to be Count de Rignac, was often shown by her father an old oak chest. He was fond of telling her that it would, on being opened after his death, be found to contain documents that should bring her a great fortune and place her among the highest in France. This impressed the girl, and no doubt turned her head, till she became one of the greatest adventuresses in French history. When her father died, the chest was found to be empty. But in the meantime, Teresa kept up her father's fiction. My friend, Mr. Barry Richmond, in a very able review of the case, says that among the wealthy folk in the neighborhood who befriended the de Rignacs was the Humbert family, consisting of Monsieur Gustave and Madame Humbert and their son Frederick. Monsieur Gustave Humbert was mayor of the district, a senator, and a person of considerable distinction. Teresa de Rignac's first connection with this family was humble enough, she being employed as a washerwoman by old Madame Humbert. But the girl had her eyes open to eventualities, and she laid herself out to attract the attentions of Monsieur Humbert's son, Frederick, a law student. She contrived to surround herself with the air of mystery and romance that by a twist she gave to the legend of the de Rignac fortune. It impressed people, even the Humberts. Monsieur Gustave Humbert and his wife took up their residence in Paris, leaving Frederick behind to pursue his law studies at Toulouse. It was Teresa's great chance, and she seized it. The Humbert parents shortly afterwards learned with mortification that their son was determined to marry his mother's ex-washerwoman. The marriage took place in spite of all their objections, which were considerable, for Gustave Humbert was rising to the head of his profession, and was shortly to become Minister of Justice. For 2 or 3 years the woman lived as an adventuress, when suddenly the senator announced to his friends that his daughter-in-law had inherited an enormous fortune. At first the amount of Madame Humbert's inheritance was given out as £80,000, but gossip increased it to £800,000, and finally it was popularly credited with being £4 million. That was the amount that Madame Sarah Bernhardt mentioned to me. The Humberts very cleverly accepted this gratuitous estimate, and £4 million remained for 20 years the figure of the mythical fortune. Details were soon forthcoming to substantiate the story. According to Madame Humbert, she was traveling on the Centre Railway one afternoon soon after her marriage when she heard groans proceeding from the compartment next to her own. She climbed to it along the footboard, entered, and found an old man suffering great agony. She undid his collar, assisted him as best she could, and by the time the train reached Paris he had sufficiently recovered to leave the station without further help. Before he departed he made a careful note of his benefactress's name and address, and told her that he was an American, called Robert Henry Crawford. This was the story all Paris knew. It was not long after the railway incident that, declared Madame Humbert, she received a copy of the old man's will. He had died at Nice, leaving a fortune of £4 million to be divided between Madame Humbert and his 2 nephews on certain extraordinary conditions. 1/3 of the £4 million was left to his nephew, Robert Crawford, 1/3 to Henry Crawford, and the rest to Marie de Rignac, Teresa's sister, who was still a child at school. Out of the inheritance, the 3 million legatees were to pay Madame Humbert £14,400 per annum. It was on no firmer basis than this extravagant invention that, says Mr. Barry Richmond, Madame Humbert for the next 20 years was enabled to borrow sums amounting to about £3 million, to live the life of a grande dame, and to ruin thousands of people in all classes of French society. But soon Teresa showed the touch of genius that lifted her complicated series of frauds far beyond the level of an ordinary commonplace swindle. She invented an interminable lawsuit over the will, and in a few months' time, with the help of her husband, and as many people believed of Gustave Humbert, piled up a huge mass of legal procedure that not even the lawyers could unravel. The mythical Crawfords pleaded, through counsel of course, against Teresa. They lost cases and won them, appealed and were appealed against, paid heavy fees to famous lawyers, and wrote countless letters of instructions. This sort of thing went on for years, and to the ordinary mind it was proof positive of the Crawford brothers' existence. Phantoms do not engage in long and costly lawsuits. It never seems to have occurred to anyone that Madame Humbert was running both sides of the affair, and she was plaintiff as well as defendant, and defendant as well as plaintiff, that she was inspiring all the legal attacks made on her by the supposed Crawfords. There, in the Humberts' magnificent mansion in the Avenue de la Grande Armée, for all to see, stood the famous locked safe containing the £4 million. It was when Madame Humbert was at the height of her success that Madame Sarah Bernhardt introduced me to her. Her father-in-law's position as French Minister of Justice had, besides serving to induce confidence in his daughter-in-law's pretensions, gave her the entrée to the best Parisian society. Teresa, the ex-washerwoman, had now become a grande dame, and was living on credit on a scale that no other swindler has ever approached. She was surely the queen of escrow. She and her husband, Frederick Humbert, entertained lavishly. How well I recollect those wonderful nights in her great flower-decked salons, where I usually met Zola and his wife and other French celebrities in art, the drama, and diplomacy. The most prominent members of Parisian society considered it the height of chic and popularity to be photographed in company with their host and hostess, either at the races or at one of the country chateaux that the Humberts had bought and in which they constantly had smart house parties. The cleverness of that arch-adventuress has never been equaled. Financiers crowded about her and offered loans, while she exhibited to any skeptical persons big piles of letters purporting to be from the Crawfords, together with voluminous correspondence concerning the lawsuits that ever and anon cropped up concerning her inheritance. Madame's extravagance naturally necessitated a great deal of money, and at last a woman who was a rival in society, a certain Madame Gilbert, set about the rumors concerning a famous safe. People began to hesitate before they made loans, and slowly but surely the great fiction so cleverly built up by 20 years of double-dealing was brought to a dramatic denouement. I remember a certain night when, walking past the Madeleine with Zola and a lawyer friend of his, the latter told us that Waldeck Rousseau, the famous lawyer who had been acting for one of Madame Humbert's creditors, had been making very careful investigations, and had arrived at the conclusion that the whole thing was a colossal swindle. Surely not, I said. Zola laughed incredulously. He had been misled and bamboozled just as all Paris had been. Both of us had looked with awe on that great safe containing £4 million. Well, said our friend, you will see. Waldeck Rousseau has been to the director of Le Matin today, and has placed all his proofs before him. Surely enough, the famous lawyer had interested the Matin to probe the great mystery of the safe, with the result that a series of trenchant articles appeared, and in the end a joint law case against Madame Humbert and the bulk of her creditors was commenced. After many delays, the judge decided, as the Matin intended, that the only way was to inspect the contents of the safe, and he fixed a definite day for it to be unsealed and unlocked. And lo, when opened, the safe supposed to contain £4 million was found only to contain a foreign copper coin worth a halfpenny. It was on such security Madame had obtained some £3 million and ruined thousands of people. Madame and her brother Romain de Rignac fled, but were arrested a few weeks later in Madrid and brought to Paris, where a long and sensational trial took place. During part of it I was present in court. Madame Humbert, when pressed, declared that the mythical Crawford was none other than Marshal Bazaine, the man who surrendered Metz to the Germans in 1870, and that the 4 million sterling was the price he received for his treachery. She further added that when she discovered the true source of the millions, she destroyed the original will and all the bonds. Such a fantastic story was, however, not credited, and Madame and her husband were found guilty, quote, with extenuating circumstances, unquote, strangely enough, and both sentenced to 5 years solitary confinement, while Romain de Rignac received 3 years and Emile de Rignac 2 years. Surely it was the most colossal fraud ever perpetuated in Europe. I frequently find myself in Nice about carnival time, for I served for several years on the carnival committee at San Remo. On one occasion, while occupying my usual room at the Hotel de Luxembourg on the Promenade des Anglais, which I always do in preference to the far gayer and better painted ones, for I like quiet for writing, and can always go to the dancing at the neighboring hotels. Paint means everything to a hotel, both here and everywhere else. White and pale green paint will convert a farmhouse into a country villa. I always look at the back of a hotel and test the qualities of the kitchen. As an old traveler, I think I have acquired an unerring sense of hotels. They may put their photographs in Bradshaw or in their local brochures and may present themselves as, quote, the perfect paradise, unquote. But as soon as I cross the threshold and speak to the reception clerk, I can sum the place up. And I am seldom wrong. The man who is ever traveling acquires the hotel sense, whatever that may be. He knows whether after the soup will come the lasso. Perhaps my readers who do not know Italian will not understand. But your chef of any nationality will, and will smile if you ask him. But this is digression, for which I apologize. Well, on that occasion, at the Luxembourg at Nice, I noticed on the day of my arrival a pinched-faced, gray-eyed little man with a despairingly sad expression, being wheeled out of the lift and into his meals. The figure of the poor invalid was most pathetic amongst all the gaieties of carnival, the masked crowds, and the famous Battle of Flowers. So on the next evening I chatted to him, and he drew his chair up in the billiard room, while I sat on the raised lounge. He was forlorn, friendless, hopeless, a gloomy but well-educated man. His name was Andrade, a Spaniard, but he spoke very good English. He was a lawyer in Bilbao before he was compelled to retire owing to his infirmity, he told me. A week later, I was suddenly recalled to London and regretted leaving him, as we had become friends and used to chat daily. Indeed, I had several times walked by his side when his tall, thick-set male nurse pulled his bath chair along the promenade. One evening, about 3 months later, I came off the Calais Express at the Nord station in Paris and drove to the Grand Hotel. After a wash, I went down to dinner alone when I saw, across the great restaurant, at a table in the corner, 2 very smartly gowned young ladies with 3 smart-looking men. All were laughing merrily over their wine. One of the men I recognized instantly as my crippled friend, Senor Andrade. He was laughing merrily, his glass poised in his hand. Then he set it down, and after some words to the girl next to him, they all rose and walked out of the restaurant. He had evidently been restored to health by a miracle. But how? The situation intrigued me, and what I found out was certainly interesting. While the 2 ladies and one of the men were staying there at the Grand, my crippled friend, who had discarded his invalid chair and was apparently leading a gay life, was with his male nurse living at the Continental, while the other man was a guest at the Maurice. I watched still further, and found that while the cripple of Nice and his male nurse were inseparable, and spent their evenings in the cabarets on the Montmartre, the little circle always met each morning for some discussion, and in secret. They met either at the Grand or at the Continental, as though they were a party of visitors seeing Paris. One morning I had lunched at the Brasserie Universelle, in the Avenue de l'Opéra, and on going out I encountered quite unexpectedly my friend Brigadier Gilliot of the Surete. As we walked together towards the Louvre, I told him of the mysterious cripple. Early next morning, with my café au lait, the waiter brought me a note, saying in French, quote, "My dear Lecroux, please take no further notice of your crippled friend. I will explain why later on. Your friend, Jules Gilliot." Unquote. 2 days later, the waiter ushered him into my room. "Well, my dear friend," he said, with a laugh, "you have done us a very good turn, though you did it quite unintentionally. Your friend Andrade is, as I expected at once, Leon Albacete, the most daring and expert jewel thief in Europe. The moment you described him, I had my suspicions, and went back to my bureau to look at his photograph. Yesterday, a jewel case belonging to the Duchess d'Usac and containing 500,000 francs worth of jewels was stolen at the Gare de l'Est, and today, knowing what we do, and what was in progress, we arrested the whole gang. In the room of your crippled friend was found the jewel case with the whole of contents. Albacete is a slippery customer. When resting, he adopted the role of invalid, and as a cripple, he misled you thoroughly. He was not arrested without a struggle. He fired 2 shots at my guests, and one man has a bullet in his shoulder. He was sentenced at the Assize Court of the Seine to 10 years' hard labor. Some readers may know the beautiful Villa Igia Hotel at Palermo in Sicily, that great white building facing the blue bay, where the clear, tideless Mediterranean laps lazily on the brown rocks of the long terrace. The lounge, which runs the whole length of the hotel, has long windows, giving a beautiful view of the sea, and is carpeted in green, a soft carpet into which one's feet sinks as one walks. It is one of the most luxurious hotels in all Europe, where one may exchange the English winter for a delightful spring. In that lounge I met a wealthy, middle-aged Italian nobleman, the Count Ugo Rossetti. The half-porter whispered to me that he was one of the most wealthy men in Italy, for he possessed in Umbria the great medieval Castelli Rossetti and broad wine lands around the neighboring hills. Your Italian nobleman is ever the same, elegant, well-dressed, extremely affable, with sallow face, and in middle age usually grows a dark beard. The Count was very popular among the ladies in the hotel. He had been there a fortnight when I arrived. In speech he was full of quick gestures, his eyes were dark and brilliant, and his face was rather sallow. He was a heavy cigar smoker, and always had excellent Havanas. He told me that he loved golf and played frequently on the Florence course, and when he was in England he had played at Ascot with some friends named Walker. Ours was quite a pleasant friendship. We took many long walks together along the picturesque sea road to Arenella and the Virginie Maria, or up to Montreal, with its wonderful views across the Sapphire Bay, or perhaps to the summit of Monte Pellegrino. Then, before dinner, we usually took our aperitifs, either at the big Trinacria on the Quattro Canti or at the Italia. Count Rossetti was a charming man, more refined than most Italians, and he seemed quite well versed in Cinquecento art, and that of the Proto-Renaissance, of which I had very little knowledge. He evidently moved in the best Italian society, and talked to me of the Strozzis as his intimate friends. One afternoon, as we both had been out at a picnic with Henniker Heaton, of post office reform fame, I returned to my room and was much surprised to find unlocked at the leather dispatch case that I always kept locked because I had a certain private telegraph code inside. I knew I had locked it with my own hand. Who could have a second key? I called the chambermaid, but she denied all knowledge of the matter. It was to me a most mysterious affair. At dinner I mentioned it in confidence to the Count, and he seemed most perturbed that anybody had tried to penetrate into my private affairs. That night, immediately after dinner, I went out to meet a lady at the Hotel des Palmiers. Next morning I had occasion to go to the General Post Office in Palermo, when, on entering, I saw the Count at the guichet of the Poste Restante, and, as I approached him from behind, the clerk handed him a letter that I saw was addressed not to Count Ugo Rossetti, but to Signor Mr. Carava. I noticed that he was much confused at our encounter, but I took no notice. It was not a crime for a man to receive letters at a Poste Restante in a name not his own. I had done it myself. But ever since I had mentioned the mysterious search of my belongings, the Count had seemed to have avoided me. Perhaps, however, it was only my fancy. I saw little of him that day except at meals, but that night, while I was sitting alone in the beautiful palm garden facing the sea, enjoying the bright moonlight and watching the brightly lit mail steamer crossing the bay on its way to Naples, the maître d'hôtel approached me, and in a low, confidential tone said, "There is a gentleman at the front door of the hotel, signor, who wishes to see you privately. He prefers to remain outside." In surprise, I rose and followed the man through the hotel to the front entrance, where I was met by a well-dressed, thin-faced, middle-aged Italian, who raised his soft gray hat, and, after inquiring my name, politely said, "I believe you are a friend of the Commendatore Pavolini in Rome, signora." The stranger had mentioned the name of the chief of the Italian secret police, who was an old friend of mine, and whom I had more than once assisted in some delicate inquiries. I replied in the affirmative, whereupon he said, "I am Questore, chief of police, of Palermo. The Commendatore sent me a telegram to cipher an hour ago, asking you to pack your things and leave this hotel at once. Go anywhere you wish, anywhere out of Palermo, to Messina, or cross to Calabria, but do not remain here. He asks you to do this at once." "But why?" I inquired, much puzzled. "Unfortunately, signora, I am not in a position to explain," was the police official's polite response. "Of course, our conversation is strictly private. When you leave here, do not leave your address. The Commendatore will tell you the reason in due course." "But it is late," I remarked. "The express to Messina leaves at 11:15, he remarked. "Very well, I will go by that to Messina," I said, much puzzled. "I will stay at the Regina Elena for a day or two. Will you let the Commendatore know?" "Certainly," he replied, and raising his hat, turned and was quickly lost in the darkness. During that night I lay in the wagon lit between Palermo and Messina, wondering why my friend had sent me that mysterious message. Signor Pavolini is well known in London, for at one time he was commissary of police at the Italian Consulate General, after a brilliant police record as chief of the detective service in Florence. Next evening, the concierge of the hotel at Messina handed me a telegram, which I found was from the great police official. His words were, quote, "See newspapers, Pavolini," unquote. I dashed out and bought an evening paper, when a glaring headline caught my eye. Quote, "Arrest of Pietro Rossi," unquote. Pietro Rossi? At last, the assassin who had been hunted for nearly a year had been caught. Readers of the Continental newspapers will no doubt recollect the sensational case. The Baroness di Venadio, a wealthy old lady who lived in a great Cinquecento palace in Bologna, was believed to have gone to Paris, for the servants had been sent on holiday and the place closed. When it was reopened by a relative who could obtain no news of the Baroness, the body of the unfortunate lady was found on the floor of her dressing room. She had, according to the medical evidence, been dead about 3 weeks. A steel dispatch box containing the Baroness's jewels and a considerable sum of money and negotiable securities had been opened with its key and the contents extracted, while the whole place was stripped of its plate and pictures, among them a small ancient painting of St. Francesco on a panel about 6 inches square. After much investigation, 2 servants, the Baroness's maid and a footman, were arrested, the little painting being found concealed at the house of the footman's father, while among the maid's belongings was a brooch that was identified as the property of the dead Baroness. The maid protested that the brooch had been given to her by her mistress before she left for Paris. The pair were tried and convicted, and while the footman was sentenced to solitary imprisonment for life, the woman escaped with 10 years' penal servitude. My friend the Commendatore Pavellini was, however, not quite satisfied. The trial had caused a great sensation, but expert criminologist that he was, he felt that there was something further behind it all. After long and diligent inquiry, he discovered that the Baroness had met in secret and been courted by Pietro Rossi, a good-looking, well-educated clerk employed by her lawyers in Milan. Perhaps this man was scheming to get the old lady's money, but it is evident the woman was flattered by the man's attentions, otherwise she would not have met him clandestinely as she did. No doubt he proposed marriage to her and was refused, whereupon he formed a deep-laid and diabolical plot. He knew that the brooch had been given by the Baroness to her maid, and having first made the acquaintance of the footman's father, a gardener, he took the little picture and succeeded in one of his visits to the house to slip it behind a wardrobe. Later he made a secret rendezvous with the old lady at the palazzo, after the house had been shut and everyone thought she had gone to Paris, as indeed she had done and returned to Bologna unnoticed. He calmly and callously murdered her and decamped with all her property, disposing of the securities in Brussels a week later. He gained by his crime nearly £20,000. Therefore he assumed the title of Count and led a life of luxury while the innocent pair were tried and sentenced. After 6 months, however, the maid and footman were suddenly released, and the police of Europe and America were raising a hue and cry for the lawyer's clerk Pietro Rossi, who proved to be none other than my fascinating companion, Count Ugo Rossetti. It was not long before I learned that the mysterious visitor to my room was a police agent who was inquiring into my identity as an associate of Rossi, and my old friend's warning was in order that I should be able to slip away from Palermo and not be called on to give evidence. Rossi was tried at Bologna and sentenced to solitary confinement for life. He died in his cell about a year ago. Another famous escrow I met was the Comte de Rebec. While I lived at the Château de Grand Vignay at Venue-Nandon in the forest of Fontainebleau, Sarah Bernhardt, La Douce, La Belle Otero, and a number of Paris stage celebrities visited me on summer afternoons, while my lifelong friend, Paul Deschanel, then president of the Chamber of Deputies, often motored out to me for a run in the glorious forest. I, in turn, often went to the artist colony at Barbizon, and there I first met the clever young artist named Gaston Deltour, who, by the way, afterwards designed several covers for my books. He introduced me to his very pretty sister Gabrielle, who had married a publicity expert named Sohet. They often visited me, and one Sunday Madame Sohet, who was about 24 and a typically smart Parisienne, was accompanied by a tall, refined, dark-haired man named Comte de Rebec. I rather liked him. As we took tea together in the garden on the border of the forest, he told me that he had properties in Chile, but lived mostly in Paris. I quickly saw that he was a great admirer of my artist friend's pretty sister. They stayed till evening, taking me in their car for a run around the gorge aux Loops, and then returned to Paris. 2 days later, the pretty Gabrielle was missing from her home, while inquiries at the Count's fine house near the Arc de Triomphe made it plain that he too was missing. It was evident that she had eloped with him. A week later, Paris was startled by a strange truth. The millionaire Count was in reality a Paris bank clerk named Deloy. Most readers of these pages will recollect how this plausible young man led a dual existence, working hard in the bank all day and posing at night as a wealthy nobleman, giving expensive parties and entertaining on a lavish scale. At once a warrant was issued for the arrest of the missing pair, as it had been found that Deloy, whose salary was about £250 a year, had, by a most ingenious system that astounded the experts in banking, embezzled over 4 million francs belonging to the bank. Next day it was discovered that the pseudo-count had bought a fine steam yacht at Havre, and having engaged a crew, the pair had sailed away in it. To this sensational story the newspapers devoted much space, and weeks elapsed before the yacht was heard of again, for she purposely kept out of the track of the shipping. Because of an accident, the vessel put into Buenos Aires, but its name had been changed and its appearance altered. Deloy and the pretty Gabrielle Sohet were arrested, and after long legal delays were extradited and brought back to Paris. When Gabrielle faced her trial, the jury found that on her part she had honestly believed her lover to be a millionaire, so she was released, but the pseudo-count was sent to hard labor for a very long period, one that has not yet expired. I remember discussing the case with Paul Deschanel in 1920, after he had become president, when smiling he said, "Ah, Deloy was like so many others, mon cher Lecru. He plowed the water, built upon the sand, and wrote upon the wind." Poor Deschanel! He was 8 years older than myself, but first and foremost in all our students' pranks on the Bull Miche. He was at the St. Barbe College, and passed in literature and law. Elsewhere I have described our student life together, and I often reflect how strange it was that after our buoyant youth spent together, that I should drift into becoming a wanderer and a novelist, while he, always merry and irresponsible, should enter the cold, austere officialdom of France, as sous-prefect of Dreux, secretary-general of the Seine-et-Marne, then deputy for the Eure-et-Loire, and so on until he presided over the destinies of France. His untimely end, hastened by an unbalanced mentality, which betrayed itself suddenly in recent years, came as a great shock to me. I wrote at the time my reminiscences of him in the Daily Sketch. To him I was much indebted in many ways. He introduced me, after I had found my public as a novelist, to Daudet, Rostand, Willy, Baron de Constant, Foch, Émile Legois, the professor of English at the Sorbonne, the dramatic author of Eugène Breux, whose La Femme Soulée is so well known as a gem of dramatic art, Monsieur Raymond Poincaré, and a host of others whom I met, and some of whom I still meet each time I spend a few days at the Hôtel Chatham in Paris, of which I have been a constant habitué for many years. End of chapter 14.